Today's show is brought to you by America's #1 sports app. That's Prize Picks. And when you use my code today, HMA, and you put down a mere $5 winning ticket, they'll put $50, not a $50, no, $150 into your account. $5 for $150, and all it takes is a simple victory. Using my code or click the description down the link below. You just click that link. It'll take you right there with the code. And there are so many options here on Prize Picks. You've, of course, got baseball still in full swing, finishing off. Take advantage of some nice, juicy selections over there. Seasonal picks with football, over on, under on, quarterbacks for passing yards or touchdowns, running backs for over yards or under yards. I'm taking Jarian over in the over for that. You know that here, Seattle, for sure. So take advantage today. There are terms and conditions, of course, that do apply, and there are some limitations in the state of Washington in that you got to be on a casino to use it in full on their network. But if you are on a network where you're just off network in Seattle, I'm told you're able to use it just to pick the games themselves. Take advantage today. Use that code. Thank you for utilizing that. And always do remember to please gamble responsibly. Welcome on in today to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Then we get a little bit of game day coverage today, which isn't too shabby, huh? Get a little bit of the last of the preseason. It's the final preseason game. Let's not come into this with some great expectations, but we've got some intrigue. It's not to say there aren't some things to watch. Camp battles, feisty, hot and heavy camp battles coming down to the end of the line. We're going to be looking at Jalen Milroe, and all of us, fingers crossed, toes crossed, looking for some improvement in this final preseason game and heartened by the fact that he's going to get the opportunity to be able to play the whole game. We love that. I think that's just what he needs here beyond getting the results. Get him just more of that seasoning, more of that time on the football field. So I do appreciate you watching today. If you can, walk in the door, do please hit that like button as we're going to go here through the game. We'll have a little bit of a shorter post game as we're coming back tomorrow in the afternoon with a little bit more talk on the kind of the fallout from this game and what the roster projections might look at. So be on the lookout for that as well tomorrow. But this is all about tonight and what we can see from Milroe, the cornerback battle that's going on. It seems like the linebacker room has been kind of situated with the release of Chris Paul due to the injury situation ongoing. Can we see a little bit more from the safeties tonight? They're offensive wise. Bryce Cable becomes a lot more important man who goes from being a bit of a fringe offensive line prospect guy to now more into the center focus here because of the Richmond injury where he's going to be out for the whole season. Bo Stevens has looked good in the preseason. I think he was making the roster no matter what, but that's where this will come down to and kind of looking at him. I think there's also a little bit of uncertainty right now with some of the backup tackle positions. Josh Jones has been a bit of a penalty machine, and so Seattle's probably looking to, outside of Josh Jones, make sure they have everything situated there for the fourth tackle on the roster. So a couple of things here to be kind of turned over here a little bit. We'll see on the, I'm told again, this is supposed to be on NFL Plus. That's what they say with this thing. I don't know. I don't trust this anymore though. Everywhere it tries to send me seems to be the wrong direction. So we'll have to wait right up until game time to learn and see if it's indeed going to be on the network or Peacock, or is it over on ESPN? Who's got the thing with the deal on the Plus thing with that? I thank you guys for watching. Let me say what's up to everybody as we're rolling on in here into the chat. Motive, hello. Yakum, Megan, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Good on you to get up this early and watch this. War Chief, aloha, aloha, aloha. Max, hello, hello, hello. Sam Dog in the house. What's up, Sam Dog? It has been a while, my man. I hope you've been doing well out there. It's good to see you in the house, though, bro. Puts a smile on my face. Can't wait to get back to Lumen in 2 weeks. It's going to be one hell of a lit environment, right? Because it's prime time. It's the opening game of the season, but you got that banner dropping. You got all those people working their way through the afternoon to get them in the right headspace for that game to kick off. And Sam, I know you'll be in the midst of it. That's going to be awesome, bro. Enjoy. What's up, William? Herbicide. Hello, 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 Mr. Dog. Which week one starters won't play tonight? I think it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. I still wonder how much is really even going to be played. I mean, we're not getting any Darnold. I think you're going to get a very limited amount of first strings, but that's where Mike's been a little bit cagey on his responses about which direction he's going to go with that one. Kind of unsure, TBD. HHG, sounds good. Keldad, how you doing? Also on ESPN Limited. Yeah, I might have to add, that's the one where If it's not here on NFL Network with this, which is supposed to come with the subscription, then I got to get back over onto the NFL, onto the ESPN Limited, I guess, and figure out how to do that, or the Peacock. I don't know. I'm so confused on how to even find these games. I looked in advance and it said NFL Plus. If you got that subscription, you're supposed to be good to go. And I've been able to watch the preseason games. But at 5 o'clock time, there's a couple teams on at 5 too. So Thomas B, I just love fans freaking out when ownership say they were fans of Steelers and Niners when they are now Hawk fans. It's like a crime for being a football fan. Yeah, I agreed. People sometimes are just ready to get their hankles all up for whatever reason, words, I think people like to just get up in arms. And look, people are a little sensitive to ownership here. So there's a bit of this where I can understand where you're watching very closely to make sure you don't have another Bearing. You're watching very closely to make sure you don't have another Smullian. You're watching very closely to make sure you don't have another Clay Bennett. I get it. I'm there. I have those same trepidations, but then we can't let that twist words on social media to mean something this way, to be your worst fears on that. And that's where people are kind of going with that energy. And it's not really right. Let's give them the chance. Don't anticipate them not being great owners. Let's let them show us the type of owners they're going to be. And he's more active on social media, which is, I think, the thing that more people would be appreciative of, is that sometimes the Allen family could be quiet. Now, they were quiet assassins. Yeah, they're up there on the mountain, just making moves, making stuff happen. But, they're not a little bit more out there in the public and willing to chop it up a little bit, which I thought is pretty cool. 2 minutes out. Still not really sure if this is going to Verky or not. Hopefully so. How you doing, Brian? It's good to see you, bro. Let's go, Jalen. Let's get it, Jalen. Let's get it, man. Can reverse a lot of some of this outlook on you right now with just one good game. And it doesn't have to be against statistically great. Just, let's find what we can kind of work off of a beginning point from. What do I do and what can I work off that's really good, and then build from there? Whereas now it's kind of a little bit of searching for that all the way around, it feels like. How I want to operate in the pocket, how much I want to use my legs. Just find your baseline. Yeah, Rock Chalk, let's get no Myers misses tonight, because we are all getting a little bit nervous on that one. We know how much we need this kicking game to be full throttle. He doesn't have to necessarily replicate last season's record-breaking season, but you need the guy. This offense is going to be one that's about consistent drives to consistent points, consistent drives to consistent points. Sometimes that's touchdowns. Sometimes it's a lot of field goals. But then Myers has got to be one of the better in the sport than at that for this strat to work. We can't have a dodgy year from Jason. Can't do it. Okay, here we go. Looks like we're about to kick off here, maybe. Okay, it was wanting to go a second ago, and now it doesn't want to go. It's live, but it's black. Why the NFL goes out of their way on these preseason games to make it as tough as it can right at 5 o'clock. I still don't know entirely where the game's at for sure. I got a live screen right now that's completely black. There we go. We're getting somewhere now. Okay, so we got the right spot. Brian, casual fans being crazy weird about owner fandom. Yeah, it is. And just he's coming to the country, seeing the sport for the first time and telling you about his initial, they just don't, they're not taking into the context. It's like he has this thing that he's saying, and, you can see by the son's look on his face that he was like, Dad, no, Dad, he can't do that. But he's kind of like, you could just read the son's face where he's like, I know what you're trying to do, Dad. We talked about this. So there was a little bit of that going on, I felt like, but he's doing something that's very he's showing you a side of that he's being honest in. Number one, we all want these guys to be honest. I don't want to be that honest. He can dress it up a little bit. No, how about just honesty? And his honesty isn't saying I'm still I wish the Steelers were for sale and I'd rather have that. That's not what he's saying. It's like, it gets to be the gatekeeping energy at times, and I can understand a little bit of the sensitivity to these owners thing, but like it's a social text there's a media post that people are, or him on in his initial couple of words that are people. It's like, where are we going with this? What do we think he's going to sabotage because we're anything short of the Steelers or the Niners or something? Where's this energy taking us? I don't know. There seems to be this underlying thing of like he's going to bring in market capitalists and chop up the team like what were those financial instruments they're using in 2017? Derivative, trying to chop it up like a derivative or something, throw in a bunch of different bundles, and then just treat it like a corporate. I guess there's that worry there too. I don't get any of it though. I don't share it myself. Nick Harris, sick wall. Thank you, man. We're going to work on this a little bit. I don't know. I was seeing some of these fans with some of their man cave setups where you got the smoke machines and the lights are going crazy, We get a little bit of, house music going. Oots, 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 smoke. It's too much. I think it'd be cool though as an addition. So I'm toying with smoke machines right now, big time. I've kind of always wanted a smoke machine. So this also falls in line with one of those little childhood things that I now have a reason. And let's face it, you can never have too much smoke if you got a smoke machine. There's no such thing as like, that's too much, Brando. Like, no. It's like the cowbell, More smoke, please. Flag, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Jared versus himself, be a Seahawks fan, we give him a few seasons. That's the way that the process goes. You guys can see it with me, and I'm working Jesse right now. I'm bringing back one of our Oregon brethren. It's a process, man. You can't reverse. It's much like similar to what a priest has to do in an exorcism. Prior to 1960s, exorcisms used to go quick, man. A couple days in and out, man. Go get yourself a cappuccino if you're a priest, a little sip, back in, take care of business. Then they started going for weeks. Then they're like 6 months. That's the way it is here with the fan a little bit. Just got to give that a little bit of time for the transference to occur. He's a San Francisco Sponge. Flores was bad on purpose. Oh, that's hilarious. You're bringing up Flores. I have no counter to that. I'm a smoke machine, if you know what I mean. Hell yeah. Create our own smoke. Yeah, time will tell. And I don't have a problem, being on your toes. Fan base has to be on its toes to this just a little bit, but also let's make sure we got data for the good or the bad, one way or the other, that we're trying to, determine here. Hey Mick, how you doing? Hey, like Cash, what's up? Seahawks. Where's my button? Greetings and salutations, Dan. Hope you're doing well. Mr. X-Wing, Brandon, there'll be a 50% off at Spirit the day of after Halloween. I know. I'm gonna start looking. I need to do a little bit of research on this stuff at this point. All right, so it looks like we're about to kick off here. I'm going to try to sync this new scoreboard thing that I've been trying to work here if I can. It's a little dodgy though. All right, go live. Boom. Boom, boom. I want the cool looking one. We're gonna open and preview. Inspect. Boom. Boom. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right, the opening kickoff here is to the Chiefs. They'll take it up to the 30-yard line to start us going here. Chiefs quarterback coming out on the field is not going to be Patrick Mahomes, but Garrett Nussmeier, 7th-round pick out of LSU, man whose star power got diminished a little bit over the course of the football season. Some of it a little bit outside of his control. Certainly performance wasn't as good going against that SEC competition. Quick snap here out of pistol. They're going to run this right up the middle for 2 yards. Okay, let's see here. So let me get this going. Handoff again inside out of shotgun. This will be a game about 5 or 6 yards off tackle there, which will go for a first down. Clock stop at 14:09 here on 3rd and 1. I guess they're going to have him come up just a little bit short. Did Andy challenge that? I don't think he would have challenged that. Officials doing some deliberating here. Guys, can for me today, please do hit that like button. We've got a little bit of a moment here on the field. Sorry for the delay at the start here. I can't set the scoreboard up until I go live with this, so try the new scoreboard out this year that's a little bit more accurate at the moment of time that we're at. And I can only guess here. I don't see anybody injured. And that they're trying to determine if he was short. Eccles in the game there for Seattle. So right out the gate here, you're going, O'Connell's out there though. So that's interesting. But, and they are trying to determine the spot. His elbow came down a little bit short there. So this looks like this is a good spot by the officials. Nice job there. It did look on the live that he got past the first down. So very well done on their part. They're using the virtual measurement. Yeah, right. Maybe. Andy's mustache gained a couple extra centimeters this offseason. Under center here is Kansas City. Got a 2 tight end look here. Another run right up the middle here on 3rd and 1. They're just going to take it against your big boys and say we can go get it if we want to go get it, and they get it. Couple yard gain. You didn't get all that blocked up there. Just it's a mush of bodies, and running back falls forward. They run a little gap concept. Running back does a good job just tucking in behind the little hole that was there. 1st and 10, back into pistol here with Garrett. Play action pass. And throw to Kelsey. Kelsey's out here for the Chiefs. He makes the completion and drugged down after a gain of about 8 yards. Kind of interesting. Just brought him back across the formation post-snap. And then he was open out there in space and just fell forward. There's a year or two with Garrett Nussmeier and the heavy use of pistol. Really looks like they're already going to kind of accommodate the offense here as Kansas City to what Nussmeier's, of course, comfortable with going back into college. Not as much under center stuff here out the gate, which is interesting, just to get him comfortable, 3 wide receiver look here, shotgun for the Chiefs on 2nd and short. Nussmeier, back foot hits it, finds his man. Nice hit there. Rattles the ball loose. Rodney Thomas coming in from the safety position there and laying a nice lick on a ball that looked like it was going to get completed. It's a tight little throw in there, and it's a good throw by Nussmeier. Gave his guy a chance, but it's a little bit of a hospital ball because you got that safety coming in route on the backside, and he's bearing down with a force of 1,000 suns. Nice little hit there by Thomas, a man that a lot of you telling me that don't think he'll make the roster. So it might be a guy that has to be on the push here just a little bit from his perspective. 3rd down and 2. Shotgun look again here. Press rush pressing down on Nussmeier. And that will force a little bit of an overthrow where I think you're starting to sense a bit of that pressure coming from both edges there. Shout out to them as they were able to supply some nice, right at the same time, feeling of just cinching down that pocket. Looks like we had O'Connell on one side and Jeremy Sheriff on the other side. So shout out to them. Well done there. So bring up 4th and 2. And the Chiefs are going to go ahead and punt right around the midfield mark. It was a force of 1,000 suns, or, maybe 100, somewhere in that neighborhood. We're spitballing here. Nice punt here. We'll go to the 13-yard line. We'll be fair caught there by Cody White. 12:29 to go here in the first quarter. Nothing after the first drive. Yeah. Let's go, Milroe. Let's go. Let's get it done out here. Use your legs. Use your gifts a little bit. You don't have to solve everything today. You don't have to be Prometheus and roll that whole rock up over the top of the hill tonight. Let's just make some progress. Where some things have been a little bit stagnant, let's find some progress a little bit. And I think there's some places Fleury can help him out here a lot. Play action type of stuff. Work with him a little bit in some of the shotgun read option looks, RPO type looks. Try to get him as much as you can into a place to start to develop a little bit of confidence here with this kid. Because that may be a bit of what we need to see from him here as much as anything else. It's a little bit of a kick of confidence. Tom's makes me happy that Seattle saw Casey's O-line and Kelsey. Yeah, interesting. If I'm a coach at this point, I'm completely on board with just being like, I'm not playing nobody. I'd be so paranoid. Especially watching that clip of Mike on Hard Knocks talking about Cooper Kupp, and he's like, Cooper, just going to rest you because you're a little sore, and I'm trying to be on this. I'm trying to be proactive. Try and be smart about this. Still somebody gets injured. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. He's also pointing that out. The Chiefs' starting offensive line was out there for that first drive. So Seattle is not into the first, not into the second here. We're in some cases to 3rd, 4, 5 fill right out the chute in this game on the defensive side of the ball. O'Connell's as a 2 out there, but you're rocking Eccles, so no Tyrese Knight in this game. You're going with none of your 4 edges, none of your defensive tackles. You're coming out into this game with, I didn't even think we saw Peely there. That looked like Singleton and Uso right out the gate on the defensive line there. So good point there. Good catch, you guys. It's a choice, isn't it, Valley? Having Kelsey out there? That's a choice. Okay. I would think you would try to mitigate every last hit. Like, does he need this? Well, I guess maybe so. Beautiful play there by Rodney. Boy, would it have been wonderful for us to have him come up for us here, and be able to fill in for what we're going to maybe lose here in Bud Clark. All right, we got a pistol look here from Jalen. He's going to go to an outside zone run to Jarcadia White. Jarcadia gets clipped down in the backfield for a TFL. Very slow developing play on an outside zone run there. Jarcadia was a little bit tentative, feeling the heat coming up on him. Kind of looks like a blown block there. I don't think that this play is supposed to be set up to where he's running free into the backfield. Cody White kind of had a body language look to him like, I lost that block. That's Mansour Delane, the first round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. 4-yard loss on the play. Cody must have just whiffed him off the jump. Shotgun look for Seattle. 3 wide, false start. Jalen took a second there on getting the snap. It was a little bit out of sorts. Oh, it's delay a game. Sorry, not a false start. Okay. 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 All right, come on. Chilling back in shotgun now. Dropping back to pass. He's got a clean pocket. Finds his tight end out into the flat for about a 1 or 2 yard gain. Roland Wallace for the Chiefs makes the tackle. Third down and 17. This is where Flurry might just be best suited to call a draw here. Milroe dropping back to pass. Ooh, nice little throw there. A little bit of a slant post route combo kind of feel to it for Cody White. He makes the catch, though he's going to be very far short of the first down, but gives Dixon and company some breathing room to get this punt off with 10:23 to go in the first quarter. Set yourself up behind the 8 ball there with the TFL and then a delay of game call. Offensive success on third down is a lot to do with early down success, first and second down. And if I don't get those wins, even marginal wins, it's going to be tough to come back down there when you get back far behind the stick, especially that deep in your own territory. Dixon with a nice punt right at the sideline. This is beautiful. Dixon sent a high, deep punt there right down to the 30-yard line, and it also sent the returner out of bounds a yard right out of bounds there. So he literally gave you the bolt there where it's not only am I going to knock it out of bounds, I'm going to put it right out of bounds as soon as it's pretty much right where the ball's landing down at. Very cool there by him. We need you. You've been the missing element here. You've been the missing element. It's been you. No wonder we're not already winning. No wonder. Yeah, no wonder. You're good to go. I think you're good. I think you're good. I know. Got Bryce in the house? Oxnest, this is not filling me with joy about Milroe B. I want to be for this thing is helping. He's got to get there. He's got to warm up. Just needs to get a little sweat going, Megan. Just a little sweat, man. We just have one rule in here, Chris. You're always welcome. We love having Niner fans in here. We've got plenty of Ram fans, Niner fans in here. I understand, a lot of chats and discussions in places just go wild and people can come in and just kind of do whatever they want to do. We tend to found that when we have that go on in here, it really shuts down discussion and having a lot of fun talk in regards to football, not just about talking about how amazing the Hawks are, but talking about the NFL, talking about the game, talking about stuff that's a lot more funner than, just being toxic and mean and just for unduly so. So I know it's a little unusual. A lot of places don't run it this way. We do so because we found that this is what's fostered the best community here and that this is what allows discussion to run more free and open. And then we can have more people on the outside in because it doesn't have to have that as the lead in, that we don't have to lead with that energy. So I totally get where you're coming from with it. We're here a little bit unique. I only got one rule here. I don't have 10. I don't have 15. I don't have 20. I got one rule, which is just respect. See, my cat's letting you know. Respect. It's the only rule we got. And I don't think that that's too much to ask for at all. But I do appreciate you jumping in here, and I hope you like it. Handoff outside zone run here, and this is going to get up for about 11 or 12 yards here on the play. See, Pumpkin's beside herself with the Milroe stuff right now. You know what I mean? You got Bryce in the house? What's up, Bryce? Looking for your message. I hear you being referenced, but I don't see you in here. Another handoff here, another nice run. Man, 2 10-yard plus runs there back to back. Actually, sorry, this was a screenplay setup. Something Andy Reid's been good at for years is that screen game to the running backs. He's got every bit of mixture of variety you could imagine. Running up the hole here, boy, whacked initially right at the line of scrimmage is DeMarcado, but he bounced off that and was able to reroute over off the left side, fall forward there, and looks like he got actually a pretty decent gain out of the play. Chiefs got something cooking up here with 8:38 to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look. 3 wide receivers. Good pressure on Garrett. Nice throw there. Tight coverage by Nehemiah Pritchett, but it was a better throw than the coverage was tight. Man, there's some weird energy from some folks coming in the chat tonight, huh? Well, welcome on in, BK. Glad some of the attitude's in. Woo-wee! 1st and 10. That ball's going to be picked. Horrible throw there. Gets undercut by Trayvon Diggs. Diggs undercut the route. He was sitting all day, and that's a Diggs special where he's just reading the quarterback's eyes the whole way, feeling what he's trying to do. Nussmeier stared that guy down like a hungry man that's been without a meal for 2 weeks. You could see the drool coming off his chin there where he just, I'm going to go here. And Diggs just read it the whole way. Hey, let's go. Corner room looking all right. It's looking all right. All right, so BK, I'll let you know, man. Like I said to the other guy on this, we lead with respect here, bro. And I see we've got a couple people that are coming tonight hot, which is cool. Glad we got new people checking out the channel. But if your intent is to lead with disrespect and just to be toxic, you got no place here. It's a one morning thing. I don't ask a lot. I have one single rule. I don't think that's much. We'll talk any team you want to talk. We'll talk about anybody you want to talk about, ownerships, other sports, movies. We'll talk about anything here. No rules. But we're going to be respectful. And if you can't abide by that, then you show yourself to be a child. So if you want to be a child, you can do that elsewhere. It's your choice. I'll leave it on you guys on that. But for some reason, we're getting some hot and heavy guys coming tonight. I don't know why you're checking our stuff out tonight, but take a chill pill, take a relax, maybe go get a nap. I think we're a little bit sleepy tonight as some of us coming in. You know what I mean? Let's relax. Oh, we do have Bryce in the house. I thought I said Bryce, man. I'm sorry, man. I was looking all over for the chat thing there, and I couldn't find it, bro. Thank you for the $20 donation, Bryce. Good to see you in the house, man. Always good to see Bryce, and he has been so kind here, as ever, on this channel with all of his support. Really looking forward to it. Me and Bryce are going to be doing, of course, breakdowns on Friday, film breakdowns. We're going to be looking at plays, sequencing. We're going to be really dialing into, offense on those Fridays to really kind of hyper-focus in on Fleury and this offense and what makes it tick, what makes it run, what makes it good, especially the good stuff. Maybe some of the, hopefully not some of the bad. Hopefully it's all good, Bryce. Hopefully it's 14-3 type good film breakdown stuff. But thank you for the $20 donation, brother. And if you guys aren't already, of course, do get subbed up to Hawk's Eye. He's out there putting the work in right now. He had to restart his channel this last year, and it's back and going bigger and badder than ever. But let's help this guy get along even further. The Hawk's Eye on YouTube here. Get subbed up to him. He's part of the Seahawks Syndicate. We're going to be working together here throughout the season. Really looking forward to this. And a man who knows his stuff. Now, Coach Bryce Coots. I got to give you your title right, Bryce. That's the least I could do. Hello, brother. Started with 3 straight shotgun snaps. Should be interesting if they go pistol to supplement the under center stuff Milroe might not be comfortable with. This shall be interesting. Yeah, both me and Bryce at times have to bite the inner part of our lip a little bit in regards to this subject at hand, just a tiny bit. Quick handoff here. They didn't get back before the commercial break got through. Got every last commercial in, but we do have a flag on the play, which looks like it's going to be holding against Seattle. It is holding against them. So penalties right out the gate offensively. Boy, is it sloppy out the chute. Nice run play goes for naught there. What do we have last week? I believe 13 penalties was the flow last week there. Be right back with you on that, Bryce, too, by the way. So all the way back into the shadow of their own end zone. Stack front from the Chiefs. Shotgun look here for Milroe. Drops back to pass. He's looking. He's going to go over the top and find a man for a completion and a first down to Cody White. Woo! That's the type of throw that has you holding your breath late in the pocket, traffic bearing down in around him. He just kind of throws it up into the middle, up for Cody White to go climb the ladder and go get. My receiver's bigger than your cornerback, and he can jump higher, and that's just what Cody White was able to go up and do. Cornerback for the Chiefs is still down on the play after it, but a hell of a catch and a hell of a throw. Boy, calm, cool, and collected with Jalen there and sitting in the pocket because that pressure was getting closer and closer, and he was giving time for that route to develop. That's a slow developing route that needs a little bit of some moments there to get going. Joshua, I love you, but your I understand, Joshua. You know, the thing with this is that Megan's got a tough job at times, and it's always hard to run these mods with people that come in hot, and you're trying to pair off that. People come in with their own things for it, and it's not easy. And she does it for free at the same time. So it's not easy doing this mod stuff either with this stuff. So just I would ask on that to be patient with it. But two guys that I point out coming in tonight had nothing to do with my mod. I can see right out the jump that they're coming in hot. So that I watched those people coming in, commenting and just going through, and they were obviously coming in with an energy and a spirit, which I understand there's plenty of these folks out there, but it's oftentimes not provoked. You know what I mean, Joshua? Oftentimes stuff comes in and it's different than that. Must be a full moon or something tonight. I appreciate that, Chris. And you got a welcome spot here, bro. So as long as you're at that, I think we laid it out pretty succinctly. So I appreciate you on that. Just all I ask. Again, understanding we got a lot of people that come in real hot, trying to just kind of disrupt things. That's what they want to do is be trolls. It's the modern troll behaviors. Everybody wants to come in. Not everybody. There's a section of folks that come out there that just want to come in and set fire to stuff. It's like the Joker line. Some men just want to see the world burn. Some guys just want to come in and mess with other people's good time. So it's like, yeah, we're going to be sensitive to that. We're going to try to keep that not to be the case at times. We live in a world where at times people will poke you in the back. Poke. What am I doing? What? I'm doing something? Yeah, you're poking me in the back over and over. Huh? Okay. All right, back from the injury. Shotgun look here for Jalen Milroe. Handoff inside to Jarcadia White. Nowhere to go. Penetration catching him in the backfield around the throat there, around the shoulder, and pulling him down. Backside of the defensive line there, got over to the running back there. Yeah. That's tough too, because you're asking your guy going laterally. Not tough on your guy, but that's tough to miss that block because here, and Peter Wood's going to be maybe a good player for them, of course, second round pick. Very, very talented kid. But your guard there gave very little effort on that play. Dropping back to pass, quick throw by Jalen back over the middle. He's got Elijah Arroyo here open and running down the middle here. Finally brought down, falling over the top of Montario Foster there after the catch and run. Elijah Arroyo with the catch again showing up here in the preseason. 3 wide receiver look. Back under center here is Milroe. Hand off to Jarcadia Wright. He'll be wound down here for a 4 or 5 yard gain. Seahawks have an offense moving. Jalen gets a little bit of confidence on that one throw. Comes back over the middle there. 5:17 to go in the first quarter. 0-0 game. Yeah, I think Arroyo's going to supplement some of Bubba's role too there, Bryce. You can see how they could there, for sure. 3 wide receiver look. Milroe dropping back to throw. He's going up over the top. He's feeling good, and he's got a man there. And I can't tell if it got knocked away there at the last minute or just a drop. I think he might have gotten an arm in there, did the corner. It was tight coverage. No, he knocked it away. That's a good play by the corner there. See, that's one of those ones where, Bryce, you're in the chat here where it's like, man, just you put the ball up into the back corner of the end zone and you give your guy a chance to go get it or nobody. You know, that's where shotgun look, 3 wide receivers to one side of the field. Quick snap here by Milroe. He's going to get the ball off. It's tipped. It looked like as he was in the act of throwing there. And so that will be incomplete. But that's one where a lot of quarterbacks will throw it this way with that touch where they just sort of are trying to kind of put it on him. Logan Brown's having a rough game out to shoot here. He's the man that allowed the pressure there. Ball to get tipped. Pressure on the backside, tip to the front side. And this will be a field goal attempt for Jason Myers, and not a short one at that. 46 yards here for Jason. The kick looks up and good. So Seattle will take the lead. But that's really the difference. And a lot of times you see these guys throw these deep balls now in this way where they're going to put it up out in front and put it right on, kind of on the guy. And then, you know, rather than put it into the back corner of the end zone on that line down in there to where your guy has a chance to keep running full speed. You see with Cody White on that play that he has to slow down, then try to use the kind of arm out technique to keep the corner at bay as the ball's coming down so the corner can't close on him fully because he knows he's tracking where the ball's coming in at. So if you just put it in the back, you let the guy still run full speed there. Right? And I know Jalen's trying to throw that with some touch, but Mark, thank you for the $2 donation. Is it or is it Milroe more posed in the pocket? I think he's looked poised in the pocket today. I do. The throws where he's gotten in, I think he's being decisive and also sitting pretty well in the pocket. You know, I mean, he had balls of steel there to hang in there on the throw to start that drive off in the end zone because, like, he really waited for that play to develop. But a couple of nice throws, too, where he just hits the back foot and lets it rip. It's not like he's got a good ground game he's working off of here. Again, I think he had the penalty to start out this drive in the first place. Again, putting him a bit behind the 8 ball on something outside of his control. They're going to reverse field here on this kickoff return, and this is ugly. Up around the 50-yard line and then finally knocked out of bounds at the 45-yard line there. Chiefs caught Seattle overshooting to one side of the field on the kickoff coverage, and it opened up the back door for him to reverse field and go all the way back across the grain. Fielded the ball 2 yards deep in his own end zone. And just made a hell of a great cut there just to reverse field. And Montario Foster and Andre Fuller there to make sure that he didn't go and house that. Jay Harbaugh's not going to be happy about that one. Under center here. Play action rollout to the left. That ball will be completed out in space, wide open. Is the receiver there? Seattle didn't seem like they covered much of anybody on that play. Maybe thrown off completely by the play action. With those play action rollout to the left bootlegs from quarterbacks now are becoming so much more common than ever. Traditionally such a tough throw for quarterbacks, but they're getting better and better at throwing it. 1st and 10. Handoff here. Starts inside. Hey, there we go. Hubbard making a play along with Uso. Where's that Peely? Yeah, that's Uso. Uso Sumamalo making a play there, but along with it, Hubbard, two guys that haven't necessarily had the greatest of camps, but you had high hopes for coming into camps. Good to see them tandem up on a play there. Stopping Johnson for a short gain. 3:35 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks up 3-0. 2nd and 7. Quick snap again here from the Chiefs. Hand off back into Johnson again. He's making moves in the open field and getting downhill fast, and he's going to have a first down. But yeah, Mark, I think he's looking a little bit more poised up on that second drive. Sample size bit. O'Connell with a little bit of a missed tackle there on that play. Couldn't quite get off the block, got off it late, and then couldn't make the tackle. Freed up. Igbenogany with a nice little smack there at the end of the run. He kind of smack and spun him. He did a smack and spun. So smack and spin. Shotgun handoff, another quick snap by the Chiefs. Gathered up in the backfield. Just a good play there. That's Gaines, right? I think that's Gaines there. We're getting into 4-stringers here where I got to look close at them numbers. But a nice play there by the linebacker there, or edge. Dick still out on the field for Seattle after getting his interception. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nussmeier in shotgun. 3 wide. Dropping back to throw. He's going to throw it to his man over underneath, just a drop pass on a little drag route there. That's on the receiver. He's got to make that catch. Seattle just running some pretty standardized 4-man fronts here. I imagine on 3rd down, 3rd and 8 here, Mike and Aiden and company are going to dial something up dirty. Bring up a little bit of filthiness. And they're going to hit him with a screen and a first down. Got him once already within the game, though we do have a flag on the play. So maybe that's how he got the first down. And that will be a hold call on the Kansas City Chiefs there. Good timing by the Chiefs on the call, because Mike and company haven't been running many blitz, haven't been doing many stacked boxes. You got a 3rd and long. All right, now is the time to kind of dial it up, and that's the perfect time to hit it. And it did look like O'Connell got held there by the offensive lineman on that one. So this will bring this back to 3rd and 18. I'm not going to attempt that lineman's last name. I'm not. That lineman's last name is fraught with a lot of possible problems in pronunciation. Quick little completion underneath here. O'Connell's on it. He's getting drug a little bit after the completion, but they're still going to be 10 yards short of the touchdown. And that'll bring up 4th down. So a stop here by the Hawks defense. Not too shabby considering the long return to start this drive off. They've looked pretty stout, especially again considering this is not 1, this is not 2. This is 3 4s that are out here running along in this game. So you feel pretty good about what you're seeing from them with how deep you are into that depth chart. Harrison Butker out here for the Chiefs. He'll have a little chip shotter with 28 yards. And he will hold down, kick up, kick good. 3-3 game. Joshua Carlisle. Thank you for the $5 donation, Joshua. Jalen's arm looks pretty good. Way too early to quit on the guy. Yeah, I don't think that there has to be any, and look, I'm probably a fairly stout criticizer of him in some of the stuff that I've seen, but it's at every time I've always tried to hedge it to Josh saying, this isn't about tossing him now or coming to final conclusions now, or that this has to be. It's merely that at every step of the way you want to be doing in these situations is taking an accurate snapshot of where the guy's at and how the progress is there progress essentially? Are we actually seeing it? And in the case of Milroe, I think we are, even if we're not seeing it in the games, which is frustrating, but still nonetheless, when you talk to those guys last night, the syndicate, Josh, that had gone out there in person and watched this guy a couple days consecutive on the field, and they're seeing him do things that they did not see him do on the practice field and the training camp field last year. I mean, that is in itself indicator of growth. And so, as well as that, and exactly had a long period of time to play up to this point. So you're just looking for progress, but you're also perfectly okay to still give this time, especially as it goes through even potentially another year. He's on another year of his rookie contract. He is really cheap. The only thing that's impinging is having to have the extra roster spot for a quarterback, and that can be a bit of the tough part. But this is really and that ball's going to get knocked out of bounds on the kickoff by the Chiefs, which means the Seattle Seahawks are going to get this far up the football field. But as we've learned with a lot of the reclamation quarterbacks in this league, from Sam Darnold to Baker Mayfield to Daniel Jones and a variety of others, that giving these guys extra time doesn't hurt. And oftentimes you can see them rounding out things that were so troublesome early on in their career. No quitting. No quitting, man. See if you can come out here with another good drive. That'd be good to see. Let's get this running game going a little bit for Jalen. God forbid we help him out a little bit with the ground game. Thank you, though, Joshua. Appreciate you, man. Pistol look here. Condensed formation from Seattle. Chiefs matching it. Handoff outside to Jarcadia Wright. He's got nowhere to go. Just too many bodies there. You come out heavy, they just come out heavy stacked. Those are the kind of formational looks last year. You'd see heavy condensed. Defense comes out heavy, and they're matching into your condensed. They're not spreading their guys out right across the field. And then that's where oftentimes you would see Seattle off of play action with Sam be able to hit JSN down the field in one-on-one. Because there's just so much, you can see it on the telecast, there's so much field on the backside when they're going to put all those bodies down around the line of scrimmage. Seattle's going to the same look with just a yard gain on the last run. Again, condensed 13 personnel here. Montario Foster goes in motion. Play action pass. Jalen dropping back to throw. Oh man, that timing was perfect, huh? So you see where Fleury's thinking is on this. I talked about in the last play. I can see what Fleury's doing there. I'm thinking the same thing. You look up and you're like, oh, they're going to match this. Okay. Then you come back on the next play call. So I know he ends up throwing it and it's an incomplete pass. He's going to Montario and there's good coverage, but the thinking behind it was okay. The theory behind that second play call there was kind of the right one. As I said, this kind of goes in tandem to what you did last year in these same kind of situations. You know, most teams, when you're going to go that heavy, you're going to keep some, especially the cover two shell stuff, some stuff on the backside that's going to be a little bit lighter to the front because of it. Jalen dropping back here out of shotgun, third down. Ooh, strong hands by Cody White. He makes a move, another move, stumbling, bumbling, and falls forward just past the 40-yard line for a first down to finish us off this first quarter. Very strong catch there. He had a defender draped all over him, almost seemingly pulling and yanking at his arms as he was trying to make that catch. Able to gather it in and give you a little bit of yak after the catch. And how about Jalen with another conversion there? There we go, Jalen. Away. Away. I am a little laid back to you on that, Bryce. Let's go back on this one a little bit. Had a lot of pistol there out the gate. They're definitely leaning in even with the stuff over the middle on these throws. These are good throws, but of course leaning into his strength. And this is what you got to do as an offensive-minded coach. You can't come into it with a guy that's a prospect that's maybe needing a little shot of confidence to simply say, well, we're going to run our stuff, and he needs to execute it or not. You need to come in and try to build in some things that are leaning into what he does best. And you know this, of course, Bryce. You would do the same thing with your guys, but a little bit of under center stuff there with him too. I love that play action with the 13 personnel, play action, and then going to that deep shot off, recognizing you're getting the heavier fronts. We're seeing now Fleury thinking in action. He's not merely going down a diagram going this play call, then this play call, then that play call. You're trying to read through what the defense is doing because the Chiefs were bringing back up that heavier front. When it came back on that second play, they were coming back with that heavier front. Cool stuff there. But well said on your part, Bryce, and thank you for all of your support, man. Got to give them a little rhythm, man. I'm a big guy and get these quarterback rhythms. If they got to be in pistol, put them in pistol. If it's got to be play action rollouts for tight end drag routes back across the field, like we kind of saw the Chiefs do in this game, fine. Whatever it takes to get the guy kind of kick started. I don't like that high leverage throws when you're still cool and you haven't gotten a good sweat going and you haven't taken a hit yet. And I feel like there's something to that, You're awesome though, Bryce. Thanks, man, for your support. Kyle, thank you for the $10 donation. The 49ers are the drama club of the West. KS, Kyle Shanahan's car accident, Ricky Pearsall out, Ayuk drama, CMC injury, Bose injury, York arrested, Evans injury, guy arrested for faking 49ers career to scam women. Season's over for them. It's kind of getting wild. It's beyond wild at this point. And every story is like just a little different, but all of them are like, whoa. I mean, did you guys see how committed that guy was to the bit? You got to respect it after a time, how in he was to it. I mean, he was, and just counting on not one of these females like Googling, searching him or anything, Seattle's going to get the ball here at the 40-yard line. Play action pass from under center by Jalen. Just don't do too much here. Don't do too much. He's going to run with this. Jalen showing you a little bit of the legs there. He looked trapped like a caged cat there, and he was just able to hit the ignition switch and then reverse field and then go find himself 3-4 yards there over on the other sideline all the way across the way. But back over there, Bryson, monitoring this stuff. We're getting under center. We're getting play action looks from under center. So while he catered early on to what Jalen does best, this is a little bit more, I think, closer in alignment to the Seahawks offense here than what we're seeing. Get back to you on this here. Just Kyle in a sec on this. Another under center look here. Hand off to Jarcadia Wright with a little bit of cross action on Cody White. You're sort of sub-faking the fly sweep to Cody White to the give to Jarcadia there. Short little gain. Cool cross action, though. If you guys do like what you're watching today, please do hit that like button. Maybe get subbed up if you get a chance as well. Trips here to the near side of the field. 3rd down and 4. Jalen in shotgun. Ricky White goes in motion. A little bit of pressure on Jalen, bearing in, and again, standing tall in the pocket and delivering on time and delivering a strike into Montario Foster. 1st down. They've been spamming a little bit of this. It's not quite slant, not quite post route. Is kind of how it looks to me. It seems like a hybrid in the middle almost a little bit. But they've gone back to this route a couple of times to get the completion. And again, you're seeing letting Jalen live in a little bit of the strength of his abilities, which is more into the middle of that football field as far as where he's at as far as usually his best accuracy, those type of throws. Jalen rolling out here to his right. He's going to look, and now he's going to use his legs. We're going to get a holding here, I think, on the offensive line of the Hawks. Jalen's going to get taken down for just a short gain. Love the instincts here by Jalen, though, using the legs on this drive, where sometimes there's some hesitation to take the Ferrari out of the garage, as they talked about on the Hard Knocks. $13:01 to go in the second quarter. Tie game 3-3 here. Seahawks driving into Chiefs territory. 1st down and 20 after the penalty. 2-man backfield here for Milroe. Elijah Arroyo goes in motion prior to the snap. We'll throw out in the flat's going to be dropped. Or they're going to say that that's a fumble, a catch and a fumble. No, they're not. 2nd down. Oh, yes, they are. So a catch and a fumble by Jarcadia Wright. how is that a, oh, is that they're saying he threw it behind the line of scrimmage? Damn. So it's a throw behind the line of scrimmage, and Jarcadia Wright just completely bobbles the hell out of it. Ugh. Looks like you had it well blocked up and set up over there, too. That's as much the annoying part about that as anything else. All right, the Chiefs take back over. 1st and 10 pitch play. O'Connell a little bit over late gathering from his Mike linebacker position. Lets that play go for a bit. Kind of late to get there. Nice play. Chiefs have been able to run the ball a little bit here today. We're going to give inside here. Another nice gain, 1st down. First and 10, ball onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 49-yard line. They're going to come out with a 3-4 look, anticipating run, play action pass by the Chiefs, back across over to the left again there. And they do get a little short completion for about 5 or 6 yards. Catch Seattle loading up for that run. Just hit him back across the formation there. Those are such nice routes. I love them because those are the rhythm routes. They tend to be open, tend to be easy, short completions for the quarterback. Good positive play. Get you on time, get you rolling. A little leap there by the tight end. Didn't get him a lot, but looked cool. 2nd down and 5. Handoff here inside to the Chiefs. Seahawks bringing the safety down to help out on the play, but everybody up front gets the job done for the most part in there. Devin Eastern, O'Connell in on the play. That does look short to me. 3rd down and 2. Shotgun look here. They're going to run a little gap concept. Seattle's on it. Good job there recovering. That play looked like it was going to be for sure 1st down with the Marcardo, but they're going to make this close. I think they're going to give it to him based on the forward progress in the spot. Not a big run, but just enough of a run there to get the first. 10 minutes to go here in the 2nd quarter. Chiefs go back into shotgun here. 3 wide. Play action pass. They're going to set up the screen play. They kind of catch Seattle again. Trying to get upfield too much to the pass rushers. And it's going to be another 1st down. Screen game getting after it, man. Seahawks defenders struggling to get off blocks to get to the ball carrier there. First and 10, ball at the 21-yard line of Seattle. Play action pass. Going to rip this throw out wide. Nice throw, but an even better catch. Nehemiah Pritchett has had a couple places in this game where he's been pretty tight in coverage. It hasn't been bad. It's just the ball placement's been really nice on throws. I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to do on a throw like that. Oh, that's an incompletion. Please don't tell me they gave him that. Oh, they gave him that. What in the hell? That thing knocked on the ground and ball around. Challenge that, Mike. 2nd and 3. Handoff inside. Shard Smith, take it and fall forward. Close to the first down, about a half yard short. It looked like that. All bobbled. They're down in 1. Shotgun look here. Condensed formation to the far side of the field. Play action pass. Well set up there. First down. You got the condensed kind of stack receivers, and then you bring the receiver behind the condensed stack receivers and then run him into the flat. The front 2 guys run off the coverage. He's right there. You just need a couple of yards for a first down. Andy Reid special right there. 10 first downs in this game for the Kansas City Chiefs. Seattle's got 4. Ball on the 9-yard line. Pistol look formation. Handoff inside. It'll be a short 3-yard gain for him. Yeah, I would have challenged that from Mike's perspective. I mean, why not? You know what I mean? Maybe he just wants the clock to roll and let's get through this game. Hopefully starting units don't get off to a slow start. You're not getting any ones run this year, but I think a part of this has to do too with how late a season you played last year. You know, that these vets played a long year last year. You're hoping they're going to play another long year this year. You're kind of taking that a little bit into account. Shotgun look. Nussmeier dropping back, going through his reads, looking into the back of the end zone and just throwing it away. Pressure was bearing down upon him. I didn't see who got there. Was that Singleton? I think it was Singleton that was getting in the backfield there. I really like Garen Nussmeier here with the Chiefs and Andy Reid. It's a really good fit for him. Surprising to see a guy go all the way to the 7th round, and shows you how varied draft outlooks can be on players. You know, as you go into the final year of a college player's career, you know, where they've already done some really good work. Chiefs are going to call timeout here as there's some, looks like confusion, I think, here a little bit as to what's going on. But a guy who's looked at as a no-doubter first round pick, and maybe a high first round pick at that going into his final college year, has some injuries, doesn't perform his best, all the way down to the 7th round. You know, he didn't get into trouble off the field. It was, you know, he's the son of a coach. Just sometimes goes to show you that this stuff can be very, very fickle. Back over, Kyle. Thank you again for the $10 donation, man. And it is so wild how all this has been so varied from the Niners, with just all of the, just as you say, drama and just weird. What happened? Who did they do? And scamming women after the thing with Jed York the other day. Go, okay. It's a bit of a carnival ride over there, down there in San Francisco. Shotgun look, 3 wide. Nussmeier hitting the back foot, letting it rip. He's got a man, but a great play out there in coverage by Nehemiah Pritchett. And I think he's actually played a pretty strong game. He's given up a couple completions where he's been right there in coverage. Once again, right there in coverage. Gets his hand right in there and makes a play on the ball nicely. Very well done. Very well done by Nehemiah. So the Seahawks are going to hold them to a field goal attempt. Chiefs get their share of first downs in this first half, but not a lot of points. The hold is down. The kick is up. And good. 6-3 Chiefs. Appreciate you, Kyle. You're awesome, brother. Bank Rail Priest. Thank you for the $2 donation. With 2-2, my goat coming back. Sign Xavier Brando. We're not putting that bad juju in our building. I got my eyes set on Wes Bailey. I want to break Jake's heart, man. I want to break Jake's heart again. Props to the Rams, though. He's on a vet minimum deal. You paid the guy $9 million last year. You're getting him back on a vet minimum deal. He's going to be the first guy off the bench for you as a wide receiver, probably, if you got to bring him out there for, you know, you need somebody who's going to win, you know, to some degree. So I look at it and go, it's part of what I've hammered your Rams team about, of course, is like, get your depth better. Upgrade this depth, you know, get this improved. And yeah, I think that this is good on your guys' part to reinforce that, even but just slightly. That's better than Whittingham. That's better than Xavier Smith. That's going to be better than Daniels this year. And if you can do better, do it. Especially when you're talking about a vet minimum deal like this one. So I like it. And I'm not a big Tutu Atwell guy. I'm famously the guy that nicknamed him Poo Poo Atwell because he weighs about as much as a baggage. But that's a whole nother conversation for another time, Banker. It's a whole nother combo for a whole nother time. Appreciate you though, brother. Lucid, Brandon, are there Seahawks playing any starters? I'm working, so I can't read the chat, but I'm listening. No, not at all. You're not even playing really true blue all the way down the line second stringers. There's a second stringer here. There's a second stringer over there, but not even all the way through on that. So kind of varied on that. Like how McVay runs more in the preseason than the actual season. Like, stop taking the gummies. Hey, I think run heavy McVay is the scariest version of McVay, Banker. Yeah, Diggs played until this drive. Maybe they took him out at that point. He gets that pick. You're probably going, that's good enough. Short kickoff here at the 10-yard line. Field brought back by Henderson. He will be smacked in the face there, just crossing the 30, and he will be brought to an immediate halt at that point. Yeah, Martin, that was a great pass breakup by Nehemiah. Seahawks, I don't envy Mike on the decision he's got to make on this cornerback room. Because Igbenogany's looked pretty good, too, throughout camp and in these preseason games. 6:07 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks take over here with Jalen in shotgun. He drops back looking deep. He wants to go big game hunting, comes back down underneath here. Gets it to Nick Callerup for a completion and a nice little run after the catch for a first down. Very nice there. Jalen wanted to go deep there, came back down to the check down, threw a nice accurate throw. We are seeing the best version of Jalen Milroe we've seen so far of any of the preseason games. So that part is cool here out the rip. Callerup, another guy that's going to make this roster. 1st and 10, Jalen back under center. Handoff here to Jarcadia right, lowers his head there, not sensing a hole, and able to bust through a little baby one for about 2 or 3 yards. Shotgun look here for Milroe. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He goes for Elijah Arroyo. Arroyo lays out for the ball, lands on his hand awkwardly. He's clutching at his hand. Pass interference on the Chiefs is going to be the call. Of course, we got to get a look at Bieniemy right now. Our guys may be injured, but let's look at Bieniemy. Let's talk about Bieniemy. Bieniemy. Okay, he's still on the field, so he's hopefully okay. Instantly started reaching for his hand post play. Ball into the 42-yard line here. Under center is Milroe. Play action pass. He's got pressure. He gets just destroyed from behind. Ball is fumbled, but luckily picked up by Logan Brown. Backside pressure. Milroe never saw it or felt it. Flag on the play. Looks like it's a hold on Seattle. The Chiefs will no doubt decline it. Take the loss on the play. Milroe just got absolutely drilled. That was like an old school 1985 Sports Illustrated Hard Hits edition backside hit. Yeah, like even my cat was like, what, that was crazy. How do you lose that bad? Did he expect he was getting chip help? Oh, Jalen. Or not Jalen. That's not Jalen. That's Arroyo. Arroyo's the chip help on the play. You've got to force it back into your tackle's hands. You got to force the edge back into the tackle's hands. And he went too soft and he allowed him that path. Handoff inside out of shotgun to Jarcadia. So Elijah's just not strong enough in pushing him back in on. You want the chip to force them back onto the corridor path to the tackle. You know, they're trying to go wide, they're trying to grab that edge. No, I'm going to knock you back into that path. I don't have to sit there and hold up in the block one-on-one and pass pro, but I've got to hit you and put you back in front of my tackle. So my tackle, who will probably struggle to climb that far to that deep to get to you, can now get back in on this. And when you allow your outside shoulder to kind of get claimed, you allow yourself, you know, not to push him back inside and still take that edge, you're not providing any help. 3rd and 17. Shotgun look again here. Milroe looking. He is under pressure. Pressure is bouncing. He's going to try to run for this here, and he's going to run out of bounds. Far short of the first down, gain about 7 or 8 yards. Those tackles, when that's occurring, you know, remembering they're anticipating that chip to send the guy back inside. So they're going to be a little bit softer on that outside shoulder, expecting they have help on that outside shoulder. And, you know, when you don't, that's where those plays go to hell. A lot of manufactured stuff here for Jalen in this game from Fleury, necessarily. You know, it is a lot of, boy, Michael Dixon did a good job of getting off a quick punt there as pressure was mounting down. Special teams having a little bit of a day here to a degree. That was close. I'd like to see a little manufacture. I mean, I love seeing Jalen doing some of the stuff here, but we are with degree of difficulty stuff here. A little bit more of some easier passes in space, manufactured runs maybe built in here. We've seen the Chiefs hit us with some screenplays. I would say Fleury can do one thing right now is anticipate off of that last series. The Chiefs are really getting upfield here in a major way. It's not even about even blitzing. Their pass rushers are getting upfield heavy. Hit them with the screenplay now. Back them off on that. You know, these are the type of things that can help out a young quarterback. And, you know, they are basically asking him to just basically execute the base offense, which is cool. And that you're not putting training wheels on this thing. But 2, training wheels at times aren't the worst of things to give to a young quarterback. And Fleury hasn't been bad necessarily. Just he can help a little bit out of this where you're 3 points into this first half. You know, can help yourself just a little bit with this type of stuff. Yeah, our Mason Thomas there. Yeah, I saw Arroyo grab his hand. I'm like, no. Where's my button? Saw Arroyo grab that hand. I'm like, uh-oh.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Yeah, Brown didn't help the rep either, and he's been Brown will be cut after the game. He missed he missed the backside block on the run play too, where all he's got to do is just stand in front of the guy. It's all the backside block requires for him, Bryce. Just stand in front of the guy. You're going to move. He's going to be moving laterally post snap. Just get in front of him. I don't have to block him. No, just get in front of him. That's a bit too much for me. Can we make that a little easier? Hand busted. Loses block. Yeah, that might be the case, Roy. Good point. Definitely need to feel a little bit of that pressure from Milroe. A little bit of times quicker, right? A little bit of the clock speeding up at times on how much time he has to kind of sit there. Love how cool and calm he is, you know. How about Dixon with that punt? He punted that with like 25% of his full extension just to get the ball off and still managed to put it at the 5-yard line for the Chiefs. Under center here is Nussmeier. Instant penetration by Singleton into the backfield. That reroutes the ball carrier, and the cavalry is there to save the day there and keep it to a no gain or half a yard at best. Uso also in on the play there, but Singleton flashing in this first half a little bit. Shotgun look here. 3 wide. Handoff inside. Boy, Seattle had the bodies there. It looked like the Chiefs were trying to get Seattle out of their kind of heavier front there in the 3-4 look. They went, with it, and they still were able to get it right up the middle on them and run it. A little late to react there defensively and getting into that run play. Just a little late. 3rd down and short here. Looks like we got timeout. Maybe Ryan should work the screen game alone because right now ain't holding up. Yeah, and that's when those guys they're getting their ears pinned back a little too much, and that's what Reed does a good job. You've seen him do it in the first half of doing is he mixes his stuff in. So you're always got to be a little bit of thinking about that screen. You can't just go full blast, and go 100 miles an hour into the backfield. You got to be ready to be coming, rerouting, and helping out if it's going to go there. Brandon said that was a perfect example of the lookout block made famous by the Packers way, way back in the day. Look out. Dixon's pretty good. Brian just read that Sean Alexander has 13 children, is expecting his 14th soon. My God, that poor woman. Oh my goodness. That's a lot. I ain't questioning her pain tolerance. You know what I mean? Ram Slam, thank you for the $2 donation. B, your top 5 guys you want to see make the 53. Ooh, great question, Ram Slam. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. Well, obviously Montario Foster's got to be on there because of a guy like that. You root for him. I mean, had to take the hardest of hard roads to become a player, and actually looks like he's got a little bit of juice. I ain't saying he's going to be like the next greatest thing, but there's a little bit something there. There's something he's got to him. And I think he's made it with the injury here to Bobo, but just Cody White, you can see in this game provides a certain subset of value to where, again, if a guy like that had gone down, there might have been more of a chance that was not going to be a possibility of him making the team. So he'd be the first guy. I think I'd like to see Rodney Thomas make the team. I'm of course going Ram Slams at the guys that are at the back fringe. I'm not going to grab, of course, guys that we know they're going to make it. But Rodney Thomas, the guy you signed as an unheralded free agent this offseason to a pretty low end deal, who got stuck a little bit on the depth chart with the Colts due to who they drafted and who they were sort of dedicated to playing, who's got some ability here to maybe give you something. Made a nice hit today in this game to open things up. He's a guy that I'd like to see make and be able to take over the reins from what we had hoped Bud Clark was going to be able to be. So Trayvon Diggs, I mean, he showed you today with the pick. that he provides a skill level as a corner and an upside as a corner that you don't have on the back end of your roster at your other corner positions. And if it is true that last year he was still coming off the ACL and not at 100%, and sometimes those things take 2 years, that'd be my third guy I'd like to see. Got to think a little bit harder on the next two, Ram Slam. I'll give you an answer. I got to think about it. 3-4 look, or no, four man from the Hawks. Run play right up the middle here. Seattle get the first down. Sorry, I sneezed. We do have a flag on the play. No, they're going to pick the flag up. Interesting. Seattle came out in a 4-man front that time rather than a 3-4 look. And the Chiefs were able to kind of just get after the numbers of it. They're sitting on the 16-yard line here. Play action pass. We're going to have a false start here by the Chiefs. 1:23 on the clock here for them. They've got 2 timeouts remaining. Seattle's got 3. Yeah, okay. So I'll go Cody White as the other guy. I think that he shows today that he provides some universal value special teams and can give you something as a receiver too. So not to choose 2 receivers, but I'm going to throw a second receiver on there. Ram Slam is the guy that I would like to see. And then for the final one, I mean, 1st and 15, handoff inside here by the Chiefs. Interesting call there by them. Wonder if they're just going to kind of look to kind of just take this clock out as much as anything else at this point. Seattle called a timeout. Wasn't a bad run there, about 4 or 5 yards to DeMarcado up the middle. Seattle's going to see if they can get a stop, though, and get the ball back to their offense here before halftime. So, yeah, we got 2 receivers there, Thomas, and that leaves me with one more guy. And I tell you, I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Jared Ivey because I think with Ivey, he's played his ass off this preseason. I think the edge room is really not set. That last edge, it's kind of like anybody's game. And I like O'Toole, and O'Toole's got a sack and a half, and Sharif's can be quick as hell off the edge, and he's interesting too. But, Jared Ivey is a power edge, and there's still just a part of me that wonders if not he's maybe the best of that bunch if healthy when it's all shakes free and out, and I think that he'd be the one I'd lead to. I think that's going to be a pretty fluid position, that 5th edge on this roster. Ram Slam, because we're probably going to, address it at some point at the deadline or somewhere else and trying to reinforce it a little bit. But those would be my 5 guys. I don't have much of a dog in the fight on the running back room or tight ends are set. We've got a lot of positions that are pretty hard lined right now. Off-ball linebacker, you've got your 4 in place. There's really no question there. It's kind of like you just got a couple places to kind of pick through as far as options there. Appreciate your support, though. I was on, gotta say, haven't been impressed by what I've seen from Milroe this preseason. I think he's left us wanting a little bit more. Today's been an improvement, and I do think it's been a step up today from what we have seen the preseason. But the bottom line of it is that I think many of you, and I include myself in there, want to see a little bit more. A woman can give birth to 15 children. She can indeed, if you're dedicated enough, if you're motivated enough, I suppose. How about that, Sean? Boy, 15 kids in one house. This Sean can afford a big old house. Junior can make it a sneaky wide receiver teams. Don't plan for as much in my eyes. JY5TG giving us some good info on this. 2nd and 9 here. Shotgun look with 4 wide. Seahawks bringing a blitz, one of the rare times they have this half. And that will force the incompletion. Nehemiah Pritchett again out there close in coverage, but it was really a throw that was not going to get converted because the pressure forced it to happen a little bit too fast. Nehemiah might have gotten a little contact early before the ball got there, but I don't know if that's going to be a catchable pass and how the official looked at it potentially. 3rd down and 9. Forgot on that 5-yard run, you had the 5-yard penalty. So that's why Seattle called that timeout. 3 wide receiver look. They're going to hand off inside here and just try to run the clock out and get the first down. Golly. All right. That's tough. That's tough. Hawks Nest, if you think of it, that kind of was the case with Chenna. He wasn't 100, but the last year for the Super Bowl run, he felt 100. Wasn't 100. 100%. Yeah. Because, he had that injury he was still kind of coming back off of. And to your point, Ram Slam, there was a lot of people that because the last couple of years he's been dealing with injuries that he's been trying to kind of work through, and like seems to get healthy but not quite healthy. They're going to go back and try to review this play to see if maybe he was down back. I don't know. It's going to be hard to overturn this. But that even through last year, you were really hesitant with him in training camp. He had a 5-game run where he had like a sack in every game, but he did seem and felt a little bit diminished a bit last year still. But it does feel like, you could have easily this offseason, for instance, if the thinking was from Seattle of like last year, you're going to give him that time to get healthy. If he wasn't going to get healthy, then get to this offseason, then you could save a lot of money by moving off his contract, go get another edge and put him in there. But instead you ran back with Uchenna again. I think in part because the team has confidence that he's going to get back to that near 100% kind of realm of things. And that it just sometimes takes on some of these injuries that time to get through it, that you can technically not be injured, but you've got to like rebuild some of the ancillary muscles and get all of the kinks out of the system a little bit when you got those major injuries, or have them fully kind of set and get healed up. So the first down will stand. Ball here up at the 26-yard line with 46 seconds to go here in the first half. Chiefs up 6-3. Nussmeier dropping back to throw out a shotgun. He's going to complete on a little stop route to the wide receiver, who will run it forward here for close to another first down. We do have a flag on the play. Did he create a little bit of, yes, he did. Offensive pass interference, a little bit of a push off there, allowing for him to get separation on that stop route. Tight end gets caught there. So first down and 20, 38 seconds to go. But I think their confidence in not releasing him with the money they could have saved definitely speaks to him being able to come back and be strong again. Hand off here out of shotgun. The Chiefs are just going to lean into trying to roll this clock out. My mind's wandering from this exciting game. It's definitely not the most action-packed, that's for sure. Oof, Mariners, Yikes, don't check the score. They've already gotten beat up a bunch of times here recently. Jeff's liking what he's seen from Milroe. He's been pretty good today. Seahawks called the timeout after that play. They're still trying to see if they can get a chance here. Nussmeier rolling out. He's trying to direct traffic out there on secondary routes, but he'll just run out of bounds instead and take about a yard gain there with 25 seconds left to go. 3rd and 14. It's like they're gonna run this. Trying to just grind this. No, they're not. They're gonna try to throw. Hey, there we go. No, it's the screenplay. And they caught Seattle again. It's worked every time, seemingly this half, that they've gone to it, aside from the time they got called on the hold on the one play where it was still successful and the hold brought it back. But works again here for the Chiefs. They hit Seattle again with the screenplay and just, I think O'Connell was the only guy that reacted to it on the field for the Hawks defense. Everybody else got caught completely off guard. They've only run it about a half a dozen freaking times. Thoughts on Rochelle and Sheriff? Sorry, I like to say Sharif. I don't know. It's funner to say than Sheriff. Rochelle was fun on a kickoff, on a kick return in the first preseason game, but he hasn't shown you a lot aside from that. And I think he's going to have a hard time even getting anywhere near to the practice squad. I think you'll have those spots probably taken up for that. 1st and 10 here, 14 seconds to go. Ball in the 36-yard line in Chiefs territory. Going to drop back and throw is Nussmeier here. Chiefs have 1 timeout remaining. He's going to throw, and that ball will be caught. Man, what a throw. Fit that into a little mailbox of a window there. A lot of Seahawks hands in the passing lanes, but just able to just slip it through the hands just barely, and it looks like it might be a good catch. 1 shin equals 2 feet. Yeah, 1 knee equals 2 feet. Looks good. And Nehemiah Pritchett continues to play a whale of a first half. I mean, there's some completions against him in this first half where you're going to see 3 completions given up in this game for Nehemiah. It does not speak the tale. It does not tell the tale of the day that Nehemiah had and how good he looked. Because these are some incredible throws that are beating Nehemiah. Like, they're really good throws, really good catches. You just sort of shake your head, but I don't look at these as indicative of him not being where he needs to be in coverage. Sheriff's a little bit more interesting, Ram Slam, and the reason being is that he does provide potentially some fluidity in being able to play some off-ball linebacker. He's also unique in that you don't have really quick win guys on the roster. The guys that when they do win as pass rushers can win fast. You've got to have more of those slow burn, bull rush, collapse the pocket type edge rushers. And that means that a guy like him could be unique as an addition here to this edge group, adding that as a skill as well. So he's fun. And if he were to be the final edge guy, I could understand for those very reasons. This ball, a little bit of miscommunication there. It looked like the Chiefs were trying to run a little bit of a rub route concept there with some miscommunication and just kind of a throwaway after the play got defunct. But Sheriff I've liked for a while, man, because he does have some legitimate explosiveness off the snap, bend. He's a traditional rusher in that way. And he might have a chance at it. I think that it's probably he's more third to fourth guy in that pecking order. And it looks like we're going to have a hold here. Or intentional grounding here, on the Chiefs. And that's big because this might knock them out of potential field goal attempt range. Though with these kickers now, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, automatic runoff. Automatic runoff with a penalty there and under. Okay. So intentional ground, automatic runoff. No final play there. Hawks defense. Look, man, they gave up some yards. They couldn't stop a screenplay for their life. But 6 points. The Chiefs started out with the ball. Can't argue with the results, especially rocking second string like they are. Sheriff's fun though, Ram Slam. Thank you again for your double dip dono. So he has a good chance, I think, to make the practice squad. I think it's going to come down to probably Mike Morris-Ivy that makes probably the final edge spot on this team, and probably an Ivy and a Sheriff probably both go to practice squad. But he is interesting. He's got some fun things to him as a player. Dalton, thank you for the $5 donation, Dalton. Do you notice a huge difference in Jalen and IB? Also, we love you, brother. Hey, man, I love you too, bro. And you guys are very kind to me. Appreciate all of you guys' support and kind words here to the channel, as always, on that. And I think he is being a little bit more decisive than he's been. His ball placement is better today than it's been, where, we've seen that thing all over the place at times. And there's been some throws in this game, and especially on the in-breaking routes over the middle, where he's had to be somewhat exacting in where he puts the ball. If he had been like last week on that first interception where it's drifting on him, he's not completing those passes. And some of these have been on third downs. There have been some high degree of difficulties on some of these situations. The first couple of drives, he seems like he's behind the sticks constantly there, and they haven't been able to run the ball at all really in this first half. So it's really just been on him and his arms. But I think the decisiveness is better. The ball placement is better. The willingness to use his legs is a little bit more improved today from Jalen, and just hit that button and go. Even if it's instead of us taking a nothing play, now you've gotten us 3, 4, 5 yards in the play. That's good. There we go. So it is improved. It's not without still some things that are, discouraging a bit, but it's not as bad all the way thoroughly through. You got some good to pick from here for sure. Trayvon Diggs definitely a ball hawk, man. Definitely a ball hawk. Pumpkin's awesome and predicts 78% wins. Yes, she does. And it's an exact science with her. Absolutely think that Arroyo can take Bobo's spot as a blocker, understanding that once Arroyo is aligned out as an X or a Z or a slot, that when he gets into that position, now he's blocking the equivalent of that position across from him. A slot receiver blocks a slot corner. Outside X receiver is blocking an outside corner. And that's a different responsibility than Arroyo taking on a R. Mason Thomas, who he just whiffed on here in the second quarter. And so the degree of difficulty changes increasingly in a way where Arroyo is going to be a better blocker than a Bobo. He's going to have more size than a Bobo and more ability to be able to get in there and really grind things out. So can he do the stuff as a receiver, route running wise, and be quick enough, fast enough to operate on the outside in that way? We'll see. There's definitely those tight ends that have been able to do it, though. So it's possible. Brady still does have a big name there. I did. Got some size to it. Brando, what do you think a Daniels contract extension will be looking like, assuming we give him one? I can see for 4 years, 45 to 50 million. It looks like a steal in 2 years with the cap constantly rising. Daniels? Why am I spacing on Daniels? I think I'm having an elderly moment or something here because I'm not placing Daniels. Got a lot of names rattling around the brain, you know. Darnold. Okay. That's where you were probably going. It's like Daniels, Darnold. Okay. A Darnold's contract extension, I believe, will be a 4-year extension. You're right about that, because then with these big numbers, you want the extra year to move the numbers out, especially once you know what you have in the guy. And especially after that point, maybe you don't know as much. You're going to want to go to a Milroe guy as the backup option, like Sam's the guy. So you got no problems. You got no problems with that. I do think that you touch upon where you're going to have potentially the stickiness of this, where Sam's people are probably going to push for 60 million. John is going to probably push for 45 to 50. And so how do you broach that $10 million a year gap at that point, if that's going to be the way that this does go? And it's not even necessarily a guarantee it will go that way. I try to anticipate these quarterbacks being a little greedy, trying to grab every last dollar they can, because that does tend to fit to the type that we get. But with that said, Sam is the type of guy who might just say, hey, if we're in the range, if we're in the range of where we need to be, I'll be happy with that. And if you're at 45 to 50 and you're trying to ask for 60, we're definitely in the range. You're definitely getting paid, especially when Seattle's coming up to the table with the 4-year deal and they're not trying to short commitment you. Like something that the Packers were trying to do reportedly with the Baker deal was, we'll give you the extension, Baker, but we're only going to give you like a 2-year extension. So if you're coming to the table and saying, no, it's a 4-year commitment, no, you're going to be the guy, no, you're here long term. Well, I think from Sam's perspective, maybe he can be willing to go a little bit less for that. But again, this is kind of a rarity. So it's harder to predict that as being a thing that's a real likelihood to happen. Pumpkin does help us win. That's true. You're on it, Brian. And Bryce has been really touching on this heavily too, which I think you guys are both on it with that. Absolutely, the thought process with Arroyo is that you can utilize him in wide receiver snaps. He did so last year. He won on the outside and actually had a reception. Now it was the Texans game, and he quickly fumbled after he got the reception, but that's not the point. Let's not get caught up in silly details like that, right? He was an X receiver on that play who won on an in-breaking route. So he has done it at a pro level and possibly could do more of it. And it is something that Seattle referenced, Brian, to your point, on draft day when they took Arroyo about him being able to eat some of those snaps up on the outside. And I think it's something you're going to see teams like the Rams do with a guy like Ferguson. I think Ferguson's going to get a lot of X snaps there for them on the outside too as well. So yeah, you're on it, man. Brando, how long do you think it'll be before there's an 18-game season? It's definitely sooner than later, Martin. I would estimate that the plan I would say within 3 years. They'll announce it and let everybody have the shock of an announcement. Part of it is what I think will make it maybe hard, Martin, is that number one, where are you expanding to? I think if you're talking about getting into a place of expanding out into Europe, that you're going to have to probably expand on a multi front, meaning that like instead of just adding 2 teams, you're talking about maybe adding 4 teams. Maybe you're talking about adding a whole nother division. I don't know if it'll go that way, Martin, by any measure, but I look at that and I go, that could be the way that this thing kind of swings with that. So in doing that, that means you need to do, it's more than just expanding the schedule. It's now expansion of the league, and that's a little bit more at play. I've thought that they would go in tandem when this comes down. International teams, 18-game season, 2 bye weeks a year, that this would all kind of come down at the same time. So I would say within 3 years, but the NFL you can see is frothing at the mouth to get this in place. Definitely think we'll see them both on the field at the same time a lot, Brian. And maybe even just how about the 13 personnel looks, Brian, where you go Saubert and Barner are your inline guys. You got Lampy out there or Russell out there is kind of your third tight end H-back guy, and then you flex them out like you're talking about out as the X. I'd rather be flying an X-wing. Brandon and Bryce, if Milroe needs more than one contract to fully develop, do you want to keep him? Is he a starter in 10 years after Sam retires? That's a long time of development. And I don't know if Seattle would necessarily have that level of patience to wait for him. I don't know if definitely don't think Jalen would want to put his career on hold that long to see if he's got it or not. You're going to want as a player to have a chance to have proven you got the goods, and not have to wait. So I don't think Jalen would want to do it. I don't think it would be of interest to the team with it. There's certainly a possibility of that you have a way where you keep him on his 4-year rookie contract. You sign him to a couple of years after that. You keep him on kind of that 5, 6, 7-year period. And then down the line at that point, who knows what's going on with Sam or where you're at with it. And maybe there's more of an open door to that being a possibility. But not if you're into the 8 to 10 year mode. And as much just because I don't have a historical baseline to operate off of as a time that's occurred, where a guy's waited that long and then gotten the opportunity after the 10 years finally kind of thing. It's much more likely that this is a rookie contract situation and then you're making your decision there one way or the other. Part of the value here becomes too having him on the rookie contract that's very cheap. It doesn't hurt your cap at all. And especially once you start paying a guy $45, $50, $60, $55 million to Sam, you got to start having your other quarterbacks be a little bit cheaper if it's possible. So I do think you're on it there, Kyle, with the 45 to 50. To me, the happy medium here is $47.5 million per year, 4-year contract extension. It's basically almost a $200 million contract on a 4-year contract. You put up a 100 and hell, give him more guarantees. I mean, these quarterbacks tend to play through their contracts. So make 125, make 135 million of it guaranteed. If that's what it takes to lower down the number. And that's the way you augment I want 60. We want to pay you 45. Okay, here's how we'll broach the distance. We'll give you 47 and a half per, but we'll guarantee out 70 to 75% of the deal. How does that sound? Okay, I'm going to get my money. That's where I think, and John's done this in the past, that's where I think you can find the way to get these deals done where everybody can come away happy rather than there having to be a winner or a loser in the negotiation process. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Wu-Tang. Liking some of the progress I've seen from Milroe, but kind of wish Fleury was trying out more. Bring on the season already. Thanks for the work, Brando. Yeah, I've been overall pleased with what I've seen from Fleury. I think that we've seen some glimmers and some moments and sequences from him that give us a little bit of a view into it, but I would share a little bit of your feeling of feels a little bit more like stuff's been held a little bit tight to the vest. At least I'm hoping so. It feels like we've gotten a little bit of the watered down Diet Cola version, a little bit of the offense throughout the preseason here. And, that wouldn't be problematic. That's what you probably get in a lot of preseasons with offenses. It's just that we're really interested with this one because we just don't know what we have exactly in this OC. He's a first-time OC. It's more of like we'd like to see more of the proved stuff here once we get to game one. So it will be in question. It's going to be in question no matter what at this point. The preseason hasn't done anything to assuage those fears. But I come back to he's going to have a lot to work with on this offense. A lot of the continuity that's going to come into place is going to help him out so much, both with the starters you're bringing back all over on offense and having that staff in place. I just feel like that those are going to be two real helpful collective parts to getting him in the right direction here. And can't wait, man. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. We're just a couple weeks away from the opening game of the season. So banner dropping on the mission for the back-to-back. Let's go. Appreciate you, Wu-Tang. I share your thoughts on this. I do. Got the kickoff here to open up the second half. Fielded at the 10 by Henderson. He's going to cut upfield here and get drugged down to the 33-yard line, but there's a holding flag that'll take it back 10 yards. You guys are very kind as ever here on the channel. Really do appreciate you. If you can, please hit that like button for me today. If you can as well, do get subbed up. We're on the road to 30,000 subscribers here. You subbing up today can help us grow on this channel as we're getting there bit by bit. And it doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free, which isn't too shabby. Okie dokie. Jalen Milroe comes out here. 2 tight end look, 2 receivers to the far side of the field. Play action pass. Milroe. He's got a long time in the pocket here to assess. He's going to go forward here and run a little bit now and get clipped down after just a very short gain. Looked like he was going to get a little bit of running room there. Did a good job of stepping up in the pocket. Again, back to be a little more decisive in the decision-making, which is good to see. Decisiveness isn't just where you throw the ball, how fast you throw the ball. It's also, hey, sense pressure, get out of pocket now. Don't be too late on that sensing. He sensed it well there, able to turn that into a positive play rather than a coverage sack. Looked like he was going to get free for a little bit more there, but 2nd and 7 nonetheless. I formation look here from Seattle. Handoff to Arcadia right. Bo Stevens completely just whiffed his block out there. Defensive tackle completely snuffed that out in the backfield for a loss. Running game has gone nowhere today for your Seattle Seahawks. Stevens just whooped off the snap. Milroe needs to get a hard count in real quick. These guys are kind of jumping the snap on him a bit here in this game. If he just gave like one hut, right? And I think that could help out a little bit on this. A lot of anticipation on that jumping the snap there by the defensive tackle. 3rd and 10. Shotgun look for Milroe. Late blitz coming. Milroe. Caught off guard by it. Delayed blitz there. Well called up there by Spagnuolo. He's a smart guy and knowing what to do and what's going to give a guy like this fits where You don't bring him right up to the line of scrimmage. You wait to the snap, and then you bring him. Especially in a guy in Milroe who's kind of holding onto the ball for a little bit of extra time in his pocket at times. You can kind of know he's going to do that, so you're going to have the time for those guys to get there. 3 and out for the Seahawks here. Start out the third quarter. Dixon with the punt. Room to work with here. Seattle trying to rally around. Nice hit there. Beautiful hit there. Was that? Let's see who that was. Sheriff. Sheriff with a nice hit there. Came in. Looked like that was going to be trouble, and he came flashing on the screen and knocked him off the feet. Very nicely. Very nicely done. 13-17 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks down 3-6. The defense has bent, but they have not broken. Handoff here inside. Downhill. Good run there for about 12 yards. Rashard Smith here for the Chiefs just hit the hole. Nice little hole opened up inside there. Seahawks deep into the depth chart here. Eccles, defensive tackle Thomas. Uso got pushed on the double team there out of the hole. You can see how hard it is when you don't have the talent of a Williams and Murphy trying to hold up with that much space around you up front like that. Handoff again out of shotgun here wide. Good job on the play of stretching it out there. Still able to turn the corner a little bit at the end there and turned into a decent little gain for the Chiefs. He had Gaines there on the outside. He did a pretty good job of setting the edge. He just lost it. You know, he did a really good job through most of that play right up into the end of setting the edge, but then just lost that outside shoulder right at the end. Still, minimal gain. Rashard Smith, the fun little running back, man. Former wide receiver to the running back position. Still kind of learning the position, but he's got some juice. A little bit of a high throw there. Ball's tipped off the fingertips of Andre Fuller. He had to react to it in a blink of the eye after the tip. Drop pass there by Cyrus Allen, and right into his hands. He just couldn't reel it in. Nussmeier, ball got a little bit up off of him there, sailed on him a little bit. 3rd down and 4. 6 of 9 on 3rd down today are the Chiefs. Seattle 2 of 6. Going with a 4-man front here. Typical kind of look. 4 wide for the Chiefs. Looks like they false started. They did. Been watching that Jamarco, been watching that right tackle for the Chiefs a little bit too much, that little kick slide start thing. He tried that move there, and the refs were like, yeah, you're not that guy. We're not letting you get away with that. Big call there. Takes that back out of 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 9. A little bit tougher to go get this thing now. 12:08 to go in the third quarter. Ball on the 46-yard line in Chiefs territory. Seahawks showing a little bit of a blitz look here. 2 men dancing, bringing another guy up, dropping guys out, giving them some looks here. They're bringing it. Pressure's mounting on Nussmeier. He's going to roll to his right. He's got a man open, Cyrus Allen for the catch. Knocked out of bounds for the first down. Nussmeier just ran away from the blitz there to buy himself some time and give his receivers that time to get out and get open on a little bit of a crossing route. Pressure got supplied, just nobody really picked up Cyrus as he was coming across the field. First and 10. Hand off. And Smith kind of trips over, might have ran into somebody's feet there, fell over his own feet or tripped into a lineman's feet and fell down. We do have a flag on the play. 2nd down and 8. Hand off inside of Brashard Smith. He's gathered inside there by, I believe that's Thomas that made the play, I think. We're getting pretty deep into the depth chart here. Some of these guys, it's not easily recognizable. I didn't know. DeMarco Murray's the Chiefs running backs coach. Huh. That's interesting. 3rd down and 9. Nice play there by Seattle. Chiefs have had some headway running inside today. And we're going to get a timeout by the Hawks. McDonald's not liking what he's seeing up front there. I got a couple donations here to get to. I just want to quickly on that timeout, if I may, thank the sponsor of this show, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code today, HMA, or click the link down in the description section below, and you get a $5 winning ticket, they'll put $150 in your account. $5 winning ticket, $150 goes into your account. That is all it takes. And boy, they have so many options to choose from. You get the baseball picks, you be taking advantage of this preseason. We got football en route. So many different options. Mix and match your tickets. Just pick the games themselves if that's what you want to do. Pick the game winners on that. That's also an option. You can get in the daily, the weekly, fantasy, whatever is your flavor. Take advantage today. Put your sports knowledge to the test. Use that code. $5 winning ticket gets you $150. Right out the gate here, I've got Jackson over 1,300 yards. Jacoby Myers over 750 receiving yards. I think he's going to be the #1 option out there for Jacksonville or close to it. I also have right now Jadarian Price over 750 yards rushing on the app. I think that's an easy pick to go after myself right there. So do please take advantage. Use that code today, HMA. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. Always do remember to gamble responsibly. And yes, there are some restrictions in the state of Washington, but I am told that if you use the app, even off a network, and just pick the games themselves, that's one of the options you can pick, you're able to use the app that way. Shout out to you guys for using that code, clicking that link. And shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring the show. Dalton, appreciate you for another $5 donation today, man. And thank you to all of you guys for all of your support. Very kind of you. Do you think that Trayvon Diggs is making the roster? And does that mean Nehemiah Pritchett doesn't make it? Also, do you think Foster Jr. will make it? I do not think Foster Jr. is going to make it. So I would say no on that. I do believe that Nehemiah Pritchett would make it. So, to my eyes on this, and some of this could be impacted a little bit by Dalton. Where is Nicky Manwari on his injury? Is he, because we're kind of talking about week 1. We're really talking about the roster is always going to be in a fluid place. We're talking about what's it at as you come out of training camp, set up for week 1. And so I would just add a caveat between whether or not Pritchett's whether or not Manwari. And that's not going to affect Pritchett, but it just makes it more in question for the other guys that we talk about. So you have, to me, Witherspoon is obviously, Manwari would be obvious, Job would be obvious. I think that they're going to keep 6, in my opinion. So Nehemiah Pritchett would be one of them. And then that would leave you 2 other cornerback spots to keep. Julian Neal eventually probably becomes one of those guys. But I think right now, Trayvon Diggs probably becomes the other guy. Igbenogany's the guy that he's going to be battling it out with here. And that's the hard part about it. This is where the competition gets really tough and not typical to what you would see for the back end cornerback roster, 2 former first-round picks duking it out. But I think that's where the fight will be between Diggs and Igbenogany. And I just think that you're going to go for the upside of a bit of Diggs and what he brings, I think, from Seattle's perspective if they go that way. 3rd and 9. Dropping back to throw is Nussmeier. He's got a lot of time to look, not any pressure at all, and he's finally going to throw it away. Great job in coverage by Seattle there on the back end, not to give up an inch. And you got to give the props to this defense. It's 3rd, 4th, 5th stringers out there today. They're playing with a lot of resiliency. Chiefs have been able to get some drives moving and some first downs and been able to make some headway. And still, you look at the scoreboard here into the 3rd quarter, there's 6 points up on the board. I think if Manwari doesn't make the roster, Dalton, that's where Igbenogany, to me, then has the opportunity to make the roster. If Julian Neal is still fighting off injury going into week 1, now that will be Igbenogany and Trayvon both make it. Here's a field goal attempt by Butker. That ball's sailing to the left, and that will be no good. So couldn't quite bang it on through there. 6-3 will remain the score here. Seattle still within striking distance, and Arrowhead Stadium with an opportunity to still make this thing go. So that'll be the 2 points, right, Dalton? It'll be the Julian Neal injury, Eamon injury. And really comes down to, I think, Abignogany will make it or break it on that based on if those guys are still kind of a little bit hobbled or not quite ready by game 1. So Pritchett does, I think, make it at this point. My sense is that he's done enough to kind of hold the line on that one. But tough decision there, man. Tough decision right now for Mike to go through on this one. No necessarily easy answer to be had. I got to feel like, though, you see Diggs go get that pick today, and especially considering Diggs is not just playing this whole game as you might have thought he might have, or much of this game. I think at that point, Seattle, okay, yeah, we're good. We've seen enough kind of thing, kind of, vibe, energy sort of thing. These are all guesses, but I think that's how do you overlook that? Guy just walked in the door and he's out there getting picks. Okay. That's what we had hoped. You kind of nod and you go, okay, I think we're going to keep him. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. Appreciate all of your support. Hope we land some guys the Rams cut simply to watch Jake try and tell us the players aren't that good, even though he's hyped up all off season. Well, to give Jake some credit on this, I mean, he was with Ernest Jones like at first, no, there's nothing left with Ernest. He's done. It's not really blah, 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 blah. But I will say with Chris Paul, he was absolutely like, I hate the fact you guys got Chris Paul, so he was definitely, even after we signed him on that, he was consistent in saying, that does not make me happy. I'm annoyed that you guys did that. And I've been ribbing him for a couple weeks now about Wes Bailey, Kyle, because he's got the subtle fear already in the back of his head about this being another year where we do this again. And I'm like, we're coming for Wes Bailey, baby. We got that opening on that fifth edge, man. He's looking awful nice. So glad you're able to get him properly prepped for us, Jake. Thank you for getting that all prepped up for us. He'll be ready to go by the time we get him, You'll got a little bit of the new car sent out of there, but he'll be ready to go. You've opened up that engine. You got it warmed up. Bring him on over. So I'm all about Wes Bailey at this point. I'm stealing Wes Bailey all day, Kyle. And I ain't apologizing for it. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you for the donation. Bailey or Lampkin, I guess. Those are the two we're looking at here. All right, Milroe comes out here with good field goal position at the 48-yard line after the missed kick. He's got to throw here out into the flat. Love the play call there. That's what I'm talking about there. Come out. Let's start getting some momentum. Let's hit the reset button on this with Jalen a bit. Let's get him an easy throw out into space there from a flurry standpoint of things. That's okay. Here we go. That definitely works. Second down and 1. Nice run after the catch there. Boy, he was able to stay in bounds there a little bit. Didn't look like it was that much. Play action pass, dropping back to Milroe. Get rid of it. Got his man out in space. Nice job by Jarcadia. Keeps his feet banging forward. Knocked down at the 31-yard line. Milroe put that ball where good placement by Milroe because Jarcadia didn't get his head whipped around there until kind of late. And got the head, and finally the ball was in the right spot to make the catch and go. Good job by Milroe, too, sensing that pressure. It was right up the middle there. He held on that ball for another second. It was going to be trouble. Seattle got something cooking here now. Ball at the 32-yard line. Milroe back in shotgun. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. 2 tight end look to the other side of the field. Receiver goes in motion. It's a fly sweep here to Henderson. Henderson will take it for a nice little gain. Here we go. I hope fly sweeps come back a little bit more this year, too. We got a flag. Damn it. Hell with that. Holding on Seattle. Replay first down. Rock Lampy got hit with a little bit of a hold. Boy, that was kind of ticky-tacky. It didn't really affect the play. Okay, though. I don't know about that one. That was a little. 1st and 20, Milroe in shotgun. 2 wide. Again, back to the far side of the field. 2 tight end again. This time Lampy goes in motion back across the formation. Setting up here. Going to come back out and complete it here to Ricky White. Ricky with the completion for about a nice little gain there, 11, 12 yards maybe. Clock winding, 8:24 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks down 6-3. Second and 7. Milroe under center. Handoff here to Jarcadia right. Jarcadia tries to press to the outside, shows a little bit of patience, and able to really fall forward off that run. He got whacked and able to kind of bounce off contact and still roll forward there a little bit. Nicely done there to turn that into a decent gain. Thought it was almost a little bit too much patience there, as he was kind of giving that a little extra second there to set up, but he knew how much space he had inside that sideline to get up the field there a little bit. Well done on his part. Interesting call here on 3rd and 1. Do you trust your running game enough to try to get downhill on this, or try to get back to the pass, let Jalen use his legs? It's where you'd love a play action rollout. Tell Jalen to just get to the edge, and damn it. Sloppy just comes back into play here again as a pre-snap penalty, a false start from the offensive line. It's been problematic in this preseason, these pre-snap penalties on the offense. And when you're doing shifts and motions and all that, that can be what comes from that. When you're doing the movement like you are, guys have got to be on their dotting their I's and T's, crossing their T's when they're getting aligned. Just that really hurts, though. It takes you out of a 3rd and 1 to a 3rd and 6. I would tell Mike if I could to Brian here, this is 2-down territory. Blitz coming down on Jalen out of shotgun. It's coming. Got to get rid of it, Jalen. You've got to make a decision here, Jalen. He's got a completion here to Henderson. Henderson still on his feet, down to the first down marker. Flag is down in the secondary. It looked like he was down. Ricky White, was the one who made the catch. We'll see who the penalty flag is on. Jalen, boy, hanging tough in the pocket for a long period of time. Able to deliver a ball in the right spot over the middle of the field as he has probably about 5, 6, 7 times in this game. Fairly high leverage type throws where the degree of difficulties on these are not easy, where that he's making. And the receivers are doing a good job between White and, as we see, Ricky White. The Whites are doing great on this with being strong-handed on these catches, because these are not easy. Good job there. Henderson climbing up a little bit of the ladder to go get that, and then able to hold on as the player ripped through and tried to knock the ball out. Very nice catch by Henderson. Great play by Jalen. Props to him. Jalen in shotgun now. He's going to go with a read option. Keeper here to the edge, and Jalen's going to get home for a touchdown. Another flag on the play, though. Holding on Seattle. That will nullify that and take us back to first down. So just can't keep things clean up front here. Another penalty in this game from Seattle. Very, very sloppy. Again, last week, 13 penalties. Man, it seemed like he took his hands off, man. It seemed like he released it at the right time to me. I don't know how that's a penalty there. That is a couple ticky-tack calls in this drive that have been BS. Play action pass here from Jalen. He throws off the back foot, gets it to Ricky White. Ricky White able to catch it, turn back inside, almost had a crack at daylight there for the end zone, but it was able to be brought down to the ground. Still, not a bad completion there on first down to get that penalty yards back and get you right back knocking on the door. Yeah, I don't know where the holding call seemed like the guy had good block. As soon as Jalen got to the outside shoulder, he released as those guys are taught to do. So I don't understand where that call came in. There's a couple on this drive that have been a little ticky-tack. Trips to the near side of the field. Jalen will bring Henderson back in motion. Dropping back to throw. Had Jarcadia right underneath here. He's going to scramble out to his right. He's going to try to throw this late, and it'll be incomplete there. That's where the throw there on a decisive point is. Jarcadia's wrapping around on a little in-breaking route out of the backfield. Just check it right down into Jarcadia. right? Put it right down, and there's a defender there, so I can see him. The defender's kind of close, but if he just throws it quick to him, the defender's a little bit off, it just kind of pop right in there. Also looked like he might have had Ricky in the back of the end zone if he threw with a little bit of anticipation there, but that's a tough play. Let's not rake him on too much on that one. 3rd down and goal. Condensed look here from Seattle. Shotgun as well. Jalen dropping back to throw. He's got some time. Man open, touchdown. Nick Vanette with the TD. The man that got called for the hold falsely. That's a little bit of the ball don't lie right there, right? Like that holding call was not right. You come back and get a touchdown a couple minutes later. That's the football gods telling you that those officials should not have called that call. Ball don't lie. Nick Vanette with a touchdown. Another flag. Oh, is this a penalty? Is this a celebration penalty? Jason Myers over there like, thanks, guys. No, please make it tougher for me. Yeah, I'm glad you can celebrate. Good for you. No, I like doing 50-yard PATs. Those are a lot of fun. No, please do. No, more celebrating. No, do the extra stuff, please. So here comes Jason out. Snap down, kick up, and he misses it badly to the left. I know Mike likes the cost of doing business celebrations, but we might have to put those on ice until we can get Jason back to somewhere into more of a warmer fashion. You know what I mean? That was an awful kick by Myers. He missed that so bad, it was like, it almost felt like the ball tried to go back the uprights. Like, I'm not supposed to be out this far to the left. I hope we're not in for one of those Myers years, Duran, but you might be right. You might be right, man. Addis the Gamer, thank you for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thoughts on the Mariners right now, Brando? Dan? You're going to make me go check the scoreboard. Somebody told me not to, so I didn't check it, but I'll go get ready to watch my eyes bleed here. Down 8-1 to losing to the Blue Jays. I know I feel the Mariners' pain, Addis, and I know that the Mariner fandom is really impatient with this team right now, and that it's taking a step back this year after not really fully realizing their steps the past couple of years of really getting to where they seem like they had as a potential to go, and that this year felt like the year that this should happen. I do feel like they are spending more and more than they ever have. Should they be spending even more and doing it? Maybe, but I think that they've done a good job of stepping up to the plate and being willing to put their wallet out there a little bit here. Which is the part that makes it harder for me on this one to simply do what a lot of Mariner fans are, which is just crushing the organization and going into Poto and saying we've got to, we got to do this and we got to do that. And we got to get rid of Dan Wilson. And I find myself a little bit more in the situation of saying like, I think your process has been a right one. Poto came in here and reset this minor league system with Seattle. Like, don't forget, he walked in here and this thing was in shambles. And he's turned it into one of the strongest ones in baseball. And young guys are developing and coming onto the scene. And would love it to have it faster. Sure, we would. But is it happening? It is happening. And sometimes it's just not your year. We've had a couple of magical years the past years with the Mariners that have just fallen short, that have been pure magic. And this just wasn't that magical year. And that's baseball. Sometimes you just can't get the chemistry right. You can't get the rhythm right. It is what it is. I don't always think it means that you got to start clearing the deck and firing everybody like a lot of people are calling for. So I get the disappointment. I share it. I think baseball is heading for a lockout, which gives Seattle an opportunity to get even more of an even ground with everybody across the sport. I think, like, for instance, even if the Mariners were better this year and winning this division and 5 games up over 500 and barely winning the division, that's still a team that's going to go beat the Dodgers? Hell to the no. Is that a team that's going to go win the World Series? Probably not. No way. So you do come down to it to me, and I go, I feel a little bit more patient than others do on this situation, but I do get where Mariner fans are a little bit like, win. This kick is going to get driven into the back of the end zone here. and it'll bring the Chiefs out at the 35-yard line. Nussmeier continues to come out for the Chiefs at quarterback. And we'll see what they can do. Seahawks defense done a good job against him. So I get it, but I find myself in that camp of it. The future is bright with the farm system. Young guys like Cal and Julio still have a lot more great football ahead of them. You've got a lot of young players coming on this year. Cole Young, Emerson. So I'm in a place where I feel pretty good about where we're at with everything, even though it hasn't been the best of years. It sucks, but I think that there's a light at the end of this tunnel. Handoff, quickly brought down in the backfield. Good job. Marvin Jones Jr. jumped all over that play. Man, he snuffed that thing out from the rip. Very well done. Thank you, Addis, for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate all of you guys. You guys donated as well. Many of you just as well, members of the channel. Appreciate you out there. Joshua, Mark, Kyle, also members of the channel. Shotgun look here for the Chiefs. 2nd and 9. Handoff inside. Oof. Nice cuts by Brashard Smith, man. Really good use of vision there where he just made some very precise, exact cuts at the right time there on that run to just kind of keep working his way, worming his way up the football field for a nice little run there. Feels like the Hawks' run defense has really been sort of gouged a little bit at times today, but it's really not been that bad. It feels that way. Throw here out into space here to the tight end. Play action toss there. Second down and 4, 6-yard gain. 3:50 to go here in the third quarter. Pitch play out wide. Seahawks string it out wide nicely, and a couple defenders are there to go make the play. Let's go, guys. Very nicely done. Good combo tackle there on the sideline. That was just very disciplined play by Seattle. Stretched that thing wide, gave him no gaps to cut that thing back, pushed him to the outside, then made the tackle in space. You love seeing it. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Third string defensive line is not so great. Yikes. It has been like that was kind of back into my reference. Good timing for you on that comment, and thank you for the donation, because you do look at it and it's 27 carries for 134 yards and 5 yards a carry. But you do look at the bottom line of that is that 6 points on the board, and that you're right. I would say it's at times even the fourth string defensive line. And I think that the important part on this is it comes back to this particular area of the team in this game. Like this spot, we do have an injury to a Chiefs player, so we'll go to commercial break. The important part of it, I think, here is the understanding of looking at the players that are those defensive linemen you talked about. Totally agree with you. Totally think that those are linemen where it's like Uso and Devin Eastern and some of these guys, like, oh, are these guys even going to be practice squad guys? Maybe. They're right on that. Are these going to be guys at any point in time that have any bright future for Seattle or are likely to be playing a lot for Seattle? Probably not. No way, shape, or other. Even a Brandon Peely that's essentially actually a functional guy that's not played today that you're just kind of putting on ice because I think he's made the roster. He's better than these guys, and he's going to be a guy barely getting any snaps in the best case scenarios for him as far as how much usage he gets being on the roster. So you're right. You're giving these guys the run. Part of what you do at times when you're signing undrafted rookie free agents or bringing guys onto your team with agents and saying, we'll bring him here, is that you're asking them or you're telling them we're going to give him a good chance to play. We're going to give him a chance to earn and get his spot on the team. But you're also going to tell the agent that we're going to give him run in the games. We're going to give him an opportunity to put his game film out there so other teams can be attracted to him if we're not going to keep him here in the long term. And so some of that is your commitment back to the player that you promised and saying, yeah, we're going to give you that time to show out a little bit there. But it's been a little bit of a rough road with the defensive line, 125 yards here on the ground here through 3 quarters. But boy, they've gotten stout, man. It's the old bend but don't break. Just get stout right at the end and keep them out of the points. Get the pick down on your side of the field, be opportunistic. Get a little more coffee. I'll be right back, folks. running back, leaves the field for the Chiefs. Quick play here. Stopped. Boy, the cameras on this at times during this telecast don't get back to the action in time. They're in the midst of talking a story on the sideline. They don't get back to it. So Seattle got to stop there on third down. That thing where they play commercials right to the last second and the play starts mid-play as they're coming back from commercials, that is very annoying. And then they don't even give us a replay of the play. Great job, Chiefs telecast. Banger job. It'll be a punt here for the Chiefs. Fair catch call at the 14-yard line, where he will receive it there. Let's see if Milroe's got a little bit of momentum he's working off of here. Boy, NFL sure gave the Chiefs a soft little pillowy landing of a start to the season, didn't they? Denver, Indianapolis, Miami, Las Vegas to open up the season. That's a feathered pillow a little bit there. That's goose feathers right there. All right, we got a 21 personnel look from Seattle. Milroe found a man there. Looks like he was able to target the receiver, just wasn't able to reel the ball in. Good job by Diggs there. Again, the ball placement feels like it's been on point for today. I mean, you got to catch that. That's right there in his hands. That's dead on. That's a great throw by Milroe. You got to grab that. That's Hicks, wide receiver for the Seahawks out there. Again, a guy not going to be this isn't the guy on the roster. This isn't going to be a guy even on the practice squad. But those are the kind of plays for a player like Hicks there. You got to make that catch, man. You don't get a lot of opportunities. That's your opportunity right there. Nice throw there by Milroe. 2nd down 10. Blitz coming down. Seahawks got a screen called at the right time, just can't execute it. Kind of a weird looking screen there. They caught the Chiefs coming hot, but the screenplay just could not develop fast enough for as fast as the pressure got there. Third down and 10 for Jalen. Let's look again here from the Chiefs. They bring it from another side. And Milroe just kind of just a throwaway there. It's a well-structured blitz by the Chiefs. They show two coming from one side, drop them into coverage, bring it from the other side of the formation. And Seattle just did not have the protection in place to make that go. 4th down. Tough thing with Milroe and making the evaluation of him here with it is where there's a lot of the stuff that goes in tandem with the evaluation of him in this preseason, being that the supporting cast has not always been at its best around him here. Just going back to that 1st down drop or the penalty situation, where it's like, dude, these other guys can clean some stuff up to make it better and easier for him to have some success too. And some of that's a part of this as well. Nice return here by the Chiefs punt returner up to the 50-yard line. And the Chiefs will be in good field goal position, down 9-6. 19 straight. Thank you for the $5 donation. Diggs said he was fully healthy in Hard Knocks, and I believe Mike Mack will know how to get the most out of him. Hope Arnold can play this year too. Yeah, we're going to get the next shoe to drop here with Arnold is going to be meeting with the commissioner. We got a 1st and 10 here, 2:11 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ball at the 50-yard line, exactly. From under center here, Nussmeier hands the ball off. Inside run. Gain of about 7 yards on the play. So with Arnold, I think he's got to meet with the commissioner next, and the investigation with the NFL has to culminate, which I think we should find out about this in the next week or two, and I think he is due to meet with him very soon. I'm going to estimate, based on just totally reading the tea leaves on this one, that it's probably going to be a 12-game situation. I'll give him 1 second. First and 10 here. I'm trying to get my coffee there. Shotgun look for Nussmeier. He's going to throw it out into the flat here, trying to run a little rub concept. Good run after the catch by the Chiefs player. Gain about 5 yards there. Chiefs got a little bit of a drive working. So I do think Arnold, we're going to get an answer on this couple of weeks and learn. I think it's the 12-week suspension thing, reading the tea leaves here, 19 straight, and that you'll probably get him for that last stretch run potentially. Subject to change, obviously, if there's something that breaks through on his trial or something like that that goes a wrong turn, that can certainly get even worse for him. But I would estimate that they're going to give him something finite. We have a handoff inside out of shotgun here. Running back doing a good job of running strong and bouncing around. Seattle's got him gathered up, but he's pushing. And he'll have this very close to another first down. And that will be the final play here of the third quarter, bringing up the Chiefs with a 2nd down and 6 here as we move on into the fourth quarter. With Diggs, I've always come back to thinking this 19 straight, even before this interception, which is that when you bring this guy in this late into training camp, to ask him to come out here in this way and be learning the playbook and say, okay, we didn't see enough in the 3-day span that we're going to cut you now. I mean, if you're completely bad and you fall on your face, that's certainly maybe on the table. But if the guy's getting a pick in the game like this, I'm going to estimate that he's not. And you touched upon it, and that what they said in the Hard Knocks adds up to what we understand about, let's just say, ACL injuries. I think it's this way with Achilles injuries as well, where medical science now allows for these guys to come back as fast as ever. They're technically healed. They're technically able to go play in the games. But are they at 100%? Are they maximally explosive? Like John was talking to Diggs, and they had the back and forth where he's like, I just didn't feel strong last year. And that's where you lose a guy like Diggs is a guy that relies a little bit on some of that twitchiness and that athleticism. He's not a guy that's going to be leaning on length and size at every turn to get the job done. He needs that athletic body to be kicking into gear so that, he can go out there and be at his best. And so last year, back and ready, but just not quite right, makes a lot of sense. That's not just a player talk thing or a thing, because you could say, well, that's just a player making an excuse, right? And I don't think that that's what this is. I think it does fit to what we understand about ACLs and most players coming back off of it. It's rare that those guys coming back are going to turn a Adrian Peterson-like season when he came off his ACL, where it's like, whoa, he's able to just bounce right back the year after, and he's the same as he ever was, and he's just amazing. It's like, that's such a rarity. That's definitely not the rule of thumb. Love your optimism on it. I share it as well. And I think both of these two guys are going to be in the mix for the Seahawks at the corner position this year. Arnold at some point. I don't think he's going to be out all season long. I think that, again, reading tea leaves. I don't have some background information on this, but I just don't think Seattle goes through this process, takes the heat from the fallout of signing him, for no opportunities, and without having a little bit of background information that this thing's likely to kick free somewhat at some point in time, at least this season, 19 stray. Thank you for your support, though, man. Appreciate you for that. Joshua, I see you got a dono too. 1 second here. Josh Garlisle, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, man, and also for the support above. I know you dropped a dono earlier as well. I have long loathed This ref crew. This has been the worst officiated game of the preseason so far. Like, for the Hawks, at least. Shotgun look here, dropping back to pass on 3rd and 1. He's got a man open there in space, completes it. Seahawks look like they brought a little bit of a blitz there, and Nussmeier was able to throw it into the teeth of the blitz there. That's what you teach him, throw where the blitz comes from. There's usually a vacated space on a guy there and an open player from where the guy blitzed, and that was the case there. I call it throw into blitz. Man's attacking, attack the area he just vacated. Play action pass, rolling out to his right is Nussmeier. He whips it in there for a completion. We do have a flag on the play. Interesting flag there. And is that a helmet to helmet? Oh my gosh, this ref crew is touchy as shit. Golly. They're going to call that a helmet-to-helmet hit by the Hawks. Joshua, good timing on your donation, right? Come on. Give me a break. What are you talking? This is why that stupid, those rules this year, the rule stuff that came up this week is so stupid. You get calls like that. Handoff inside. He's pushing the pile. Gain of 2. Just a BS call. This ref crew. God, let's not get them during the regular season. Awful crew. This is just perfect timing for Joshua's deal, dude. Like, come on. Can we get one of the calls our way today, maybe a bit? That are on the line at least? Yeah, there was no helmet at all. His head was completely out of the hit. And see, now the new rules go that right there now becomes one of his 3 infractions that you get on the year. And it carries over. Right? I'm sure this stuff's going to count it's going to carry over now if that guy, that's 1, 2 more and he gets suspended. 2 more and you're a suspended guy. Sounds like a fair rule to you guys? Can you see where this rule will be fraught with a lot of peril now, the NFL trying to implement this crap? Because you'll have guys now going to suspension on clean hits. Yeah, that's entirely what we want now. You know, like maybe if 2 of them are dirty, but then one of them's clean, then you're still ending up suspending them because of a clean hit. Because your officials can't see it right. Because you don't pay them for full time. Because you're too damn cheap. And your rules are absolutely insane as far as the level of depth to try to call these games. 2nd down and goal here from the 2-yard line. Shotgun is the Chiefs. Handoff inside. Seattle's got it. Stonewall that he's fighting. It's close. They keep him out of the end zone there. The half-yard line. Good job getting stout by Seattle. I got to imagine here Kansas City's going to try to. Anthony Bell right there just. Good job there by, I think it's Gaines on the bottom side and holding the legs, but D'Anthony Bell staying stout in the hole there. Smith and Bell. Thomas, the defensive tackles, made some plays this half. He was in on it too. Team effort there on that goal line stand. 3rd down and goal. 12:42 to go in the 4th quarter. Chiefs 8 of 13 on 3rd down today. Seattle 4 of 9. There's 3 calls in this half alone that have been awful, Kyle. Just absolutely ridiculous calls. And I get the fact that they call the stuff tighter in preseason to try to get these players understanding teaching tape moments for coaches and technique and how you got to do stuff. But when the guys are doing it right, don't penalize them then just for the sake of throwing penalties. And do it both ways, please. At least last week when we had the 13 penalties to our side as well, you were having the 10 penalties to the Titan side, you know, you felt like it was getting evened up in how it was being called. 3rd down and goal. Goal line look here from the Chiefs. Single back set, handoff. He's gathered up in the backfield and stopped right there. Let's go. Gaines in the backfield making the play. He got shot out of a cannon off the snap and just jumped all over him. Boy, he was on top of him instantly. Great stop in the backfield there. What a job by Gaines. 4th down and goal. Did the Chiefs go for it here down 9-6? A little bit of a tough call for them. I think Andy would go for it because even if you don't get it, you're giving Seattle the ball at that half-yard line. No, they're going to go for the field goal. Okay. The 19-yard chipper, little chip shotter. Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the $2 donation. What has Myers been doing all of training camp? I don't know. I don't know, man. I've got a bad feeling. I got a very bad feeling. Hopefully he's getting these all out of the way for the regular season. The short field goal will be up and good. Tie game 9-9 here with 12:01 to go in the 4th quarter. A little bit rough. A couple missed points already. A couple missed field goal attempts already here. And it's not exactly like our offense has been driving up and down the field in the preseason. It's not like he's been having a myriad of attempts in every different direction either here, Cameron. So I just can only hope that he's got it out of his system. Please. Please, 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 please. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. The processing by Milroe has been incredible. Indeed, he's going through reads. You're not just doing the easy button offense of what I thought that they might do a little bit today is just heavy RPO, shotgun stuff. He's going to live there on all day. There's been a lot of under center. There's been a lot of mixing up the offensive calls and what you've done. He is going through multiple reads to get to his guys. He's not just staring down the pocket. He's going through those reads with a sense of processing and decisiveness. There are a couple of moments in the game where you still have him, pancaking pity patter of the ball and sitting there and holding a little too long in the pocket and not quite sensing the pressure as he should, but it's not been, as bad as we see at other moments. It's been overall really good. And again, I don't know if, he's at every turn, everything working in his way for success either, where, there's been the penalties, there's been the pre-snap penalties. The run game has been pretty deficient for most of the game. You've got 15 carries right now for 29 yards. Milroe is your leading rusher with 6 carries and 16 yards. And that's the other good part of it, using your legs as well. I wanted Milroe to come into this game and understand you're playing today. You don't have to go get 50, 60, 70 yards rushing, but I want you to use your legs about 6 to 10 times a day. That needs to be industry standard for you, Jalen. So a lot of good things to turn over here from Jalen's performance. 14 to 22, 188 yards, 105 rating, 1 touchdown. A lot of good things to turn over in his performance today. And that's what we wanted to see as much as anything else. Just give us some encouraging stuff to build upon here in this final preseason game. And he's done that. Absolutely. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, man. Seeing our quarterback get outplayed again by another rookie. Also, that third cornerback spot is Diggs to lose, in my opinion. Look forward to not seeing Milroe again. I think I don't think he's setting the world on fire, and you got 9 points on the game through 3 quarters. It is what it is there in regards to that. But again, context, there's a lot of things that go into this. He's got no running game to work off of. He's got pre-snap penalties through the wazoo that have little to do with him. And still playing efficiently, no interceptions, no turnover-worthy plays. I think there's been improvements here. I still can understand, that you've seen enough in his play and that you may not be that same spot with him as far as that goes, but I get that. And again, it's not without some blemish here too. There's plenty to pick upon in this game, but I felt like there's some things to build upon here too on that, Jeffrey. You're thinking Diggs is going to take Job's spot, huh? Could get interesting there. Could get interesting. And one of the parts about having so many former first-round picks with that type of potential is that you never know. That's why you want to build that room as strong as you possibly can. 1st and 10 here for Jalen. He'll hand this off to Jarcadia Wright. Tie game 9-9, a little 4 or 5 yard gain there. Off tackle. But might just be, man. I love these additions we got in Diggs and Arnold, and we got another flag. This is what I'm talking about. This is the hard part to me with Jeffrey on the stuff with it. It's like, okay, now you got to hold. Now you're back in 1st and 20. It's like not the, oh, wait, no. It's on the, sorry. Oh, hold up. It's holding on the defense. Okay. No. There we go. It's holding on us. Officials got. What is going on with these officials today? They don't know what's going on right now. They're walking around, stopping the action. They're walking back out. So it is holding on Seattle. Condensed look here. Under center is Milroe. Handoff to Jarcadia right. He puts his head down 2 yards. So it's like, this is where we come to me on this a little bit, Jeffrey, where it's like, yeah, and I understand where you're coming from completely. This stuff's also been at play here too, where it's like you get a good run on 1st down for 3-4 yards. You're into 2nd down and short. Now you come back and you get a hold, and now you're 2nd and long. Now you get a run play for no yards, and now we're into a 3rd and forever, and Jalen's got to make a miracle happen. Like, that's also the degree of difficulty this is placing on him is not the best either to the other side. As we kind of look at all of these things with it. And that part sucks about this. Another penalty. He completes the pass. This is going to be a 1st down, but we're going to get another flag here. The penalties have just made the offense non-functional. It is what it is. They're making the offense non-functional. It's just gotten to that point. Ten penalties and 70 yards. 2nd and 13. Bubble screen out in space here on a tunnel screen. And that'll go for about 4 yards, and that'll be that. Another flag on the play. This is painful, man. Can we not have a play with no flags? But get this game over with, please. I'm good on this preseason has been one of the more painful preseason games to watch. I mean, these games are just like dentist chair stuff. All right, 3rd down and 8. I guess we got the benefit of that penalty. And now another pre-snap penalty. False start by the Seahawks. Oh, my gosh. Knowing the snap count's hard. What's the snap count? What? It's on 2 or on 1? So many of these guys have struggled with just knowing the snap count. I would love to know back from the coaching staff, and a question I think would be great if Mike could be asked about this preseason is, why are your guys having so much of a hard time offensively of knowing the snap count? Like, they're jumping and they're not aware of when actually you're hiking the ball. Like, aren't they supposed to just be looking back to the ball anyway? Like, what's going on? Not a bad throw there by Milroe. Going back to Hicks again, who has 1 drop in this game already. Put it there in his hands. I don't think it's going to be a 1st down even if he catches it. But a bit of a drop there too. Still not able to reel it in on that one. But sloppy all over the place here offensively. Jack, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Says, I'm blind. I'm deaf. I want to be a ref. Good God, man. This one's been rough, and it's getting worse here as the more this game goes along. Come on, guys. It's getting a little ridiculous here. Punt here by Dixon. Medium punt there, but he does put some air under it, where it looks like I think Fuller is able to come up and make the play right after the catch on the punt. And that'll bring the Chiefs back out onto the football field. Yeah, your donation was well timed too, Jack. Golly. Please let's not get this receiving. No ref. This ref crew can stay in the AFC this year. Let's keep them out over there. Sandman, thank you for the $5 donation, Sandman. I appreciate you for that. I'm in a dynasty league, and call me crazy. I'm taking Price over Love. Fire. Go Hawks. Hey, I think that's a good pick, man. I've got a bet with Mike this year. We haven't determined what the details will be, but I've got a bet with Mike, AZ Sports fan, over there on the round table that I think that as well, Price is going to outproduce Jeremiah Love this year. I think he's going to have more total yards. I think he's going to have more touchdowns. Love might have him beat as far as receptions go because they're going to use him a lot in that area of the game. But I think that at the end of the day, I think Love's going to be far short of 1,000 yards rushing this year. I think Price is going to be right at 1,000 yards, if not a little bit over the top of it. So that's a good pick on your part, in my opinion. And if you got 1,000-yard back on your fantasy team, like you're on the road, you're on the right road. That's a place where a lot of those fantasy teams go wrong, where you're the guy that you got to be the 1,000-yard, 1,100-yard, 1,200-yard back, and he's getting 500 yards. He's injured. He's beat up. He's not getting it done. That can sink you, man. It's hard to find those backs sometimes that are just nice and consistent. Receivers are a lot easier for me to find at times. At least that's just my history on it. So I think that's a good pick, man. I've been pounding this drum. I think he's going to be more productive this year than Love, and maybe even more productive in the long term as well, because Love's going to a situation where he's going to have a lot of stacked boxes. He's going to be playing from behind a lot. It isn't exactly the condition set up for a lot of tremendous running back success out there in Arizona this year. MJ Seahawk, thank you for 43 months. That is a long time of support here on the Hawks Nest. Again, one of my OGs here on the channel. 43 feels like I have been BSing longer. Go Hawks. Now, I know sometimes people might have been early on. You got to cut off, because I agree. I think you've been with me much longer than that. You're one of my 50-month folks. But thank you, man, for your long-time support. And it's been a hell of a ride having you on here with me for your long-time supporters of the channel. Been rolling with me from almost day one here. It's been a hell of a run with us, man. And I think we're gonna have a great year again this year. But the channel's gonna be doing some really nice things, I think. Big plans. And I love you been rocking with me for all these years through that time, MJ. Go Hawk, man. Definitely longer than 43 months. You got to be up in the 52, 53-month area at least. At least, man. Quick snap here by Nussmeier. He's going to find his man here on a little bit of a crossing or an out route there. First down catch. Flag on the play. Well, okay. We're finally getting some flags back to the Chiefs. All right. You guys are calling it somewhat even. I want it both ways. You're going to over-officiate it. Just make it over-officiated both directions. $9:39 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks and Chiefs tied up 9-9. Milroe's looked all right, Michael. He's looked improved. Better version of Milroe than what we've seen in the past couple of games. Absolutely. Absolutely. First down and 19 for the Chiefs. Nussmeier tries to throw this out into the flat. That ball will get knocked down by the edge. Second down, 19. Props to the defense today, man. They played with some spirit, some fire, some fury, resiliency. Second down and 19. Shotgun look here. Handoff inside out of shotgun. Ooh, good job there. Is that Thomas? Thomas has played pretty well here. Defensive tackle. Some of the other defensive tackles in this game weren't looking too good early on in this game, but he's not been too shabby. He's making some plays. Third and 15. 8:42 to go here. Seahawks showing a 5-man pressure look. Off coverage all the way across the board. They're bringing the pressure here. It's mounting on in. Nussmeier's got to get rid of it because of the pressure. Seahawks are all over it. Make the tackle on a very short reception. Far short of the first down. Great job by the defense getting the ball right back to the offense. Love it. Can't imagine what practice will be like next week. They're going to probably start ramping up some of that intensity, get these guys fully ready, especially with not doing as much of the having them work out in the preseason games. Here's the punt by the Chiefs deep into their own territory. It's a good punt. High punt that forces a fair catch despite also getting some good distance on it. Take over about the 35-yard line or so. Seahawks territory. The 53-man roster will be on Sunday, actually. So I thought it was Monday as well, but I guess it's going to be on Sunday. And we will be doing a show right as the 53-man roster drops. Side. We're the last 5 Seahawks, the 53-man. Probably hard to say. I think it's the tough part about the Seatown fan becomes a little bit of Julian Neal and Nicky Manwari status for week 1. If those guys are going to be inactive for week 1, then, Igbinoghene definitely makes the roster here. That'd be like one of the last, guys at that point. I think Thomas makes it. The safety will make it, where some people had a little bit of a question with him. I do think that you're going to get Montario Foster and Cody White. Both are going to make it. And I think that the Cable Do will make the roster as well. Those would be kind of your fringe edge of the roster guys that'll probably get on through. Silver Dogs living in Connecticut, still a Seahawks fan. Lots of Schadenfreude last January, hoping for a repeat. Let's go, man. Let's go. Thanks for checking out the channel, brother. Yeah, we're not doing great against the run, but hey, results, at least the bottom line results, as bend as you may bend, you are not breaking. And they got 35 carries. I'll tell you, it's actually gotten better here. I mean, you're at 5 yards a carry at halftime. You're down to 4.5 yards a carry. They got 35 attempts. So they got 157 yards, but they're taking a good number of reps to get there. Cable Do is now Cable Do. Yeah, Diggs is definitely making it. I think Igbinoghene is now more of the question than anything else. That's the one that's a little bit. Cal from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Nachua get injured again? What's his suspension? He's got a groin injury that he's currently dealing with right now, so I don't know the severity of it, and we'll have to see on that one. Uncertainty on the suspension. The thing with Goodell is that he can kind of come in anytime he wants to come in to drop the gavel, and it's not going to always be in a convenient spot for teams. They're not going to give him always a lot of heads up. It just kind of comes through in the middle of the night. This guy's suspended next week. Deal with it. And so that seems to be what the Rams are trying to anticipate with Puka, and that the week 1, week 2 seem to be the 2 games where that may be where the suspension comes into play. But it is a little bit of you never know with Roger. He might wait a couple weeks in the season. Maybe he looks at the Rams situation and says, okay, I'm already sending them to Australia week 1. We'll put it for after week 1 into week 2 and 3. Milroe under center here. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. He's got a fullback in the backfield as well with Jarcadia right. Jarcadia makes a cut. Gets upfield there for a little 4 or 5 yard gain. Seahawks haven't been able to get much done when it's come to run today. It's been uphill sledding, to say the least. There's not many holes. Arcadia's not doing a lot to as well do anything to really break tackles. He runs hard. He gets upfield. He's a big man, for a running back position, but doesn't give you a lot in the way of elusiveness or breaking tackles. 2nd and 6. Ball at the 36-yard line. Jalen back under center here with a little condensed look. Handoff to Arcadia right. Sidesteps the first tackler. Falling forward for another gain of 2 or 3. And guess what? Another flag. There we go. There we go. That'll be a hold on Seattle, no doubt. Got to get to the point where we've got some guys getting like 3 holding calls in this game alone on their own. I'm even mad. I'm impressed you had a whole wheel of cheese. Second down and 16. Three wide receiver look. Jalen back under center. Blitz look from the Chiefs. Jalen, play action pass, rolling to his left, looking down the field. He's going to try to run with this. Gets up the field and turns it into at least something there. A little 4 or 5 yard gain there to put this into a 3rd and 10. Third and 12. 3 wide. Chiefs bringing the 4-man front. Milroe's got some time. And Ricky White's looking for a penalty flag. He's not going to get it. Throws nowhere to being completed. 4th down. It's come back to just you're behind the sticks on the penalties constantly. You can't ask your quarterback to play the quarterback position where the rest of the offense is putting him behind the sticks constantly with penalties. You can't do this with a young quarterback you're trying to develop. It's already so hard, as we've seen with this guy, to get him moving forward, where when the rest of the offense is going to be an impediment of a factor as well on top of it, it's just like it becomes too much. You're at 12 penalties in this freaking game. And we got another flag here after the deal. So just you're going to, a lot of people are going to try to unpack this to Jalen a little bit with the 9 points, but this is not going to work, guys. I don't care if it's Jalen or Nussmeier's on our side of the field being a quarterback or anybody else. Your line's got to stop getting a holding call every time. The pre-snap penalties on top of it have to stop every once in a while. You got to get to a baseline to where I can actually judge this guy and having an ability to play the position. Like, how about we get him to like a 3rd and 4, maybe, First down carry here to the Chiefs. Good job by Hubbard there to make a play. Worked off his block and got on the man after just a couple yard gain. Thank you for the donation there, Kyle. Something with the groin. Don't think it's too serious, but he is dealing with something with the groin. Ooh, let's go. Handoff on the outside zone play. Looks like Ivy was all over that thing. Chiefs tried to make that look like it was going to be a play action outside zone, that it was play action, but it was actually a handoff. Like they kind of set the lineman up like they were going to pass protect a little bit. But it was actually a run play, and Seattle did not take the bait, which is cool because the defense has gotten a little bit misdirected at times. Andy can do that to you. But a nice job by the defense of reacting fast there. Jared Ivey out in space making the play and turning this into a 3rd and 12. Defense just keeps holding strong here, giving the offense a chance. Come on, guys, hold it up now. 3rd and 12. Let's see if Mike gets a little bit of extra flavor here. Nope. He's going to go with this front 4. Pressure mounting here. Sidestepping it is Nussmeier. Nussmeier finds an open man for a 1st down. You had it contained. You got the pressure mounting quick. He just is able to sidestep around it, running a little loop game. And you ran the loop game, and it kind of opened up just enough of the front door of the pocket for Nussmeier to step up and make a throw. .42, the linebacker is covering nothing in space when he drops. That guy just stares at the quarterback and picks nobody up in coverage. He is rough. We got a 1st down completion and sent out of bounds by Andre Fuller after a 1st down run and catch, but we do have a flag on the play. It's going to be offensive pass interference on the Chiefs. 1st down. Boy, football is hard to watch with all these penalties, man. It is just, God, it's not like this in the regular season. First and 20, 3:55 to go here in the 4th quarter. Ball on the 34-yard line in Chiefs territory. Shotgun look here for Nussmeier. drops back to throw. That ball will be knocked down. Is that Hubbard? Hubbard got his hand on it. How about Hubbard? Hubbard's showing a little bit in this game. Good hustle, active hands there on that throw. Nice job. Got his hand right up in the spot. Well done. Probably going to get completed if he doesn't knock that down. Second down and 20. Five-man front from the Seahawks here. Pressure's coming. We've got another flag. Seahawks are all over and snuff that play out quickly. Well done. Very well done. Chiefs player still on the ground. Looks like we had also a hold from the Chiefs in addition to that. If you like defense, this has been the game for you, I guess. Seahawks will decline the penalty because they got a loss on the play. So this will bring up third and very long. See if now Mike decides, like, let's bring some pressure here to not even give them the opportunity to get into a place where I can let these routes develop down on 3rd and 20 to go get the first down. Let me get up. Let me take a little bit of something to them here. Doesn't look like they're going to do that. They're going 4-man fronts, it looks like. A softer coverage look from Seattle here on 3rd and 20. Nussmeier busting out of the pocket here. He's got a man over there, and he completes the ball at the 47-yard line. That'll be about 7 yards short of the first down, and the Chiefs may be into a position here where maybe Reed thinks about going for this here. Good throw by Nussmeier. That was nice. Good rip. Nope. Chiefs are going to go ahead and punt this. Montario Foster back, ready to receive here. Ball will go back into the end zone. All right, the Hawks, another flag. We might get 20 today, man. On our team alone. They were busy having a shot at Andy Reid on the sidelines, so I didn't. The broadcast has been awful today, too, as far as showing us what's going on. I'm not sure what happened. 3:33 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks, 2 timeouts left. Tie game. All you need is a field goal here. Jalen, just work your way up the field. Get your wins every down. Get a couple yards here, a couple yards there. Looks like they're wiping the flag away, whatever it was. So the ball will start out the 20-yard line here. Jalen under center with a little condensed look here. And they're going to try to run this to Jarcadia out the chute. Jarcadia looking for some room. It's got a little bit of a hole there. Gets his head pushed down to try to finish it nice. Does so. 4 or 5 yard gain on the play. Clock continues to roll. Seattle taking their time here, huddling up. It's this drive or nothing. Jalen under center. Again, back to the condensed look. 2 tight ends one side, 2 receivers to the other. Jalen rolling out here. Another penalty flag on the play. Ugly looking play right from the rip there. Receiver could just not get out in his route at all. Officials are talking about the play, trying to figure out what's what. It is going to be on the Chiefs. Looks like they grabbed the receiver. There was supposed to be a receiver rolling out into the flat, and it looked like maybe the edge there hooked him as he was trying to get out in the flat and spun him in a little circle there. So it looked kind of egregious in the moment. You saw the Hicks, the receiver, looking back at the officials like, what the F? That'll be an automatic first down on the defensive hold. Ball up at the 29-yard line. Milroe, handoff to Jarcadia Wright. Instant penetration in the backfield. And brought down right at the line of scrimmage there. Nothing working in the run game today for the Seahawks at all. Your best case scenario has really been like a 4 or 5 yard run. And there's been a lot of penetration, very little push, very little holes to be found for the running backs. Clock continues to wind. 2:17 to go here in the fourth quarter. Jalen back under center. Kind of the same typical look. Two receivers to one side. Jalen dropping back to throw. Gets it up over the top, and he completes it to Devin Henderson. First down with a big reception, maybe one of his best throws of the day right there. Stood just tall in the pocket, let the play develop. Didn't blink or shy away on that throw at all. Nice throw in the right spot there, completed for a first down. Let's go. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. The Seattle Seahawks already in field goal range after that big catch. And a nice catch by Henderson. One of the parts that you're monitoring a guy like Henderson is that he's got the speed. He's got the burst off the line of scrimmage. He's got some size to him. But you worry a little bit about the hands. And his hands will fight him on tape coming out of college a little bit at times. But there you saw, able to go up and go get that ball. Strong hands, make the catch. Good throw by Jalen. He's been very patient in the pocket and letting these routes develop. You know, he's not a gun shy. You don't see him, back there getting happy feet. It's a place that he is really good on, and standing in there tall and being willing to let those plays kind of develop. Let's go. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Says his name is still Milno. Not after that throw. It's It's not a full yes at this point. HHG is Milia. It's not full yes, but it's in a yeah. It's in a yeah. It's a ye right now. He's in a ye. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. And somewhere the Mariners are losing by 1 to 3 touchdowns. Yeah, it's that type of season. Well, if you're gonna crash and burn, Less heartbreaking than getting right up to the line like they were last year, right on the edge of busting through, and then just fall all the way back down the bottom of the mountain. Got to go down hard, Jeffrey. Go down hard. Hard. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Appreciate all your support today. You as well, HHG. You guys are just tremendously kind. Tell him, Daron. Tell him. Bo Hill, thanks again for your channel. We live in Central Eastern Washington State. We love you. I love you guys too. I have the best community here. I just really appreciate you guys for making this the place to come check this out on game days. It's the biggest part of what we do here is the channel. And, you guys can be watching this anywhere. You can be at bars. You can be at home just watching on your own. You can listen to the telecast, but you're here checking it out with me. And you will be hopefully throughout the whole course of the year. And from the bottom of my heart, I really thank you for doing that. I love doing this play-by-play stuff. It's my favorite thing to do on the channel. I'm going to be expanding it over to the Roundtable Sports. I'm going to be doing Monday Night Football for them on their channel during the season. So just want to keep trying to get better at this, hopefully, and keep you guys up to breast on the action and what's going on. And I just thank you guys for watching. Very kind of you, Bo. Shout out to all y'all out there in Eastern Washington. I got some, I've lived out that way. Underrated Eastern Washington is what I should say. Could have got a little bit out in front. You got the sideline there a little bit that Milroe's trying to throw it in front of, but yeah, it wasn't necessarily perfect, but it's more than a good enough throw there to complete it. And that's high leverage throw right there. That was Henderson made that catch, not Hicks. Looking confident, Ron. And that's what I always say about this. When I say last week, we got to take the snapshot and accurately say what we're seeing from Milroe, and it's not good. We also got to take the accurate snapshot of when there is good here in this game, and there is plenty of good in this game. Arcadia Wright, handoff, off tackle run. He's able to fall forward there for a 4 or 5 yard gain. Chiefs will, I'm guessing, stop the clock here. Is that what they're doing? And call a timeout. And that's the important side of it. You know, I mean, it's, and the people that can be anti-Milroe on this, and back to Ron's point, like, look, people can characterize me as being anti-Milroe, but I have always said with the Milroe, no matter what my snapshot of the current place where I'm seeing his performance at, I'm always under the guise of wanting to truly, in the bottom of my heart, see this kid develop and succeed. He is, by all accounts, a super hard worker. He is a guy that's all in and loves the game. You know, these are the type of guys you want to root for. So I hope he can come forward on there. And it is important for us to not just be hard on him for the sake of being hard on him, but to give him his props where it is deserved to your point. I think, and that's about being accurate in what we're seeing. 2nd and 4 here. Handoff. Nice little run there. First down, Seahawks down to the 30-yard line. Clock will continue to roll, but you are well within field goal range. Nice little run there by Jones. The Chiefs are without any more timeouts, so this clock will just continue to roll. It'll be on you, it'll be on Myers, or nothing. Can Dixon kick? Can we get a drop kick? He can do it. Come on. You know it'd be accurate. 1st and 10. Seahawks are going to call a timeout here. Play clock was kind of winding down just a little bit. Yeah, Hicks has not been impressive. Hicks is not making this roster, and he's not making the practice squad. Nicholas, the family's in Eastern Washington beat. I'm stuck out in Boise working on the Mike Ron project. Ooh, okay. Let's go. Mike Ron. Kicking some butt. I was bringing up that to my mom the other day about that. And I was like, oh yeah, I once dated the CEO of Micron. I was like, what? Back in Boise back in the day. Yeah, that's a random fact. All right, 1:14 on the clock here. Condensed look from Seattle. Penetration all over the place. That was ugly as hell. Ugly as hell. One thing Jalen does need to do a little bit is the varying of the cadence at times. I can see in this game at times Chiefs are jumping a little bit on him and getting a little bit of his rhythm of his snap. And you got to occasionally do the hut. You got to occasionally do the little bit of the, he'll kind of come up there and you go right to the snap, come up there, right to the snap, come up there, right to the snap. And the defense will get used to that. They'll get used to that rhythm. Interesting to see if Seattle tries to throw here with the 2nd and 13. You aren't technically in field goal range, but it ain't an easy field goal where it sits right now. Handoff here to Jones, more penetration into the backfield. And again, Seattle's losing ground here on these plays back to back. 3rd down will be where we're at here. And are they just going to try to have Jason come out here and kick it on that? That may be where this is going to go. So, well, okay. It's going to be on Myers or not. No overtime in preseason. So we'll see how this goes. I guess we're here we go. Woo. Woo. Let's just get this preseason over with, huh? Are we okay with that? I'm okay with that. Myers comes out. 2 missed PATs this preseason. 2 field goals missed already. Would be nice to see him make this kick to kind of silence some of the less than quiet fears that are out there for Jason here. Slight wind rolling right to left. Jason lined up right dead center in between the 2 hash marks. Dixon looks back for signal he's ready. The snap is down. The kick is up. It's drifting to the right. It's drifting to the right, and it will be no good. Myers misses the kick. If that a little bit back to like maybe trying to get a little bit closer there rather than just being happy with being in field goal range, right? You go backwards on those two plays. That ball drifts late for him kick wise. If that's in another 10 yards, maybe that he's able to make that. Yeah, that was pretty far. That was a pretty bad miss. Pretty bad miss there. And Myers, awful preseason from Jason. Not like you've been in field goal range a lot in this preseason. Not like your offense has been doing a lot in this preseason. So we finish on a tie and a less than stellar preseason period from your Seattle Seahawks as far as all the way kind of down the line. You like the defense today. They played with a lot of grit and spirit and fight and resiliency. There was times where Chiefs were able to run the ball between the 20s and make some headway there, but you got stout when it mattered, which was cool. And you continually got better at stopping the run as the game went along, which has run counter to what's happened throughout the rest of these other two preseason games where it's kind of gotten a little bit worse as the game's gone along. Very nice to see there. You kept Nussmeier pretty well in check, 22 of 34, 198 yards, one interception, a 68 rating. So do a good job on the back end. Trayvon Diggs made a play in coverage that was just exactly what you would tend to see from a Trayvon Diggs type interception. You have a quarterback stare down a guy too long. He feels the route. He feels the quarterback's eyes. He jumps the play. There's cornerbacks out there that are good coverage guys that can stay tight in coverage, that can make plays even on the ball when it's in the air. But having that innate ability where it comes back a little bit from being a receiver and just that sense of that he has in that way is why he gets so many interceptions. Very cool play. Probably locks himself up on the roster. Of course, a lot of the talk and discussion is going to be about Jalen Milroe. 16 of 26, 223 yards, one touchdown for 101.9 rating, 8.6 yard average per attempt. He's not only getting some good yards here, he's getting yards pushing the ball down the field. He's got a 40-yard long pass to Cody White, a 30-yard pass to Henderson, 24-yard pass to Elijah Arroyo. So, pushing the ball down the field, not just dinking and dunking along the lines, which was really cool to see. These were some high leverage throws, some difficult throws. There were third down and longs where he's having to fit into a spot, into a tight little window. I think with Jalen Milroe today, you did see improvement. What do we want to see at the front of this? More than I want to see touchdowns everywhere. I want to see improvement from you, Jalen. I want to see steps from you. I want to see things I can. What was hard for me with Jalen in the first two games is I just didn't have anything as far as a foundation to build off of that you're bringing this and you're bringing that to the table. This has got to get worked on. That's a little bit out of whack. Mechanics here, processing there, lack of decisiveness, like that stuff. But you couldn't come back to anything in those first couple of games or the last game in preseason last year with the Packers. You kept coming back around to like, I'm having too many things that are problematic and not enough solutions. Today, you saw more of the solutions. You see the decisiveness more in the pocket than we saw through the first two games. You saw a willingness to stand tall in that pocket and deliver and not shrink from hits or get worried. Sometimes he probably needs to be a little bit more on point with kind of sensing what's around him pressure-wise, but did a better job today about just being decisive and letting it rip. Trust in that arm, let it rip, and deliver on the spot. I thought that the ball placement was better today. The accuracy was better today than we've seen. Got to come back to, again, looking at the fact that the penalty situation was out of control. It's not simply that, the penalties are a marginal problem. 13 penalties today. You had 13 penalties last week. Most of these are onto the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, the Chiefs had a lot of penalties as well, and yeah, it hurt their offense too. I mean, that's the thing with this is that part of what I go back to you on is that those will look at this as 9 points, and they'll say, look, Milroe couldn't get us 9 points. Milroe hasn't gotten us but one touchdown in 4 quarters, but Milroe hasn't done this. Yeah, but as well, a team's going to get 13 penalties in a game, and most of those on the offensive side of the ball, that's probably going to hold back their offense quite a bit. And it held back the Chiefs' offense too, to the point on that other side. It's consistent in that way. Kind of like if I just am that bad penalty-wise, I'm not going to get a whole lot done. You put him in a lot of situations today. I would love to see what the average down and distance was on third downs today, because you were 4-11 of third down, but I would register to guess that your third down and longs today were probably 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10 plus. We again come back down to stuff where you got to sometimes look just beyond the individual player to some of these other aspects. If I ask any offense to live with 13, like you're going to be living with 13 penalties a game, a lot of those penalties be on that side of the ball, 8 or 9 penalties on that side of the ball, and you're going to live in a lot of situations where you're going to be 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, That's just not going to be a successful offense. That then goes regardless of quarterback play. That's take quarterback play out of that. And most of these penalties, I don't think that you can really put on the back of Jalen Milroe. It's like that was his fault. And you got to tandem that up with the fact that you just couldn't run the ball in this game. So I've got the penalties, I've got the third and longs, I've got the unforced penalties at times, and then I've got Jarcadia Wright with 15 carries for 33 yards. The fact that Jalen goes and has a game like this, it was 16-22 for 223, despite those things, you got to take that into account, even if you're a guy that doesn't like Jalen. That's being drawn a little bit more to the pre-established biases a bit there. And we all fall prey to this. I fall prey to this. And I fight against this on the Milroe thing, right? I am always fighting against just going, well, I had my draft evaluation of him. I had what I saw, and I'm seeing stuff that confirms that. I've got to remember to give this stuff time and remember to constantly be taking in the data for what it is, not what we want it to be, not for how we allow it to be, colored in a certain manner for what we think it should be walking into it. So Jalen was improved to Jay. Only 1 sack taken. He also used his legs today. These are some individual things that had not been coming forward in his game that came forward today. He did have to, I don't need 50, 60 yards rushing, but the 7 rushing attempts and doing so where it wasn't like he was running and was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay, I'll run. Sometimes he just clicked it in and said, no, I got to go here. I got to go take the positive play. And he did that today. So I thought Jalen did look better today and did stand out in that way, and that this is an improved version. You can give this guy time. You can afford to give this guy time. It doesn't hurt your roster holding him for another year for those people that are, wanting a decision made now. All of this we can afford to wait on and let him continue to develop. And let us remember with the quarterback position that it's one that takes a lot of time for a lot of guys to develop. Are there those quick guys that come out the chute and they can play pretty good right out the gate? Sure. But all of these rookies that are lighting up the preseason, Drew Aller, Carson Beck, right? All these guys that seemingly Ty Simpson, right, that have it right now, that seem to be ready to go right now. You put all these guys out in the regular season and you're not going to see that kind of performance. So give the guys time, give Jalen time. I understand what we've seen. I understand how rough it is. And I understand the bottom line results of 9 points and the preseason up to this point has been great. But again, it's a lot that goes into this stuff at the quarterback position more than it just being the guy is swimming or sinking and it's all on his own. It's all on him. He's either doing it or not doing it. But I'd love to hear from you guys. Let's get your thoughts on it. Let's get a couple donations I'm behind on, so let me jump up on that. Concierge with Nolan. It's good to see you in the house, man. Thank you for the donation as well as being a member of the channel. You're just awesome, all of you guys, members and donators at the same time. Just really appreciate you for that. This is Milroe, C+. Hot take, Myers has me worried. Yeah, people were asking me this offseason about Jason Myers and extending him right now, being part of that group that you would do so. And I was a little bit hesitant to do so because with Myers, if you're going to pay him after that kind of year last year, you're paying him top of the market, like $9-10 million per year. And I'm not sure with some of his somewhat inconsistency that can develop in his career at times on a year-by-year basis, that's a worthwhile expenditure. I think the kicking game is just so strange and sometimes can be a little bit all over the place there as far as these guys year to year that, paying it that amount of money gets a little bit tough, hard to swallow. I am worried legitimately with Myers. These kickers get the yips, man, and it can last for a whole season and it just can overtake things a little bit. So I hope it doesn't. You'd hope that coming off setting the points record last year that he wouldn't fall off a cliff and just be, awful with it, but we'll just have to watch out and hope and pray that this was just got him all out of his system in the preseason. I would give more, Emil, I appreciate where you're at with Milroe. I don't think this is going to be a clear evaluation for everybody where it's like we have 90% of the people that see the evaluation here with them. I think there's going to be a lot of variance in how people see his game and his progress and where he's at, including people looking at it and seeing it where you're at with him. I think that there's been certainly some deep performances here in the preseason from Jalen out the gate. I think that this performance, though, would be one that I'd more probably calibrate into, in my opinion, more of a B+ range. I think that it was not made easier for him in this game necessarily. I think Fleury's play calling was okay. There was some good, there was some bad, but no running game, pre-snap penalties through the wazoo. Felt like there was a holding call every other play in this football game. And despite that, throws for 223 and 101 rating and finds some plays to be made. Had you down the field and put you in a position to go win this game at the end of it. if Myers made the kick. And if Myers had made his other kick in this game, this wouldn't even have been in play, period. You would have just had the game won without him having to do a fourth quarter drive. And that's the other thing we got there too, is a fourth quarter drive there at the end when you need him to do it. So I get where you're coming from on it. I do find myself in a little bit of a different place coming off this. And there's still a lot in Milroe's game that needs to be honed out and fixed and refined. That is for sure. Thank you, Nolan. Artho, thank you for the $20 donation, Artho. I'm proud of you, my man. I really do appreciate you. You dropped some big old donos here on the channel recently and doing so once again. Thank you for that, Artho. It doesn't have any message in your donation, but you're very kind, bro, for all of your big donos here to the channel. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing as ever to this channel and your support. And I hope you guys know from the bottom of my heart that I really, really do appreciate it. You guys let me chase my dream and do these play-by-plays, and I love it. But thank you, Artho. You're awesome, bro. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I got a bad feeling this is going to be early season, heavily influenced by the refs, which will cause suspensions late in the season for teams. Yeah, you got the defensive player penalty in this game, which is, of course, going to be a black mark for that player. And I hate this new rule the NFL is establishing. I think that this is just ridiculous. I don't think that no one was asking for this. You guys had done a really good job of taking, with the penalties and the fine situations and all of that. You had really done a good job of adjusting the behavior of players through the years to getting them to stop being egregious with it. And are there always going to be some bad apples in there that are going to go and overstep the line a little bit? Yeah, but Roger's also been there for those bad apples to come in there and drop punishments on them. Al-Aziz Sher is a great example of this. Broncos had a safety that was this way, where it got to be too much. They'd fined him a bunch. Now we're suspending you. And what are you going to do now? You're going to keep it up and they will suspend you more. And I don't know why that wasn't still perfectly fine. Why did that have to be changed? Why was that needing to have this very draconian rule brought into play that you can just see so many ways this goes wrong and sideways and becomes just a black mark for the NFL? And I don't like it at all. A lot of these calls that they've put into there, there's like 4 different ways that you can get one of these 3 strikes thing. Like a lot of those are arbitrary. As you saw today, that's the greatest representation of his day. The head was not in the hit. He did not helmet to helmet him. He did things clean. He did it the right way. He laid a good hit. Yet he's going to be penalized for it? What are we doing? Appreciate you, Jeffrey. Thank you for another $2 donation as well, brother. Let's forget about Milroe for another year. Well, there we go. I think that's where pro-Milroe people, anti-Milroe people, where can we find common ground? Well, I think the common ground comes from this is an issue that we can get back to next year. We can give him his time to develop. Nothing's pressing to have to release him right now. He can be on this roster and continue in that process. We can readdress this down the line. For the upcoming season, it's Sam Darnold and Drew Lock. And you're very rarely on any team in the league going to get down to your third quarterback. So, like you say on that, yeah. Forget about it for another year. You know what I mean? Like, give him his development time. We got the good final conclusion here in this final performance of something to build off of. How good is it to have at least this performance versus if it had been another replication of the last 2 performances in this preseason and the Packers game last year where we'd have nothing to kind of chew on. We'd have no kind of positivity to work off of. I think we do here. But you're right. Don't have to look back at it again for the next year and just see how it kind of rolls out at that point, see how it can kind of develop. Hey, Joss, thank you for the $2 donation. Not to overreact, but does Myers make the 53? Yes. Yeah. It's too late in the process at this point to go find a kicker out there. You can sometimes find guys on the street. You can. And if it goes in a place where he starts out the first 3 or 4 games and he's a shell of himself and he's got the yips and he can no longer kick the ball anymore, and there were some bad misses in this game, no doubt about that. And there's been some bad misses this preseason so far. Then, yeah, you're going to get to a point in the season where at one point or another where you'd be like, okay, like we can't roll through this for a whole season and just hope it eventually shakes free. I don't think it'll go that way, but we also have to acknowledge that these kickers can sometimes go sideways out of the freaking blue, and it's hard to kind of predict. It really is. And especially when you have a guy like Myers with the track record of having the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type seasons. So it also fits in alignment with what he does kind of historically in his career, where I can have a great year and then come back the next year and look like I've forgotten how to kick. So you're not gonna release him, but if it goes 4 or 5 games in the season and it's this bad, then check back in with me. Then I think it's potentially on the table at that point, Joss. I don't think the team is going to sit there and just ride it out. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, get rid of Myers. Inconsistent ass. It's annoying. I feel you, man. I do feel you. And he's got that in him a little bit where that variance can come and hit, and it's a bitch. In the final year of his contract. And I think that it's going to be hard pressed to see John as we have some of these contracts start to come into bloom, JSN and Witherspoon and Williams and these extensions you've given out. There's those places that you're going to have to choose to go a little bit cheaper. And it would not shock me in the least if the team does choose to look at the situation where instead of spending $7, $8, $9 million for a kicker on average per year, we're going to go a little bit lower on that and be able to put that money elsewhere. So, if I want to pay a kicker $9, $10 million, I'm open to it, but you better be the best in the sport. I better be able to rely on you at the game of the line. You better not have streakiness to your game. That doesn't fit in alignment. So we'll see if he can shake this stuff free, but a little bit of a disconcerting preseason from Myers, multiple missed kicks, multiple missed PATs, and your offense barely getting anything done. I mean, this might have been horrific if your offense had been consistently driving in this preseason and he actually had a lot of volume of attempts, which wasn't the case. Thank you, though, Jerry. Appreciate you for the support. Thank you guys for all of your support here today as well. Just a reminder, you can hit that like button for me. Would really appreciate it. Helps the channel grow, helps me show. Always do appreciate it. If you got any questions for me, by the way, want me to respond to anything, just Hawks Nest, Brando, anything along those lines. I usually respond to pretty much everything, in alignment with that. We'll go for a little bit tonight. We've got a show tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll be doing a little bit of roster projections. So we'll probably just kind of cover a little bit of what went on with the game tonight and then cut free at that point. So maybe not go as long. I know I say that, but probably not go as long. Brando D, you're generous on the last 2 games? Maybe so, Kaylee. Maybe so on that. It's pretty ironic the 49ers have a better kicker than us. Shows you how wild that position can be with the variance. You'd think with guys that don't get injured and don't get hit, that you'd see guys that be on pretty much the performance you get's pretty similar year in and year out. But it is strange how it can really go all over the place. Yeah, Seatown Myers on the last year of his deal. Yeah, don't extend him at this point. Don't think we're getting a Myers extension anytime soon. That's for sure. It's the most obvious thing in the world to me. The Myers will be terrible for the first couple of games. Why allow it to happen? Oh, as I say, I think there's kickers that can have rough preseasons and then it turns on in the regular season. It's if you release him right now, there's dead money. There's not like a bevy of kickers out there to pick from. It's not that you can take him away and now you go get a kicker in here who's going to be super functional and great and you don't miss a beat and there we go. Quite the opposite. So it's hard to try to correct this at this point right now. Hard for Seattle to anticipate this so far in advance when Myers is just coming off a season where he literally set an NFL record for most points in a season and won you games and kicked for you great and was awesome in the Super Bowl. And, this is one of those problems where John can get out ahead of certain stuff. I don't know if he can get out ahead of this one necessarily. Brando in chat gets an A. I give out that grade. Let's go. Justin Tucker available. He might be. I don't know if we'd want that though. And he was going through the yips himself at the end. RJ says Myers just changed his emergency contact to the left upright. That's an underrated joke. I like that. Kaylee Brando, I'm woman enough to admit it. Jalen played good today. He gave me those couple of wow plays I've been looking for. Yeah, me too. Me too. And I think sometimes the stuff gets to where you get folks will sometimes get so negative to a player, where it just you can't then give them the flowers when they do have the good play because just you've so been kind of driven into it. And I think there's a bit of that. That's just the nature of the beast with watching football. But I thought he had some of those throws too. I liked what I saw from Jalen. I didn't expect him to change his whole game over in a week, and fix everything all at once, but just start to find some of that base that you can work off of a bit. Thomas Milroe seemed like he did a lot better in the past 2 games. Now into New England. Amen. Yes, he did. I thought so as well. Liz says, I think we need to look at Myers' legs. He seemed not too comfortable. I wonder if his leg is bothering him. Could be a play, man. There was that first miss especially was horrendous. Like he totally just hooked the hell out of that thing. It's almost like it went off his foot wrong. Bad man, was the field goal unit line the starting line or was it backups, third stringers? That's the only explanation for the missed kicks unless Myers is cooked. Well, to your point, I think on the first kick, there was penetration off the right side, and Myers may have been anticipating a little bit of that penetration and how he tried to kick that. So your good catch on your part in that I do not think you did not have your starters out there that you'd be having out there normally. So, yeah, you typically would have better guys out there holding up, and that might be affecting things a little bit. Yeah, I feel prime time that if you take preseason and you say that that's actually what the same thing as playing the regular season is just not to me. But that's probably just where we have a bit of a difference of an opinion on this. And I think if you play Ty Simpson out there and you have him try to play right now for the Rams, maybe find some productivity, but he's not going to look anything close to what you're getting in Stafford. He's not going to be in the vicinity. He's not going to go out there because he's had these 3 preseason games and be ready to go play like a top 12 quarterback. You're going to see a rookie quarterback who's going to look in over his head. You're not getting the vanilla defenses of preseason, right? You're not getting the static looks, the static coverages. You're getting, in this modern NFL, the crazy NFL defenses that spin every different direction post-snap. And so, yeah, he would be in over his head if you were asking him to start right now. Absolutely, he would be. And look, primetime, this is evidenced by your own team. This is always funny to me when players of their teams make an argument to me about something and they say, this would actually be the way this would go. And it's like, yeah, but your team actually is doing opposite what you're saying. So it's like when the Ram fans come to me and they say, you guys winning last year was actually fluky and lucky. And, we really should have won it. It's really because that officiating call. And it's really because, New York came in on that 2-point conversion and blah, 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 blah. Right. Like that's the thing. But then your team this whole offseason is going through all the steps in the world to try to assemble the Avengers to try to deal with us. So like, that, not saying you're making this argument prime time, but Ram fans will be making that argument while at the same time your team seems to be belying that argument by doing something that seems to indicate this is a monster we're dealing with. That was not luck. This is going to be a monster we're going to have to deal with into the future. And oh my God, we better prepare ourselves. That's what those moves say. And so likewise on this, when it comes to Simpson, if Simpson's so amazing, if Simpson's so ready to go hit when the games start, why is Stetson Bennett going to be your backup? So amazing. Shouldn't he overtake Stetson Bennett? Shouldn't he be able to, if he's so ready to go hit the game, shouldn't he not be the third stringer at that point? Or is maybe that an indicator that McVay's acknowledging a little bit of the exact thing I'm talking about, that he needs more time, that you put this guy in the regular season, he's going to be way in over his head. And I do believe that. I think there's plenty of rookies that look good as rookies, but then preseason and regular season is a whole different ball game, in my opinion. Appreciate where you're coming from, though. John Ruiz, agreed. Not on the Milroe bandwagon yet. Good parts of one game versus he sucked last season in the first 2 games of the season when he played. Guess we'll see. That's accurate. There were some flashes, a couple bad ones, none catastrophic. No, not too bad. Corey Milroe gave us something, Brando. I saw a lot I liked from the corners and receivers. Can't blame Milroe much today. That line gave him no help with all the penalties today. Bring on the season. You guys are hitting it right. And I see it the same way myself. I saw improvement today. It was not made easy for him. No run game. So many pre-snap penalties. Even when you had pass protection at times, it was pass protection because you were max protecting and trying to give him a lot of help in there to give him that time. So still was able to find some success around that. Okay, Myers couldn't hit the skip ad on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Regular season's a million times different. Seahawks Daddy Brando's point about always being behind the sticks because of the flags is spot on. Almost impossible to grade Milroe. It is. And it's take Milroe out of it. If you're caught up on Milroe as much on this, just take it out of it. We had a stat that I remember a couple of years ago where your Seattle Seahawks, I believe, were averaging 3rd and 9 in the Ryan Grubb year. Your average on third down, your average distance was 9 yards on third down. That was an NFL record going back to the Stat Elias start of them computing and keeping track of those records in 1980. That was as long as you got. And everybody that year was like, we can't do anything on third down. It's like, yeah, you're 3rd and 9, you're not getting anywhere. The teams that are the best in the NFL on third downs are not the teams that are absolutely amazing at converting 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11s. They're the teams that consistently live in 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 5. Those are the best teams in the NFL at converting on third down. So this is where this has got to be separated out from just the pure quarterback itself and what they're executing. If you're walking into a game where your average down and distance on third down was 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, which I guarantee you it was in this game for your Seattle Seahawks. And despite that, by the way, you're still able to complete still able to complete a relatively good amount of efficiency, 4 of 11 on third down, despite that being the reality of it. That's got to be taken into account in your evaluation here. It's no small part of the puzzle on this one. And you bring in some competition for Myers. I think they'll give it a couple weeks, but we'll see. Hawks Nest still out on Milroe. One game is fine. Show me consistency, then I'll reconsider. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, Hicks didn't showcase much today. It's a little bit of a rough game from our guy Hicks, the receiver on the outside. Dude moves Myers is that 41-year-old amateur golfer who wears a tight shirt and pulls up in a Cybertruck with a $3,200 bag of clubs, yet slices every drive to the adjacent fairway. That was always beyond the golf. I could never get my slice under control. It may be just, I could not figure it out. Too much of a baseball swing, I think. But I'd have to I'd be on the tee and the fairway would be this way, and I'd be lined up like this just to build the slice into the swing. Maybe that's what Myers needs to do. You know what I mean? You face the sideline on the kick, and the slice is just it'll take it back around the other way, eventually. It'll get back over there. That's one fix if you can't get the slice out, Just angle yourself. Yeah, Hicks ain't making the practice squad. It's not happening. And he sold on Milroe a couple times in this game. 2 different drops in this game from him. One which was right in his hands. That's one where it's like, and your heart goes out to these kids that are trying their ass off and they're right at the edge of the roster and they're right at the edge of their NFL career. But buddy, that's the catch you got to make right there. That's the exact type of catch. You're not a guy that's going to get the opportunities of guys like Cody White or Ricky White or Montario Foster. So when you come into this game and you're getting that chance and he puts the ball right in your hands, right in your chest, catch it. D Nugget says, besides preseason games, where do rookies get real game experience? They don't. That's it. You barely even get much on the practice field once we get to regular season. Cave Troll, Myers unable to hit a broadside of a barn. Seriously, he's been bad. All his kicks and kickoffs have not looked good at all. Hope this gets rectified, and if it is a problem, that they've got some plan in place to be able to get ahead of this if this starts going into a sideways city. Well, yelled to Hawks Nest Brando. It was a solid outing by Milroe that was short-circuited ultimately by Myers' very worrisome performance. You guys are hitting the nail on the head tonight. Boy, are you ever. Agree, of course, 100%. Yeah, Faye, hopefully this isn't a precursor to things from Myers and our special teams. And special teams kind of had a rough day all the way around. I mean, Dixon almost had a punt blocked. You allowed a kick return up the field past the 50. They have not been the best. And this is, of course, a very key part of this team that needs to be on lockdown. Yeah, after the second half, almost all the drives were ruined by holding or false starts, but somehow that's all Milroe. Yeah, and it's not, of course. But you're right about that, Jerry. Cape Troll, this has been one of the most frustrating preseasons I've watched. Zero being offense being inconsistent, third and fourth stringers being awful. Milroe before this game. It has been a frustrating one, especially coming off the championship experience. And look, especially as you're watching the rest of your division playing pretty well in the preseason and showing some of those signs of life. I mean, Rams, not that winning in the preseason means anything, but looking good, looking dominant, looking ready to go. And you want your team looking good, looking dominant, looking ready to go. And you haven't played your stars, you haven't played your second stringers. But again, the Rams do the same thing where they don't often play their frontline guys either. So, yeah, I've shared your frustration in that same way. I think it's been a little bit like, come on. I get a rock jock. It's a concern going to week one. And as I said, you go back to it. I remember Myers coming here, and up until last season of a 10-year career, folks, when you tracked him going back to the Jets and to Seattle, and this all was very much consistent, and then it would be great year, bad year, 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 great year, middle-ish of the road year. But it was between bad and middle of the road from great, and it oscillated. And last year was due to be a bad year. And yet he turned it on and had actually a great year in what was due to be a bad year. And he kind of thought at the time, okay, maybe he's kind of found the answer, and has solved this, but maybe it's going to come back up. We can keep Milroe for one more year as the third string. Does that make people happy? I think it does. I think it's a fair way to get to a understandable conclusion on this situation. Gives him time to still improve. I think Simpson's played well throughout the preseason, Oiler Titan, all the way through. Real talk, what will happen if Myers' performance carries on into 2 games of the season? I think I think you're going to potentially look elsewhere at that point. He's in the final year of his contract. So, if Myers goes out there and lays a complete egg, you're not married to him, and that the bonus or the dead money that would hit would be too tremendous that you could not offset that if it had to go that way. So I think the team's going to be very hesitant to take this road, but it is a road that you can take if it gets driven in that direction. RJ says at this rate, I bet Myers misses the flight back to Seattle. It's pretty good. You guys got some good jokes tonight. Liz says the offensive line wasn't too good to give Milroe time to throw. Too many penalties. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 100%. Corey, Brando, who stood out most today? I think Milroe is one of those guys that stood out. I think Cody White had a strong game for you today, which is good because I wasn't as impressed with what he did last week. Good to see him bounce back off that injury. I thought some of the defensive tackles up front were pretty active in this game and stood out to me. And I liked what I saw. Bubba Thomas. I mean, he's not going to make the roster, might not make the practice squad, but 7 tackles in this game. Played a lot of the football game. I thought he looked good. D'Anthony Bell out there at safety, I thought showed up a couple times, including making a really nice goal line stand. Aiden Hubbard had a knockdown pass, was hustling all over the place. 5 tackles. He showed a little bit of something out there, in my opinion. Nehemiah Pritchett gave up a couple completions this game. Also had a couple of forced incompletions, but I thought he was good throughout the game. And that even on the completions he gave up, it was tight coverage. It was a great throw. It was a great catch. Outside of that, he was right there and where he needed to be. Trayvon Diggs going and getting you an interception that was typical type of like Trayvon Diggs sort of interception you'd see from him, and how he did that, where just kind of baits the quarterback, undercuts the route, interception. So great to see from him. He's probably locked in his spot. As far as the receiving core, aside from that, Emmanuel Henderson was impressive in this game. He showed you a little bit of something there, though he's in a fight more for that practice squad spot. Don't think you got much from the running back position. Jarkady Wright is not going to make this roster and probably a practice squad guy at this point. He's got some good stuff to his game, but he's also got some stuff to his game that's not great necessarily, either on the other side of it. But that'd be about it. I thought your defensive line held up relatively well. Jared Ivey, I thought, showed up a couple times in this game. 4 tackles, a couple quarterback hits, a pass defense, a tackle for loss. He's a very active player that is out there playing with a club on his hand. He looked pretty good too. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $5 donation. Says they hated the contract we gave him when he showed how inconsistent he was before we even paid him top 10 money when it wasn't a horrible contract. Yeah, I had some worries about that as well, because this was 10 years of data on this ebb and flow, this oscillation. It was one where the data was distinct and there was a lot of it. It was well beyond the sample size. And people have been asking this offseason about extending him because of that record-breaking year he had last year. And I've still maintained throughout this offseason, we don't want to do that, because we need to make sure if this guy's going up to the next rung we're going to be talking about, which is making him like a top 3 paid kicker, that's $10 million per year. And I'm real hesitant to be paying a kicker top $10 million per year unless I'm getting the goods. I mean, I need the distance kicks. I need the accuracy. I need all the full meal deal. And the thing with Myers is that he technically has that stuff inside of him, but he also has the inconsistency stuff inside of him too. And that now you're paying for a player that is not exactly what you're really getting. You're getting sort of it. You're kind of getting it. But that's where we're sort of overpaying prices for performance that's not quite a fitting to what you're paying. And that's where I think it's going to be a struggle to put Myers on a new contract, even going forward beyond this year from a Schneider standpoint. So yeah, I share your hesitancies with it on the last one. I don't want to do it on another one. I'm okay paying a kicker top end money, but it's got to be like a unanimous thing. It's got to be like, yeah, everybody knows he's the truth. Yeah, everyone knows this guy's it. It doesn't still mean that there aren't those guys that can then, like Tucker for a few years was just awesome, right? And then just things start falling off. It's still a position, even in the best of times with a grade A kicker like that will still the wheels will go off the truck overnight, seemingly at times. That's why you come back down to maybe paying those guys that kind of amount is not the best of ways. You try to find a good one. You try to target one as you can, but you don't overpay for middle of the road kind of performance and overall what you'd be getting from them. Totally agree there, Jerry. Thank you for your support, brother. And we'll see what they do here going forward on this one. I will be shocked if John puts him onto another contract. Remembering too, guy's not exactly a spring chicken anymore. I mean, he's 35 years old at this point. So I know kickers can play until they're, basically 50, but that's another part of this that might come into play too there, Jerry. MDQ, thank you for the $3.50 donation, as well as being a member of the channel. I thank you for that. Thoughts? 1 of 4 edges coming back. Replay probably. Thoughts? 1 of 4 edge. Replay probably. MD, you might have to put a little bit in the comments on what you mean by 1 of 4 edge coming back, replay probably. I'm not sure on what you mean by that. I think that you maybe are saying we have only 1 more edge coming back after this year because DeMarcus Lawrence will be out and Chen is a free agent and Dante Fowler's a free agent. But and if that's where your question was at on that, that's of course why you're really looking at maybe a trade deadline deal here this year, where it's not only to reinforce the group as far as your edge stack goes, but to then have your answer already in house as you move into the next off season. That's where that becomes a driving force. So if I was off on your question, just post down in the chat again, and I'll if I was off on what you're trying to ask there. But yeah, it's definitely something that's kind of in play and on the radar a little bit as in consideration, because I don't know, you're bringing back Uchenna Dante. Lawrence is going to retire after this year, and that you might have to not only find one, but two, maybe three. So it becomes one where you don't want to wait till necessarily just the off season next year to deal with that. If you can have an answer that's ready-made right now to go get either now or, before the trade deadline. I hope I got that one right there, man. Thank you. Jeffrey Dizzle. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I wish Milroe had played well enough for it to be realistic to trade him for someone who fits our scheme. Jalen should be backing up someone like Lamar. Yeah, definitely is to your point on that. And thank you for the donations, man, all of your support. Hasn't done enough in the preseason, I don't think, to have much trade value. It'd have to be a team that was absolutely in love with Milroe through the draft process and still had a fondness for him. But I would reckon to guess with him right now at this point that, this year riding through on a third year. And so we're just going to have to wait on that. Now, part of this could be too, is you get in next year and he shows that improvement and that light bulb comes on and he's out there balling out there in training camp next year and looking good in the preseason. Maybe he's got value at that point, if there are teams out there that are quarterback hungry and don't have their answer. So maybe you can get this back down the line at that point. There's still time to grab some value in there. But yeah, I think you're right. There's not necessarily that fit trade-wise out there that he would go to. So going to have to roll with it for another year. Probably be better suited, more of an RPO type offense, to your point. It was interesting today that the success that he did have, you ran your offense essentially. So it was a lot of under center stuff. There was play action stuff from under center with Jalen, which I think is cool, and that he had the success he did with you running your offense, kind of pure and simple. But yeah, bottom line, not enough built up there to be able to get trade value for him. Prime Time. Thank you for the $2 donation, Prime Time. I appreciate listening to you. Thank you for all you do. That is very kind of you to say, man. And I really appreciate you listening. You guys could be anywhere here. We are in an age of the media where you got endless options, and you guys are all here hanging out with me, chilling with me. I really do appreciate it. I love doing this, and I love the interaction back and forth. I often want to just make sure I say that whether I have agreements or disagreements with you on the chat, I'm not the end-all grand poobah of information. I'll have an opinion, but I love having outside opinion. I love a little bit of the differences of opinion that can come in. I think it really rounds out the perspective and gets us seeing the situation just clear in its clearest form as to what's going on with the team, the league, the players, all of that good stuff. But thank you, Prime Time. I really do appreciate you watching, man. I love doing this. It's a great job. My head gets to pop off the pillow every day, and I just get to talk about Seahawks and football and the NFL, and it's a treat, man. Living the dream. I'm living the dream, brother. Thank you, brother. Chris Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, unreliable kicker is my worst nightmare. It should be a worst nightmare, especially for this particular team. The Seattle Seahawks have a model for winning that a lot of the league hasn't quite caught up to or understood. It's a model of winning that is timeless, that's lasted through decades and decades of football. We're going to have a great defense, great special teams, and a top-end offense too. Maybe the first two parts will be just a bit stronger than the first part, but the third part will be strong as well. And what we're going to do with these new kickoff rules in the 35-yard line, which has impacted the game heavily, is we're going to do great on our special teams as far as field position. We're going to get out at that 35-yard line, if not further past. We're going to have an offense that's going to be built on consistency and moving the chains. And that means that while we may not be the most explosive offense in the books that puts up more points than anybody else, we will consistently get those drives. And so if I get the ball at the 42-yard line, right, our kick return with Shaheed gets us to the 42, I get a couple of first downs. I've got a long field goal attempt there just on the basis of those couple first downs on just a meager little drive. We did so much of this last year. Defense stifling with 3 and outs, getting you the ball back in good field position, offense with some consistent drives, consistent points. So to your point on this, Chris, the key on that has to be, as part of this structure, 1 part, 2 part, 3 part, 4 part, 4th part is Myers kicking through that 46, that 48-yard field goal attempt. And consistently doing that, because we're going to consistently get drive after drive after drive. And it ain't going to be touchdown drive after touchdown drive, but it'll be consistent scoring drive after scoring drive. And you put it all together in the formula. Offense is going to field position, couple consistent drives, consistent points, defense stifling, getting offenses off the field consistently. We go and we win football games. You got a guy, Michael Dixon, that can flip a field position game, get that team put back in their own 5, 10-yard line. back into now again on short fields, consistent drives. But this does not work if to the final portion of that, your field goal kicker's got the yips and he can't find the field goal. He can't find the uprights if he's 5 feet away from the damn thing. It doesn't work. This goes to hell real quickly. So key factor here, real key factor here. Go back to like the Colts game last year. This is just what was happening. You didn't light the world on fire against that Colts defense, but you consistently got those drives throughout that game, and you're consistently getting those 3 points throughout that game. The Super Bowl, same thing. Weren't getting touchdowns, but you just kept lopping 3 yards, 3 points on, 3 points on, 3 points on. And pretty soon you're looking at the score and you're like, wow, we're up by quite a bit here on this team. That's the formula. And this is the absolutely what you want to fit the form to on this year with this team. And it just does not work if Jason's not on point with what he's doing. Dylan, thank you for the $2 donation, Dylan. Appreciate you for that. Travion Diggs, interception. Yeah, not bad, huh? Bait the quarterback, show some separation there. Quarterback staring down that one target, feel those eyes, react to it, run the route better than the wide receiver runs it, showing some of that explosiveness and athleticism to be able to drive on routes in that manner. You got the feel for the Trayvon experience when it goes right today. And I think it's pretty telling that, for that guy that you're probably going to have him play a lot of this football game, after he had that interception, I think he played like 1 or 2 more series, and then he was calling it a day. Because you're like, okay, we're good. We know what we got. You're on the roster, bud. You're on the roster. We got you. So very cool. Very cool moment there for Trayvon. And then what was nice is not an earned interception, right, Dylan? Not a tip pass, not an errant throw where the guy just threw it behind the guy, but a ball that he had to undercut and jump the route. He had to make a cornerback play on that to go get that thing. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate you guys, all of your support here on the channel. Very kind. Speaking of the almost punt block, Hawks Nest, how in the world did Dixon get that punt off? He's worked on some of those little techniques. I've seen him do it before where he's got he's got a little bit of a stilted punt move he'll do where he won't go through the full leg extension, because where you get the punt blocked is as you're punting, it's usually like kind of right here where you're to the apex of the kick a little bit, when you're really going to that full extension and they catch you right at the top of it. And he kind of punted it down low where the defender can't get his hands down there quick enough to be able to get to that ball. So just a great little bit of technique by Dixon. He is one of the best in the sport for a variety of different reasons. And he showed you there as well. Just another one. He can punt for distance. He can punt with directional. He had one punt today where he put it deep down the field, put it right at the sideline, and had it going right out of bounds to the sideline, right as the sideline emerges, right? Like not 10 yards out of bounds, and then they're going to bring the ball up the field, and it goes from being a 55-yard punt to like a 38-yard punt, but no, right at the out of bounds markers where he dropped it. So he's got that ability inside the 20. You got the full experience from him today in that way. Myers may have the yips, but Dixon never gets the yips. Maybe Dixon's the answer, Dune Moose. Just got to get some drop kicks in place. Dixon's awesome, D-Nugget. I think he's been great. One of the best punters in the sport. Dylan, thank you for the $5 donation, Dylan. Takeaways. Milroe is progressing, not regressing. Seattle D felt like Seattle D. And Myers could have been told, kick fast and get the F off the field. Maybe so. Maybe so. I see it the same way, Dylan. I think that the D was really impressive today. Bend but don't break. Stifling when you need to be. Resilient all across the board. Variety of guys coming in, making plays happen. Just felt more active, energetic, even than maybe the last game, which was an improvement from the first game. And yeah, Milroe was a step forward today. Make no mistake about it. There's been some steps, minor step backwards, some stilted steps, some stuck in place steps. Today was a full big step forward, and it was good to see. Hopefully something that he can build upon. But thank you, Dylan. Man, thank you for all of your support, bro. You're awesome, man. This is considering my struggles. We're going to be going for it a ton on 4th downs in this coming season. Seahawks 360, rather have a sloppy preseason than a good one. More to learn from. Team will also be hungry for wins come regular season. I love it, man. Love it. Let's go. James Larson, Milroe looks solid. Quite happy to watch him play the whole time. The run defense was painful to watch most of the game. Myers had me on nuke it watch, and the run game this game was non-existent. Yeah, accurate. Very accurate on what went down, man. Prime time. I agree with you on all. I agree with you all. Simpson hasn't done anything. It's just preseason. But to say you can honestly say he hasn't impressed you, you're lying to yourself. No, I wouldn't say that. So, and maybe that you're reacting a little bit to I certainly can acknowledge maybe that's what you're hearing from within the chat, but that would not be my opinion prime time. And I'm not a biggest Simpson guy, right? So I wasn't the biggest guy with him coming out. Didn't hate him as a talent, but just wasn't as much on him being taken in the top 15 picks. But I think he's had a really strong preseason. I think he's looked really good. He has made some wild throws. His decision-making has been really good. I think he's done nothing but impressed. You're absolutely right on that. You know what I mean? And that's where I think we can, it's always sometimes the hard thing to say on this stuff, I think prime time, because it's like, we deal with the same thing on the Milroe discussion, where so much can be driven to seemingly the extreme, right? It's the Simpsons trash, or he's ready to ascend right now. Matt Stafford, why don't you just retire right now, man? He's ready to go. And you get to these two extremes sometimes on these opinions where you just feel like, can I just go into the nuanced place of this a little bit, and deal a little bit more in the grayish of areas? But I do think he's been impressive. I think he's made good throws. He's executed the offense. McVay's done an outstanding job, I think, at times of really, utilizing plays to allow him success too. But he's elevated. He's done great. Ram fans should feel awesome about Simpson's performance in every way, without any buts or without any ifs. The only thing I would say is just, if we're talking about he's ready to go preseason right now, if Stafford went down right now, you guys don't miss a beat. It's Stafford goes down right now, that playbook gets taken down to a skeletal structure, and you're going to watch a guy who's going to look like the game's really fast around him. But that's not a problem. That's not a Ty Simpson problem. That's not an inequity of Simpson. That's more of a rookie quarterback thing as much as, anything else. And there are all exceptions to the rules on that, but they're few and far between. And especially with how you have to play the quarterback position now too, a little bit prime time where we are getting outside the spread concept stuff, and it's going back more to under center and more of, I've got to kind of read defenses truer more than ever before because they change post snap. It's where we've made it harder on rookies than ever before to get out on that football field and find success. Kaylee, Brando, I have a hot take. I hate saying this because it was a Super Bowl, but I don't think the Patriots even deserve to get there. Ooh. Well, they had one of the historically easier schedules, to your point on that, in order to get there. That was their pathway. And let's face it, even the conference championship game, we were playing a great team in Denver. You got Jared Stidham out there instead of Bo Nix. So it was a little bit of an easier pathway for them to get home on that one. Along with the AFC being a bit down right now. I think the NFC is stronger. And maybe much stronger, to be honest with you. Messy for Myers? Let's go, Liz. Yeah, Bo Stevens had a tough day today. And strange to watch him being bad in run blocking. He's a work in progress as a pass protector, but he's put some good run blocking reps on tape here, even in the preseason, and definitely in Iowa. But it was a struggle today. Roy, dang B, went from hating on Milroe to bringing out the torches for Myers. Glad the season is close. Thank you for the play-by-play. My pleasure, man. We'll be doing it all season long here with the play-by-play at the Hawks Nest. Please do tune in for game days, as we're going to be rolling hot this year. And yeah, it has kind of transitioned from one to the other. As Seahawks 360 was saying, we got to hate one guy at least at one time on this team. It's kind of a prerequisite. Maybe so there. Hopefully Arroyo's okay with his hand. It's the one thing I'm worried about a little bit there coming out of the game. It's one of those things where it's like, he played a couple more reps and then they'll come out of the game and they'll like, and he fractured his hand on the, oh, no. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5, man. Oh, no, I responded to that. My bad. Rock Chalk Haynes has outplayed Bo Stevens this preseason. Has been close. He's been better. Yeah, he's been the better player. Stevens has given you some reps, though, too, especially for being a guy that's a rookie, whereas Haynes is, of course, going into his third training camp. Stevens going into his first. Stevens has definitely given you more flashes of play here in this first preseason, I think, than what you saw from Haynes in his first preseason. But Haynes is improving and looking good. Dude says, I've never seen a running back work so hard as Jarcadia in this game. Dude limped off the field and they kept sending him back out. It was not an easy day for Jarcadia. There was tough ground to be had out there. That is for sure. RJ is on one. Myers could miss a free sample at Costco. Oh, oh gosh. Liz, I was saying about the Vinette catch that the Nick Vinette 4-yard touchdown catch. That was a ball don't live catch right there. He had the Piddly holding call called on him a couple plays earlier that was BS. We got some justice on that one. Brian Judge, Brando, do you have a surprise makes the roster guy yet? I don't, Brian. I think the guys I could tell you that can make the roster is the back end guys or guys that you would probably expect to make the roster. I think part of that's just an outcropping of having such a complete roster that's so ready to go that you just don't have to, you just don't have it as many spots kind of up for grabs. And so I think that just leads you back around to a place where, everything's kind of hard lined in. I think the guys that we see named on the roster on Sunday are going to be the guys that should have made it, in my opinion. No, I think you're, unless you want to say like a Montario Foster's kind of a surprise guy to make it. No, I think everybody's who makes it is who we think will make it. Jeff says, I feel like Uso earned a practice squad this preseason. He has a lot of upside. I could see that. You're opened up. A nice part about having the 12 guys on the practice squad is you got a lot of opening there to keep a kind of variety of guys on the roster while still keeping the reinforcement of insurance there too for guys that you may really need. Arroyo stood out. I can't wait to see him in real season. Me neither. Hopefully that hand's okay, Cave. Hopefully that hand's okay. Remember who the guy was who lost the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on the $100 question? Was that Jemai? Brian Myers hasn't had the distance for the last couple of years. 55 yards might be as long this year. Well, 35 is when that stuff starts to click in, where if you had the big leg before, you'd expect it to get a little bit, maybe tampered down a bit as you get to that age. Like you can still hit the kicks and all that, but maybe not quite have the same distance. I think that'd be a fair outlook on it. A little film breakdown on O-line. I'll try if addicted. See if I can get something going there. Seahawks 360, unpopular opinion probably, but the offense will be better this year than last season. I think it's a very fair opinion. I think that everyone's so caught up on the Flory aspect of this and not taking into account the continuity angle of this and returning so many starters, including all 5 offensive line players. And it was a top, 3-4 scoring offense as it stands last year as it is, which is maybe the hardest part to improve upon from that 360 is it's already a top 5 kind of offense, basically. But I could certainly see it. Absolutely. The continuity thing is being underrated. Brian Judge, Brando, any chance Milroe played crappy enough to make it to the practice squad so we don't have to waste another roster spot on him? No, there'd be a team that even if they didn't have faith in Milroe developing as a quarterback would bring Milroe on as just the kitschy RPO guy, that they would turn him into a Taysom Hill type on the cheap on his rookie deal. So there would be that team out there, a Raiders type team that would jump on him or a Ravens team or something like that. So you won't be able to stash him. There's no way. Niren, if the kickers are important, they would be making a lot more money, but they don't. Yep. I think it just goes to speak to as well that variance that you get, or even the great ones seem to have this variance that kicks into play. And it's hard to be paying for that when you have that as that. I get that part and parcel with you too as well. It's just not all the good stuff. Allen says 5 field goals in the Super Bowl is a record. Hope the new OC doesn't always call runs on first down in the regular season. Me too. Like it's way too predictable. Myers 50 yards, 1 BOC. Chiefs seemed like they were playing a playoff game in the first quarter. They had a couple of starters out there. Even Travis Kelce out there, huh? Kind of interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Myers' BAC was higher than his field goal percentage tonight. RJ's bringing the heat. I don't know, Banker. I might hesitate on this one this year. We're not getting good signs. You know what I mean? The signs are not with you if you go with Myers in the fantasy this year. It'd be cool if that. Jolari could come forward. He's been quiet for that Cardinal team. Yeah, Myers broke a points record last year, which again, you're going to probably be hesitant for the team to be hitting some kind of, eject button on the situation unless it's really in a bad space, not just preseason bad. Kev, some of these misses are completely unacceptable. At ranges he's typically always hitting dead on. It's concerning. It's worrisome, man. Definitely can't roll with it for a full season, that's for sure. Dixon and Myers get the yips. We're in trouble fast. We are. Important part of this team is understanding it's the 3 phases of football and that all phases are necessary to making these wins happen. And part of the reason we were so dominant last year, that goes out the door. It's going to make it harder. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation. B, did you scout the Chiefs defensive tackle getting late stops? Is that Marcus Harris? The Auburn kid? I think I watched a little bit of his tape, but he was admittedly kind of a 7th rounder. So that gets you to the end. When you get to day 3, guys, I'll watch a bit of their tape, but once you kind of go, okay, day 3, you don't go too far into them at that point. But Auburn's produced some defensive linemen in recent years that have been pretty solid. Derek Brown out there with Carolina, of course, us with Derek Hall with an edge. I mean, they've had some dogs they've brought through. 6 tackles for him, 3 tackles for loss. Good day for him. He's one of the guys who was giving Bo Stevens a hard day at the office. But he looked good, man. And boy, defensive, they talk about the Chiefs needing that. You know what I mean? Nobody died, says Rob. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Rob. You got 4 drafts this weekend? Whew. Didn't catch much of the game, but noticed the run game struggled. Had flashbacks to Grubb. What happened? Just you didn't open up any holes. You allowed penetration into the backfield. And Jarkader Wright's not a guy that, he kind of needs to have a hole built up for him. He's not going to create his own mileage. He's not going to create his own space. And unfortunately with him, there's too much penetration. He's getting tackled if there's penetration. So just weren't blocking it up. You tried to run from under center. You had some commitment to it, but you weren't getting movement at the line of scrimmage. You weren't creating any holes. It was tough. Baker Simpson being capable in preseason does not nullify that I'm still pissed and on hate watch. Jay Melfair, the Patriots are a better team this year and might win 9 games. That's right. Yeah. Schedule's a lot tougher this season, isn't it? Brian says that's the issue with evaluating 3rd-string quarterbacks when they're playing with 3rd-string offenses against 3rd and 4th-string defenses. How will these guys do playing with starters for starters? Just a whole nother game. And again, too, it's the calls. The defensive calls are going to be so much more complex. A lot of window dressing, a lot of disguising. You're not getting as much of that in the preseason. Kind of what you see is what you get. Are we going to crush the Pats or are they going to play us close? I think it'll be a close game. We're going to look really close at it, but don't undersell the fact that Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown changed the outlook of that receiving core versus us playing Matt Collins and Stephon Diggs. Banker Pats their Mickey Mouse schedule last year. Brando, our teams would maybe go 20-0. That's true. It was very Mickey Mouse. And the AFC just does feel like, to me, down from the NFC. There's some good teams there, but I think that the reputation of the AFC is still kind of riding on what they were 4 or 5 years ago versus what they really are right now. Rondaz, Myers has missed a PAT or field goal in every preseason game. Don't act like it's for no reason. No, I think it's concerning. Jordan, any thoughts on Uso Samola? I've been watching him on Hard Knocks, rooting for him. Yeah, he's the easy route to give for a kid, and did a hell of a rendition on Bob Marley. I thought he was better today than he's been. I think he's gotten pushed around a bit at times. And I think that there's a kid that, it's a lot for him right now. I think he's a development guy. Probably does get to the practice squad. Made a couple tackles today. Looked stout at times in the run, but as well, when you have a gun game like this where the Chiefs did find some headway in running the ball, 37 attempts, 155 yards, 4.2 yard per carry average, there was some successes there too. So it's a bit of a mixed bag in this game, but it was better than what we've seen from him prior. I think he's going to be a guy you just kind of maybe give him a little bit of time to develop there, and you could feel in Hard Knocks as some of the guys were trying to bring him along and help him a little bit, that there's some work to be done on his part. Gaming Taco, Brando, what's your thoughts on the new Madden, especially the franchise mode? It's another mess. There's a lot of encouraging parts to it, and I'm trying to get into it a little bit, but there's so many bugs, early retirement bugs, the wear and tear issue that has to be figured out, the draft classes that are broken, the contractual system that's a little bit off. I like what they've done. There's some interesting ways that they're having the back and forth there, but ultimately they've really taken some of the control away from you to be able to go and get that done. So I'm trying with it a little bit, gaming. I feel like I've got to rabbit ears the shit out of that game just to get it to a playable state out of franchise. I feel like they partially still break franchise mode as much as they try to hype it up. I feel like they still partially break it in order to try to get people forced back onto the MUT mode. I like the gameplay all right. I do. But I'll be honest with you, I was enjoying a little more of NCAA than I've been liking the Madden. The Madden one to me but I'm still got to give it more of a try, Gaming Taco. I do got to give it more of a try. But I hate the fact that they can't just put the simulation together right. There's always these issues all over the place that sometimes get the franchise mode to a place where it's almost unplayable. The retirement system has guys like Travis Etienne retiring after this year. What are we doing? Just doesn't get tested out very much. Roy Hibby, it was pretty funny how people jumped on Arroyo for the bad block right after his hand got dinged up. Hope that's why the block looks so bad and that he isn't hurt. Yeah, me too. I saw that. I thought the same on that a little bit as well. You didn't get your hands in there because that hand's still kind of hurting. So hopefully it's not bad. The thing and I broke my hand before. You can technically break your hand, and it's not going to be like typically maybe other broken bones where you're just sitting there where it's it kind of feels weird. It's a little stiff, and then they go do the X-ray, and it's like, oh yeah, you broke it. Really? So hopefully not, Roy. Hopefully not. Dude, so Brando, you said the stream is sponsored by Prize Picks. Can I bet on how many field goals and PATs Myers misses? Well, you'll just take the over on his makes. That's how you'd have to do that one, Dune. But yes, you can take advantage of that today. Thank you for the shout out to Prize Picks. Sponsor the show. Of course, the NFL Empire gets preferential treatment. Warriors fan. Who impressed you the most in this game? I thought Jalen was impressive. I thought Cody White, Emmanuel Henderson looked good in this game as well from the receiving core. Arroyo made a play or two there looking good on his side of things. Defensively, DeAnthony Bell, safety looked strong. Your edges, kind of like your corners have been, all kind of took their opportunity to flash at times. Hubbard was good with the effort and what he was doing out there. Ivy made some plays off the edge as well. Sheriff came in there with 5 tackles, and he made his share of plays too. So I didn't think any one guy stood out there off the edge group, but they all put in good work and looked really solid. Trayvon Diggs getting the interception was awesome. Rodney Thomas made some plays early on in this game, which important, very, very important. Those would be the main guys I'd point to. Dick to Brandon, what a quarter of number one game season do we see a barnyard touchdown? Oh, geez Louise. What a quarter of number one game of the season do we see? What quarter of number one game of the season? My eyes are getting a little bit sideways. I'm not sure what you're asking there. What quarter of number one game of season do we see Barnyard TD? Not sure what you're asking. Sorry, brother. Janikowski got it for a while there. Samuel Carlson, Brandon, I'm ready for some real football. Preseason's good for the quick fix, but nothing like the one-on-ones, nothing like the ones against the ones. No, it's not. It's a tough brand of football to watch. And you've got the same time these officials trying to set a standard for the regular season, so they over-officiate. They throw more flags than they typically would, which also already makes a real tough brand of football harder to watch. I'm right there with you. Let's get to the regular season. Thank God we don't have to go through 4 preseason games at this point, because this feels like 10. These 3 feel like 10. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation, War Chief. Just finished work. Thanks for hanging out with me on the end of my shift, guys. Brandon, hey, hang loose, brother. You're awesome. Go Hawks. Go Hawks to you too, brother. Glad you got through the shift fast and hopefully on to home and hanging out and just relaxing and chilling out. Appreciate you, War Chief. You're very kind, brother, as well as being a member of the channel. Also, be if you can, bow. Play just because that fake receiver news with the Niners. Oh yeah, I always got this on call for you.
Dang, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers.
And I can't just wet your beak. We got to dive in. It's cannonball time, baby. Come on.
Bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey. Super Bowl losing streak.
You know? Got a couple of toxic Niner fans jumping in the chat right off the rip, trying to throw us off the tracks. Don't be testing us. Don't make me bring out my Niner sounds. Brandon, this just in. Terry Arnold's bag of cash. The $100,000 was money from Myers Vegas Mafia debt. Bad joke. But maybe so. Kelly, I was playing fantasy for the first time this year. Was going to take Myers, but now I'm not sure at Brando. No, avoid it. The signs are there, Kaylee. The signs are there to avoid. That is a no-go situation, 100%. Especially because you're going to have to probably draft him a little bit early because of last year. And this offense and this team a bit. No. Banker L. Priest, thank you for the $2 donation. Will the 49ers draft Justin Buzzard in 2028? Maybe so. It is wild to watch. One story after another coming out of there. They're immune to just business as usual. Like their business as usual is just drama every different direction. It's one story after the next, topping one after the next. Like our coach in a head-on collision. Child's play. I got our owner out soliciting prostitutes in the middle of Ohio at 9 a.m. Child's play. I got this player that's been gaslighting these women that's acting like he's a true player playing for the team and kind of getting away with it for a while. What? Substations and it's just one thing after another. David, this is the last preseason game, David. Yep. We are officially inside 2 weeks until the start of the regular year. We are there. OEL, Hawks just can't believe that the preseason is finally over and game 1's now just 11 days away. Let's go. Banker Brando, I made a slight adjustment on my prediction versus the Pats and said the Hawks by 30, Hawks by 20. Let's go. Hey, I hope you're right, man. That would do well for us to start out the gate with a nice win. We got a week and a half until our next game. That would be, especially with a little bit of this rough preseason, Banker, that would hit kind of right. Yeah, David, I think the Patriots game's probably going to be close, though. Those two receivers change, I think, a little bit of the complexity of this game. Just a tiny bit. Or Chief with another $5. You guys are so kind. You drop one, you drop many. Appreciate all of your support and donations. If we need a backup GL big running back, let's use Uso. He's played running back most of his career here in high school. He's got moves. He'll get that first down. Hey, short yardage back. You know what I mean? I want to see a little bit of Byron Murphy at fullback at some point this year. I want to give to Byron Murphy. I want a touchdown from Byron. But if not that, we can always go there. I'm down for it. I saw that tape. He looked good carrying the rock. And boy, you feel for those kids out there as he looked like he was in that like grown man at 13 thing. And you got all those kids around his ankles trying to tackle the poor guy. He's just running them over in the open field. You're like averting your eyes, feeling just bad for those kids. That happened to me. I remember back when I played football, we had one of those guys, you know, the guy's a grown man at 13. You're just looking, I'm like, what am I going to do with this guy? You know? You're 5'4", 110 pounds. You're like, I can't bring this guy down. I can hold on to his ankle and let him drag me for a while. That's about as good as I got. Hello from Germany, 6 a.m. I'm not staying around for long after spending the whole night awake. My takeaway for me is we use Milroe way better than before. He didn't look so lost anymore. Nope, prepared to play. Good to see him out there getting a full run of a game today, and then you got to see the benefit of not going in and off the field and kind of out of whack and out of rhythm a bit there. He was good today, man. Looked good. Yeah, they definitely didn't play him too long after that hand injury, Byron, to your point. Yeah, it was interesting to see him out there a lot, and after that, yeah, you kind of go, okay, get him off now. We're good. Hopefully that hand's okay. Brando, your thoughts on the new owner being active on Twitter and your thoughts about his son who will ultimately be the long-term owner. Well, I think people like having communication from ownership. Sometimes that could bother people with Jody Allen sometimes and that they didn't hear more from her. And so, sorry here, and we're going to pray. And so I think this is one where now you get an opportunity to actually have an owner that's going to be a little bit more responsive and active on Twitter to let people know where his thoughts are on stuff. So I think that part's cool. I think people have to also understand that if you want that and that's something you're asking for, well, then don't be mad that he's giving you truth. Don't be mad then when he's telling you what's going on. You don't get it both ways. You guys be open and honest and give you truth. And well, he's not telling me all the things that I want to necessarily hear, like how the Steeler reaction of him admitting his Steeler fandom in the 70s and all that. Like, it's a good thing. We like transparency. We like people being open and interactive with the fan base. So I think it's a good thing. I do. And I just think we got to be willing to have our fans be a little bit chill on the freaking out on some of the stuff at times, like they did with the Steeler thing, where people are really on their sensitive toes a little bit with this situation. I've seen enough big fake jokes to see the outcome. Don Mata can't wait for regular games. Preseason was an absolute chore. I don't get the point of having 3 of these games. I think 1 or 2 is enough. Well, to your point, that's exactly what's going to happen as soon as they get to the 18th game of the season. Get to 18 games, you're going to have 2 preseason games. And you're right. It's weird how 4 didn't ever seem as long as these 3 seem now. And maybe it's just because they weren't the funnest of games to watch, but a chore is a good way of putting it. Yeah. Dig to Brandon, isn't using the word toxic and 49er fan in the same sentence redundant? True. It does go without saying, doesn't it? Joshua, Brandon, I know it's maybe too early to tell, but if we trade for Crosby, do you think that would push us even with the Rams again? Well, I'm not so sure, Joshua, that you're not even with the Rams as it stands right now. I know that it's sort of taken for granted that, okay, McDuffie and Garrett and Donald's going to come back, and then that puts them over the top. I don't know that it does. It might. I don't know that it's clearly as certain that if that happens, then this. If this is the occurrence of them, then they're certainly over the top of us. Some of this has been them matching the moves to us and our youth and us getting better and us bringing everybody back as we're bringing for the most part on both sides of the football. And so if you brought in a Crosby understanding that, then absolutely it would do so of not only bringing you even, but taking you potentially even past them at that point, Joshua. So yes, but my outlook on it in certain terms is I think you're still right there with them. And it's part of the nice part about this, Joshua, is that you get to make this decision intelligently, being that rather than having to make the swing right now for Crosby and throw all the capital out there and anticipate the issue or anticipate the problem off the edge, what we have is not enough. Instead, you get to let this play out, get to the deadline, see where your team's truly at, see if this is even a necessity, see if there is that much differentiation between you and the Rams truly and really, or if it is, as I say, really actually pretty damn close still. That's the nice part about this. You can afford to kind of sit and kind of, wait on this a little bit. And I would estimate that you're going to have to wait on the Crosby trade, whether it's to Seattle or anywhere else, to more around by the deadline. Doesn't feel like the Raiders right now are in the market to try to make this move. Watch Myers kick a 61-yard kick week 1. That shut some people up. War Chief again with another donation. Thank you for that. War Chief, the The great Kenny, the enforcer, easily once caught 100 interceptions with a broken hand. Scout's honor. He was a tough SOB, man. And 11 interceptions from the safety position in one given year. I think he had 17 interceptions over a 2-year period. Did Kenny Easley. Really an underrated player in Seahawks history because he was just at a time when just still early as an expansion franchise and, kind of still bursting onto the scene a little bit, but he was absolutely fantastic, War Chief. You are fantastic as well. Thank you for all of your support, brother. Jack says, wonder how David Lombardi will spend the Jed York situation, the Niners beating us in week 1. And the 49ers beating us in week 1. The false sting by the police will force. He'll find a way. That guy does acrobatics on that stuff like nobody's business. Dan Demand, thank you for the $2 donation. And you guys are, again, just unbelievable, just popping in the donos left and right here. Thank you so much for that. Milroe surprised me. Milroe's what the F, dude. What the F? And indeed, Myers, it's hard to explain, brother. And it's what you've gotten throughout the course of his career. Mainly is, look, you can say, Myers, you did this thing last year and you were awesome last year. So why aren't you awesome this year? He's 35 years old. He has had a career that is highly, highly rooted in 1 year being great, 1 year being bad, 1 year being great, 1 year being bad, 1 year being great, 1 year being bad. It is hard line rooted into his career. So the Myers having this go on is not necessarily a complete shock. It doesn't mean that we don't have to then deal with it at some point or figure an answer out or address it in some way, but it's not a shock necessarily because it does kind of fall in alignment with who he's been. But Milroe was surprising, and it becomes surprising after you've had these performances that have fit in alignment to what you were in college, where there were some struggles in college. There were some struggles in the final year of your college career there in Alabama, and that they've been very prevalent here with him on the football field through these prior performances. Today was a different beast. You ran your offense as you normally ran it. You didn't put on training wheels on the offense to find him success. It wasn't a bunch of play action pass rollouts for 5-yard dump outs out in space. He was pushing the ball down the field. It was high leverage throws, him standing tall in the pocket, delivering on time, delivering the ball in the right place for the receiver to make the catch at times in those very tight windows. He avoided the interception, avoided the bad plays. You've got the blindside sack that's very hard for him to be able to anticipate there, especially when he knows he's got a chip block coming on that backside. He's got essentially a soft double team to that backside edge, meaning that he shouldn't have to be as well aware of that's taken care of a little bit. But I thought he was strong. Again, taking into account there, Dan, a lot of third and deeps, a lot of like pre-snap penalties and holding calls that put Jalen in 3rd and 10 situations that was going to make it very hard to convert those things. And can't overlook that part of that within the offense. And as well, marrying the final item being no real great running game to work off of, Kaylee says, Brando, another hot take. Most Niner fans are toxic, like 90%, laughing out loud. I'll tell you there, when you can see we've even had a couple of Ram fans in here just in the talk, Banker Elpriest, and our guy, a couple of them just dropped. We got a lot of Ram fans that come in here and drop donations too. Primetime Ram fan dropping donation. And you see they come in here with hard opinions. They come in here with opinions that we'll disagree with even at times and stuff we do agree with. And they come in respectful and they come in with just want to have good football discussion. Niner fans will have a lot of fans that come in here that want to lead with their ass. And then they come in, they're a-holes, and then they're like, we call them on it, and they're like, what, you're not going to let me be an a-hole? Like, they're so, if you heard my interaction at the start of the stream, it was just like that. They're so blown away that nobody just wants to let them act like an a-hole. And that's how deep it's rooted on some of those in that fan base. And I can see it on how they treat their content creators. The way that Jesse gets treated in that fan base by some of them, and the tone that they take with him, it's ridiculous. It's childish. It's immature. It's kind of without reason. I don't know if they're just so frustrated that they haven't won in a long period of time, but like that fan base would do good for a large section of it to try to kind of look itself in the mirror and go, can I act like an adult today? Can I put on my big boy pants? Or do I got to devolve everything back down into the most childish thing and everywhere I go? And it is more prevalent with them than any other fan base that I deal with. It really is. And there's good ones too. It ain't all of them. I don't want to broaden. 90% might be a bit much, but Kaylee, it's out there. It's prevalent. Yeah, I don't have Uso making the team either, Elena. Probably the practice squad, but not the active roster. Seahawks 360, FYI, players won't surprise you if you have faith in them and believe in them. We have a team full of players people said wouldn't be what they are or they should have retired years ago. It's a good point, man. Good point. Gibson, I'm from DTC. If I didn't think we was good, I would tell you. Let's go. I'm a defensive tackle. Addicted Brandon, is the York controversy significantly different than the Robert Kraft Florida stuff a few years ago? Not condoning it, but seems like rich guys doing rich guy things. I mean, that's basically it. You know, he'll get suspended, but it's going to be at the end of the day the equivalency of a slap on the wrist versus, you know, if it was players doing this type of stuff. And, you know, one rule for thee, one rule for me. It's kind of one of those things. I do think that this ends up costing him in a bigger way, though, beyond the punitive, in that this costs him from the standpoint addictive of you're suspended and he's probably moved out of there as the owner. That this probably is something that starts a process of potentially even the Niners moving down the road to sell the team. So it does have a little bit of that cascading effect, I think. Myers couldn't hit from 71 in his dreams. Maybe with a nice headwind with him, you know, or not headwind, but wind at his back, maybe. Thank God the preseason's over, Jack. Oh, thank God. Bad man, if the Niners keep getting injured, they might actually have to sign Dejan Love at some point. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The only preseason losses that matter are Jake Bobo and Bud Clark. Yeah. Mason Richmond, maybe a little bit there too. Game Taco Brando, have you ever watched the UFC? Recently got into it, and it's a blast. It's been hard for me with UFC because I grew up on UFC when it began, and I was really into UFC in the beginning days where it was like blood sport type stuff, right? Or whatever that, yeah, I think it's blood sport, the Jean-Claude Van Damme. We got all these different fighting styles colliding and just guys brawling, and it was cool. It was entertaining. It was awesome. I sometimes when I'm watching UFC now, sometimes it's just a little bit too much of just guys rolling around, not a lot happening. You know, there's varying guys, there's different guys with this, but it just, sometimes it doesn't, I get a little bit bored sometimes in watching some of the fights, especially when it went through its era where everything was jiu-jitsu and guys rolling around trying to turn each other into pretzels. But I don't hate it. It's good. It's fine sport. Banker Brando, the 49ers song about booty cheeks was foreshadowing. We just didn't know at the time. Indeed. It was trying to tell us the future. We weren't listening. Jack, honestly, I'd get rid of the whole preseason. Players don't even play. It's mostly joint practice. If they want to add more games, get rid of the preseason and add a bye week. I'd be okay with that. I think that it's hard to remove the opportunities from the NFL owners to make some money in these games for home games and television rights and stuff like that. You know, they don't want to pull one back if they're not adding to another on the end, or pull two back to add one, so to speak. But I think you're right, Jack. The inter-squad practices have become much more important than the preseason games by a large measure. And a lot of these teams out there are barely playing any of these guys at all in the preseason. So it definitely is leaning in a bit of this direction where this seems to be a natural way it could go. But don't underestimate the fact they don't want to give up that preseason revenue. See how I said the way you sign off? One guy says we are. Next guy says C. Everybody says Hawks. All right. Try that out on the syndicate, man. We are Seahawks. That'd be easier than our 1, 2. We can't get our 1, 2, 3, 4 go down thing at all. So that'd be better than that. Dylan Brandon, do you feel you know what Brian Fleury is trying to do in these few games, or that he's holding his cards tight still? I think he's holding a lot of cards tight. I think your pre-snap motion is going to be dialed up very heavy when we get to regular season. And I think that he's definitely working in his different looks a little bit, but he's kind of like he worked in a look today where it's 2 tight ends to one side of the field, 2 receivers to the other side of the field stacked, and then worked off of that a couple different times in the same kind of manner. I think you're much more snap in and snap out going to see some diversification of the formations, less of static 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, the same and the same and the same. For the sake of sequencing, you know, like I said, in that formation, then I'm going to I formation, then I'm going to that formation, and I'm doing things structurally within it to try to set the defense up be it off play actions or set up the run. So I think you're going to I think he's holding things a little bit tight to the vest, a little bit. I think he's worked a little bit of stuff out, but I think in the back of his mind, it's also like, we'll wait to really unveil all of this until we get to the games, especially with my number ones out there, because there's a lot of the stuff in this offense that's very complex and gets harder to run when you get down to the four stringers who don't get all of that practice time of the starters during training camp and OTAs to get down the ins and the outs of this offense. It's not the type of offense that you would typically have a guy, you just bring him in and he's right up to speed instantaneously. There's a lot of stuff in this offense, adjustments, option routes, just a lot of the pre-snap motions. It's kind of a lot. Understandable that you'd want to have it a little more vanilla in the preseason. Baker Night Train Lane says hello with 14 interceptions in 12 games. It's another guy that gets lost in time. It's a little bit like the Deacon Jones, where great player that just sort of gets forgotten about because he happened to play so deep in NFL history back, but a hell of a player and as dominant as they've ever come at the position, along with the nickname Night Train Lane. That thing just falls out of the mouth, man. RJ officer, when did you last see Myers? Uprights? We haven't. Joshua Brandon, who's the player you expect to make the biggest jump this year? I think Shaheed really comes forward as a receiver for you. I think Arroyo as well is going to be a factor on this team in a way that he wasn't last year. Is there a big jump guy? I think they'll make pretty significant leaps in their performance and play. I think Tyrese Knight's going to give you a role on this team. I don't think it's going to be purely as a starter, but I think he comes out there and it's like Arroyo. These guys aren't going to be like your 1, 2, 3, 4th highest targeted guys, but that they're going to serve a very specific, important role in this team, and you're going to feel their impact. He'd be another guy that I'd point to. I don't have a guy that necessarily makes the big monster leap. Some of these guys have already made that leap a little bit. Like even Okada last year was a top 16 rated safety. And I think he can match what he did last year in a lot of ways. So that'd be those guys mainly. Great question. Joshua Winterwood, though, don't know. Another question says, is it me or is McVay slightly overrated? I think he's an incredible play caller, but he seems to be pretty bad at in-game management. I think even Ram fans would tell you that there are some questions with him at times about the in-game management. Clock management especially can be a little bit off with him. He's a really great coach that's not without some things that I think are very tangible items in his coaching pedigree that can be a little bit limiting to him. Now, I don't think that they're limiting to the point of holding him back from still being a great coach. Like, let's not get forgotten. That part's still the true reality of the situation. He is as great an offensive mind in this sport as you will find. Yeah, he's got Stafford to help him realize the best version of his offense, but he is a great offensive mind. He's a great culture builder like Mike is here. There's a lot of things outside of just X's and O's that he does really, really, really well. But the game management, I think, is a question. I think that the leaning into passing a little bit too much with Stafford at times is a valid question. The way he addresses special teams or the lack of addressing special teams, a little bit of a question. None of these are things that are like, oh, this just holds him back and potentially even holding him back from the ultimate prize of being a Super Bowl winner. It's just things that are, once you got a guy that's got this time in the sport, you get to have these things kind of rise a little bit more to the forefront and be a little bit more clear in that they are there. They are a part of what you seem to get with this guy a little bit. They're correctable, I'll say that. You can turn around and make the special teams an onus. You can turn around and make how you address your clock management a more of an onus and make it more of I'm going to be aware of this, that this is been a problem for us in recent years. The lack of running the ball and staying committed to it. You guys play with the lead a lot. You don't have to pass as much. You can lean and be a little bit more conservative at times. You got this best quarterback in the sport MVP, but you don't have to then ride on that so hard. You were top 6 in passing attempts last year for a team that was up in so many games. That doesn't fit, right? So these are small items, part of being a great coach. You're not going to have a lot of things that you don't do really well. Knows how to build a great staff. So there are detriments, but there's so many other things that are just really good with McVay that heavily offset that. At what point will the Hawks consider cutting Myers? The trend continues. Watch Snyder sign his own thicker kicker. You give a couple games into the season on that banker. He's in the final year of a contract. So you don't want to do this time of year. There's not grade A kickers all over the place just to be had anywhere you want. They don't grow on trees. So you're really going to try to make this go. You'd have to be 4 or 5 games into the season with this going really sideways to get to the point where you're going to try to flip out your kicker. Joshua, Brandon, who was the coach you wanted Seattle to hire more than anyone when they hired McDonald? I had the 3 names that were at the top for me. And to be honest with you, I had one name that was a little bit higher than the other, but all 3 names for me were guys that I trusted in. I said, just make it one of these 3 guys. I want it to be one of these 3. McDonald was one of those 3. The other 2 was going to be Harbaugh and was going to be Vrabel. So, I think in retrospect, all of those coaches have proven to be pretty good hires to the places they've gone. I would have been open to any one of those 3 guys. I wanted to, I was really zeroed in on those 3 when it came down to it. I did not want Dan Quinn in here. It's going to be those guys, those guys are bust, those were the ones. But all very close too. I didn't have one that I think was like, I wasn't like ride or die for Vrabel and I don't want any part of McDonald. I was kind of more of like, I think all 3 of these options are really good options and all 3 of these options can find some success here. Baker, they're prepping for the 49ers versus Hawks game stream, especially week 1 versus Rams, Australia, when Brando streams that play-by-play. Yes, sir. Joshua, Brandon, I live near Chicago, and my brother is a big Bears fan. I feel like they haven't done enough to make their defense better. What do you think? Yeah, I think it stands out that when you look at the NFC, and the Rams certainly don't fit to this. I think that even the 49ers don't necessarily fit to this. But there's a lot of teams in the NFC this year, in this offseason. It's been the stronger conference the past couple of years. And you have this offseason, I believe, a couple of you got a couple of teams that you thought were going to take steps forward or be aggressive to try to push themselves over the top that instead seem to have taken a step back. Chicago loses DJ Moore. They lose Dahlman, the Pro Bowl All-Pro center. You have a guy in Thuney who's been very good, but he's getting up to about 35 years old. Questions at the left tackle position that still remain questions as we stand here in training camp. You go over to the defensive side of the ball. You lost a variety of defensive starters. Kobe Bryant's going to be done for the year. Adam Thieneman is going to be a rookie starting at the other safety position. So where's the progress? Where's the step forward from that Bears team? It feels a little bit more backwards than it does forward to me. And I'm surprised on this. It doesn't make sense to me on this because everything should have indicated to the Bears, let's go. Let's kick this into gear. Let's be aggressive. Let's go make a Crosby trade. Like I thought they would have been there neck and neck with the Ravens being in on that. But very quiet as a team. Just kind of, no, we're just going to run it back. We're just going to trust in Colston and Luther Burden to develop and Caleb to keep getting better. We're fine. Okay. I think you got to be a little more aggressive if you want to go be a Super Bowl contender, truly. I don't think that just hoping things naturally improve is the way to go with that. Seahawks Daddy, I like the Niner fans just the way they are. If they were nice like the Ram fans, then it would be less fun to watch them lose. Right, B. If the Niners were to be a movie, I think it would be a Human Centipede. Your thoughts on what the rest of the NFC West would be? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. I'm stumped, man. I'm 5 hours in on the stream. I'm kind of stumped on that one. What movie would they be? So the Rams would be a Michael Bay movie. They'd be like Transformers, right? Really flashy, a lot of bright lights and glitziness coming at you. Not necessarily the substance, right? Seahawks would be like a Christopher Nolan movie. You know what I mean? Built with care, exacting, right? Precision of shot, like just all the way around quality. You know what I mean? Universal quality. Seahawks Day. Don't go changing Niner faithful. You are perfect. Maker Brandon, imagine if you did a play-by-play of the 49ers versus Philly stream. How toxic would the chat be? Well, they'd be going at each other for sure. They'd let me off the hook, but they'd kind of find me and be like, that's kind of funny. You're doing this as a Hawk fan, but they'd be going at each other. The Niner Philly hate is real. That's a death match right there. Like that fan base, like that matchup they had a couple of years ago, Banker, like, whoo, they're still talking trash to each other. Richard, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel, Richard. If you are a member of the channel, like Richard just jumped aboard to become, we got Tuesday, the Hard Knocks watch along. I'll be doing about 6:45. Tomorrow I'll be getting out to the PFF scores to the members of the channel as well. We're doing a call-in show here this next Saturday for you guys. So do please keep an eye on that if you happen to be a member of the channel, as I put it all over on the community post over there. But Richard, you're the man. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate you. Kaylee, Brando, I think most Ram fans are toxic too, but I'm leaning more towards 70% when it comes to Ram fans. I've had more experience with respectful Ram fans than Niner fans. I can only attest to what I've dealt with here. Oh, sorry, one sec. I can only say what I've dealt with, and I've really had a great experience overall in dealing with them. And it does stand very much counter to what you do get a little bit from the Niners on that side of it, the fans to that, so it's been all right. There's toxic in all fan bases though. Even we got ours too. That's for sure. Hey, Brandon, how fired up the starters were on the sideline and how D Hall had to hold Jones back from going on the field. It's great to see. They're leaders. They're connected to the process. They want to see these young kids do well. They understand how important it is that these guys develop behind them. So it's good to see. And it's what you'd hope from the leaders, is that they would be as intensive on that sideline, not just sitting on the, just sitting on the bench out of just waiting for the thing to be finished, but actually engaged. Very cool. Very cool. War Chief again with another donation. You dropped about 5 of these, War Chief. Thank you for all that support. I know this really nice lady who's a 49er fan. She's cheating on her husband, but she's really nice. You guys are beating up on the Niner fans tonight, and I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it.
Brock Purdy look like Jimmy Neutron, Fran Sheen. Timu Tom Brady got your quarterback from Sheen.
Get him, chat. Prayers go out to those in Spokane. Get those fires down under control. Brandon, thanks for the York info. Sounds like he does not have a Robert Kraft-sized wallet. 100% on point about rules for owners, too, by the way. You the man. Thank you, Addicted. Yeah, you guess you get up to the billions. You sometimes can operate off of your own rule book, I suppose. Riley Mills is a good pick, War Chief. I think he's going to do really well this year, too. Losing Newts is going to hurt in the run game, as well as Bobo, 2 under-the-radar losses for the run game. True. Going to have to find a way to overcome it. Hopefully Arroyo can fill in a little bit for the Bobo reps out there, and hopefully Lampy, who did not have the best of preseasons, can fill in for Oots. But it's a question. Yeah, that was back when they were doing the tackles where they could just face mask, man. They didn't have that face mask in there at all times, man. They'd go up around that head, and they were brutal with it, man. Some of those old cuts are tough to watch. Tough to watch. Brandon, this year can be the Ty Okada or Drake Thomas in the roster. D'Anthony Bell's got a possibility of doing that, filling in for a Bud Clark. I got to say, I don't really have a guy that comes to mind on that gaming taco. It's possible. So it is possible, but I don't think that there's a guy that's going to have that same kind of step that those guys had. I don't think there's the room on the roster. You got a Tyrese Knight behind, Drake, who we know he is. He's a good player, So No, I don't. Sorry, man. I don't have a guy that I think is going to rise up in that same kind of way. A banker at this point, time management is bad challenge for McVay is known for. Business as usual. Yeah. So as I said, Ram fans are fair. You guys acknowledge it. And there's a lot of great he brings with it on the other side. So it ain't all, it ain't all bad. Yeah, see, Tribe, this is where it's like somebody comes in earlier and they go, oh, well, Angus in the fights. And it's like, well, then people come in and attack my mom. Then she fights back. And then people go, well, my mom's doing stuff. It's like, that is attack. I attack Megan because she's loopy, not because she's a female. It's like, Tribe, not cool, man. Not cool at all. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. Milroe looked much better. Diggs is a lock for cornerback 3. IMO, in my opinion, and Myers needs to have a great first game of the season to make the 12s relax. We good. Go Hawks. Ooh, so you got Diggs. You're not the first one, Peter. Someone else was mentioning that they felt like Diggs was going to overtake Josh Jobe over there on the outside for that third cornerback role. And we'll see. I think the cool part of this with Mike is that if you are a player that's good and you've got ability and you can play, he's going to find a way to get you on the football field. And, we mentioned Drake Thomas being out there and being the starter now. And look, they're finding a way to get Tyrese Knight out there as an edge and find a way to get him some snaps out there in that manner. Same thing here. You had last year, Josh Jobe ascended. I think he did probably outperform Woolen, but they still found those matchups and places to get Woolen in there and got him reps and got him more than 900 snaps last year. And that there was plenty of reps to be had to kind of work him in there and to find kind of the right matchups for him as a player too. So it's the nice part about Mike is I think that he is going to try to kind of work that around and you'll find a way to get him on the field if that is so. Part of the key is going to be a bit there, Peter, coming down to Diggs and how he tackles because Josh Jobe does tackle and he does get after in that way. And that is the place that with Diggs going back to college, they have a little bit of a question in his mind that even if he gives you the ball skills and good coverage ability, that if he's not up to snuff in the tackling element of things, that might prevent him from overtaking the cornerback 3. But cool to see him go get that interception. I think you're right. He's locked down at the very least the roster spot, active roster spot. And how nice is it to have a former first-round talent who still maybe be every bit have that talent inside him and ability inside him on the back end of your cornerback room. Like that's very rare in the NFL to have that at your disposal and very nice to have. So Milroe did look better as well to my eyes, Peter. He was improved. It was not an easy day at the office for him as far as what was set up in front of him to have success or not have success, but he did a great job. Very, very cool to see Milroe out there and what he was doing and very encouraging. Good as a final step to what we're going to see from him for another year from now, hopefully, that the final thing that we got to see from him was a good snapshot. And we'll just have to see with Myers, man. Maybe it's going to be a Mr. Hyde kind of year. It just kind of is what it is on that side of it. Joshua, Brandon, thanks for answering my questions tonight. I've watched you for years and have always enjoyed your content. Just haven't commented in a while. Well, it's great to have you back in here and commenting, man. And always happy to answer the questions. Love my chat interactions with you guys and always chopping it up after games. It always gives me a little bit more clarity on the games themselves and what went on and what didn't go on and, seeing things kind of more clear, just collectively speaking. But thank you, Joshua. Appreciate you, man. Jack Dong says, Jed York just hired some Ohio massage therapists to relieve the Niner aches. Josh Brandon, what is the one area of McDonald's coaching you would like to see him improve? I've thought about it, but I can't think of much. I think he's done a pretty good job to not really show you any real major holes in his game. He's been good in his time management. He's been good at not going for too much on fourth down like a lot of coaches are doing in this day and age, right? He's got a great balance that he strikes with that. I think he does a good job of knowing when to be aggressive and knowing when to just try to dial it back. I think there will be things that do develop in time that we have with him. I think every coach is going to have some deficiencies, but he's only into year 2. He won his first year pretty well. He got to the Super Bowl in his second year. So I would just say that we really haven't gotten anything yet that's really clearly stood out on him as far as this is a thing that holds him back, not at all. Maybe he gets a little bit heavy-handed to the offense and having them run the ball too much at times. But even that I'm not certain of. That's more of almost a question than it is that's what's going on kind of thing. B, when our team plays on Monday night, will you be on the Roundtable or main channel? On Monday night games, I will be on the Roundtable Sports channel. I'll be streaming to their channel on Monday Night Football play-by-play this year. Also be doing some Sunday Night Football games too, as well for them. A little bit of a mix. But yeah, I'll be over on, it's on Roundtable Sports. Sox Daddy, lots of reasons I can't hate Ram fans. There are too few of them. They had their team stolen in the return. They paid proper respect when Paul Allen died, put his patch on their uniform. That's true. Yeah, classy fan base. Royce says, I asked the magic ball about Myers. Said outlook not good. I personally hope he is going to be transcendent. Hopefully so. The stars are not telling us good answers right now. I have yet to meet a toxic card fan. Usually they're the ones drinking toxic to take the misery away. It's true. It's hard to get toxic when you got nothing. It's just that history is a tough one, you know, but they're good people as well. They're good people as well. You guys are cooking up here for the third preseason game. We're 5 hours in. We still got almost 300 people here in the chat. You guys are on point tonight as ever here. I probably am not going to go super much more longer, to be honest with you guys here. I need to get some food myself. I'm getting a little bit hungry. I know you go all night, but we'll probably start to put a little bit of a button on this one. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation. Very kind of you, brother. Ravens really blew it, in my opinion. Could have had Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. Instead, they decided to be a-holes to Crosby. Also, I'm predicting a bad Ravens season. Yeah, it's a joke of a situation in the way that they ran that. Bad look for them all the way around. I don't think that Trey Hendrickson is going to be the same player that you would have gotten as Max Crosby. I think that you could make the argument that that defense needed a Max Crosby added on to it. That it's been not quite reinforced with the kind of talent that if it's looking at itself as a Super Bowl contender, it doesn't have the goods there to get that done. Hendrickson's a little bit more of the pale imitation. They went that route because it was going to be cheaper. They went that route because it was going to cost them draft capital. But this is a team that I think does fall a little bit short this year of where their expectations are going to lie on it. And I think that they look back to your point on that at the Max Crosby trade and they kind of shake their heads going, man, we should have just pulled the trigger on that one. You know, that was the better route to go there. But they also kind of screwed themselves on going overboard for Crosby in the first place. Should never have been 2 first-round picks. It should have been a first and a second-round pick. That should have been where the competition lied for his services. They went over the top on it. And then they came back and had buyer's remorse. It's, again, just come back to it. It's a horrible look for the Ravens. It's absolutely they're out of pocket every which way. And it's going to cost them in a couple different ways. And maybe future negotiations with players and teams and these kind of trades, as well as costing them this year and ultimately not being the best version of what they possibly could have been this year as they start to see a little bit of their own Super Bowl potential window starting to shrink and get closer to shut. Are we rolling with 5 tight ends? Brady Russell, Eric Saubert, Callerup, AJ Barner, Elijah Arroyo. Yes, sir, Jeffrey. You're going to go with 5 tight ends on this team. Yeah. And it's kind of out of necessity. With Russell, he's a little bit of a 2-for-1 where Russell gives you the ability to play fullback as well. So it's kind of like, it's sort of semantics, right? Is Russell a fullback? Is he a tight end? But essentially, yeah, you're keeping the 5 tight ends on the roster. You're going to run a lot of 12 personnel on this team. What do you think about Diggs? Really good cover corner man. You got to see today, Tyler, what he can do as a corner man. Jump routes, run the route better than the receiver. Has ball skills to make the play. Don't know where he's at on the tackling front of it. Don't know where he stacks on the depth chart. Got a very small sample size of snaps to watch him today, Tyler, so it's not a lot to work off of. But he looked good in what we saw. Worst tree. Hey, Brandon, any thoughts on the new owners going back and forth with people on Twitter about his Steeler fandom? I'm a little worried about it. Laughing out loud. I think it's a mountain. I think it's a mountain out of a molehill. I think that the owner's trying to be honest with people and he's trying to tell them about his history and tell them about how he came to the NFL fandom and a guy that, you know, not born in this country, right? So, you know, comes to the country, new to the sport, new to realizing the sport. Oh, I like this sport. Oh, this is a fun initial team to watch. I'm telling you Seahawks fans about my history of what brought me to my fandom of NFL. And people are getting hyper concentrated on initially when he was an initial fan in 78, he was a Steeler fan. I think people are at times in this fan base looking for reasons to freak out with new ownership. Maybe it's just that everybody's got so much post-traumatic stress. You know, maybe it's that so many Seattle fans have just been beaten down over the years by these owners that they've been beaten and beaten and beaten. Because it's the appearance, it's really the feeling I get is I sense this just fear in Seattle fans. Like I sense this this just bubbling, percolating, just roiling boil of fear in the depth of their soul that this owner is going to screw us 8 ways from Sunday. And I to a degree get it, but Hawk fans, Seattle fans, can we relax? Like, let's worry about things that are honestly things to worry about. Let's not we're creating illusions is what we're doing with this situation, in my opinion, Worst Tree. I think people are just a little too sensitive right now, and they're looking for that reason. And if you're going to look for it, you're going to find it. So we got to come back from this and take a big step back and stop with the, like, everybody just holding their breath, squeezing their hands as tight. Their butt cheeks are pulled tight. They're like, they're going to screw us over. They're going to move the owner. They're going to move the team. They're going to move the stadium. They're going to take us out of Seattle. They're going to take us to a different state. They're going to do this. They're bringing in the market capitalists. They're going to, man, I have felt this kind of incessantly for like about 2 months from the Hawk fans. And it's kind of like, I got it at first, but now it's like, I can see what you guys are kind of doing. And it's like, now we're just trying to create worries out of nothing. Give them the opportunity to either be a bad, not talking to you on this Worst Tree. I'm talking to more of what we're hearing out there as far as people speaking about this. Give the ownership a chance to either be bad or good. It may go either way, and you don't know way it's going to go, but jumping to conclusions or looking for things to try to pull out of is not the proper approach here. The proper approach is to let it play out, let it see how it's going to go. And again, if you want your owner to be honest with you and you want the owner to be more interactive on social media, and then they are that and they give you honest responses, we can't have these people then that are just instantly clutching at their pearls off of everything that those owners then say. You can't have it both ways, where you get the open, honest owners that are trying to tell the fans what's up and how they're coming and where they're coming from and why they are doing the way that they're doing. And then the fans are like, oh, you're saying stuff that's not exactly what I thought, or just saying that you were a Seahawks fan right from 77. And well, he's just being honest. Don't we want honesty? No, I only want honesty when he's telling me things that I want to hear. No, we don't. I want honesty. Tell me the whole story. Let me know the whole way. So I get it, man, but the fans we got to chill, man. This sensitivity to new owner thing has gone beyond the pale. It really has. And it's one where I think we got to start to push down on this and go, okay, guys, this is now enough. Like this has gone too much. Let's give them an opportunity to see what they can do. And I am going to start to wind this down at that point, folks. I need to go get some food here, and I'm getting a little bit hungry. So we're going to be coming back tomorrow at 3:00. So if we didn't have a chance to cover your questions tonight on the show, we will be bouncing back tomorrow at 3 to do a little bit of a roster outlook. I just need to get some food here tonight. We've got about 5.5 hours in on the stream. So if we can just go ahead and kind of put a bit of a wrap up onto this one with that. Kaylee Brando, I'm in a wheelchair. For context, I have never thought of going to a game against the Niners because they are so toxic that I would have safety concerns for myself. Rams, I would consider. You're not wrong. That stadium is lit. Those fans fight each other in that stadium, Kaylee. So if they're willing to duke it out with each other, they'll definitely go at somebody that's in a wheelchair. That's not, that's a real fear. I wouldn't go in that stadium either myself. Not with the videos I've seen. No, thank you. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. Appreciate all of your support, man. You dropped about 7, 8, 9, 10 donos today on the stream. I don't think Ravens knew how good they had it at head coach. No, and I think that there's a lot of this in letting go of Harbaugh that was as much about being mad about the fact that you let Mike leave the building and you didn't just retain Mike and then let Harbaugh go at that time. I think it was almost as much of a decision that was pushed by that, more than it was with Harbaugh. But Minger's a hell of a defensive-minded coach. He is. Is he a head coach? We'll see on that. They didn't go outside the box on this one necessarily, did the Ravens, and going to that higher. And I think he'll build a good defense for him, but that offense is one that I have some question marks on. Looks like Jacoby Lane's really lighting it up for them, and he's going to be a factor for them at receiver. But where's Lamar at in his progression? Where's he at in his career? Where's his mobility at? How is he progressing as a passer? I think these are all very valid questions to ask on this Raven team, and I'm not so sure they're going to kind of realize what still is a team with a lot of potential. I did notice the son giving the dad shut up about the Steelers thing. Yeah, he knew it was going to get received kind of how it was a bit there, and he's like, Dad, no, come on. Nope. Brian Judge, your play-by-play and insight is the best. Brando, Love your work. Hit the like button and go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Brian. You guys are the best out here on me. I've got an awesome stream. We've had over 50 plus donations and member messages here on this stream today just alone. You guys bring the heat every single time in that manner. Really thank you guys for all of your support because I love this play-by-play. It's my favorite thing to do, and you guys allow me to be able to do this. I'm going to expand it more than ever this year, and with the hopes that we can expand even more into the future because it's just it's a great time to be able to call these games. But thanks for watching here, man. Thanks for tuning in. I got a great job here, man. Great job. Will Fries, thank you for the $10 donation, Will. Oh, very kind of you, brother. Apologies if you've already talked about this, but I'm just joining. How worried are you about Myers, and what should the team do about it, if anything? No, it's always valid. It's an important question right now, especially coming through this preseason game. Myers played on his rookie contract a couple of years into the Jets, has played here now under 2 different contracts with the Seattle Seahawks. Up until last year, his entire career went great to bad to middle of the road, slightly below middle of the road, right? It was basically, as I've jokingly called it the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So you have the Dr. Jekyll of Myers when he's at his best. And when you're in that good year, he's out there lighting it up. He's kicking kicks from 55 yards out. He's bending the bullet. He's kicking it around the upright from this and spinning it back this way and shooting it in the middle. He's avoiding blocking kicks. He's kicking it and rolling it at the field, making a fumble happen on kickoffs. The man can do no wrong. But then you get into the year after that, and it's a bad year, and it looks like he doesn't know how to kick anymore. And you sit there and you go, oh my God, I don't think the guy that knows how to kick. But then you get to the next year. And then it's a great kick. And then he's awesome again. And he's bending the bullet and he's kicking over here and he's 60 yards out from here and splitting it right down the middle. Then you get to the next year and it's bad. So imagine if you may, folks, if you imagine may, will, you have a 10-year period with the kicker and you've got great, bad, great, bad, great, bad. And I'm talking, it's like a drummer, just right on rhythm, right on rhythm. Then we get to last year, which was supposed to be a bad year, but inexplicably, Myers had a great year, his best year of his career, in what was supposed to be one of those Mr. Hyde type seasons. What does that do to the math? Seemed to disapprove it, seemed to have rectified, seemed to have fixed the issue. But instead, comes back this year and what now is supposed to be back due to be a Dr. Jekyll. We're supposed to get a doctor year. The doctor's supposed to be in the building. The doctor's supposed to be on call. But yet it's looking like maybe that Mr. Hyde season that was overdue is coming to bear right now. So if that is the case at this point, do I think that the Seattle Seahawks ride with him on a full year of Myers in Mr. Hyde mode? If it's as bad as it's been through preseason, you're probably not going to make it a whole year of dealing with that, especially if you have a team that's looking at being a Super Bowl contender and looking at the reality of the potential of having a kicker who's essentially holding them back from realizing their super potential. If that's going to be the case at that point, then you're going to have to go make a move for a kicker. The problem comes into play is that a guy has this happen at this time of year. You're a little bit stuck, aren't you? Because unless you want to think about it from the standpoint of the kickers are growing on trees by the bunches, there's not really a lot of ready-made options out there to go to. You can flip Myers out for somebody else, but you could just go find yourself flipping out bad to worse at that point too. It's really an issue and a problem that you really most got to deal with in the off season. And so really you're probably kind of stuck in the Myers situation overall by where it stands. If it gets egregious and it goes extreme, then at that point, then you're going to probably have to do something to go a little bit harder to deal with the situation. But if it's a matter of middle of the road type year or an average-ish kind of year, you're just going to probably ride that out. So there's something to it. It may be a year where it's going to go down like this for him. It's been in his history's past before, but I don't know if there's a lot you're going to be able to do with this unless it just goes completely bad and you have to really throw some assets at trying to figure it out at that point. Hopefully not, man. Hopefully not. But my worry, I guess pretty big, because when he's had these bad seasons before, right? It's not like he snapped out of that halfway in, right? The forget the kick years have held pretty succinctly throughout those years. So if he's in the midst of a bad season, he's kind of stuck in there, It's almost like, I got to play this whole year out before I can get back around to the good side of it, It's a good question, man. I wish I had a better answer for you. I think, Brandon, everybody's jumping out of their mind. Short clip is epic. If you could replace the monkey with pumpkin in the video, it would be a chef's kiss. IMO. Go Hawks. I wish I could. I'm technologically pretty savvy, but not quite that savvy with it. But pumpkin would be, if I could get her in there, that'd look good. LeBron, Coach Mike McDonald grew up a Patriots fan. What's wrong with being a Steelers fan in the past? Yeah, exactly. Our starting wide receiver who just had 1,900 receiving yards, to LeBron's point, literally has the Dallas Cowboy star on his left arm. Jackson Smith-Njigba's got the Dallas Cowboy star on his left arm. Are we worried about, that's not just watching a team or being a fan of a team. That's you with ink on your arm. Permanent ink on your arm. This is a non-story. It's a non-story. And again, it's in the heart of, why is Vanad doing that? Is he doing it because he's showing signs of his Steeler fandom? Oh, my slip showed. My Steeler fandom slip just showed. No. That's him trying to drop an olive branch to Hawk fans and be like, let me be honest with you with my process. I'm an outsider coming in. I'm a stranger to you. Let me not be that. Let me start to explain to you who I am and what makes me tick and what makes me roll. And instead of Hawk fans then recognizing that and going, wow, we got a guy that's opening his, just trying to be an open book to us. You got the people freaking out like, he was a Steeler fan 40 years ago. No way. Come on. Addicted. Oh my God. I only want honestly, when you're telling me what I want to hear, that would make a fortune on a t-shirt. HG, yeah, I'd love to spend 3/4 my net worth just to sabotage a team. Yeah, it's so weird. That's the where they'll go with it too. Where it's like he spent 10, he eliminated what was 75% of his net worth just to take out one of the 32 teams to hopefully help out one of his team that's actually over in the AFC and that's not actually in the. It just doesn't add up, and I think it's, again, to give those Hawk fans that are a little worried here. Your fears are coming from a place of, you've had owners come through here and do you real dirty and cold-blooded as it gets and ice cold. And we're going to clip you guys and we're going to screw you and to hell with you and who cares? So some of this is coming from a place that's understandable, but let's not create specters. Let's not invent ghosts. Let's not invent problems that aren't realities. Let's actually look at things that are, true. Clay Bennett wanted to move the Sonics from the jump of taking over ownership. Ken Behring wanted to get the Seahawks down to LA from basically the jump of taking over the ownership. So, you're going to see your hand with them, but let's go see the hand that shows itself in that manner and not anticipate it. Again, coming back to, like you say, guys, not going to spend that money to sabotage. Jody and the Allen family are not going to be stewards of this organization for 30 years, as good as you possibly could be, so only to screw the pooch now at this point. None of it adds up. None of it adds up. None of it tracks. Kaylee, Brandon, to be honest, I was born after Save Our Seahawks, and even I have PTSD, laughing out loud. Hey, I get it. I get it. And look, it doesn't help that the songs get taken, 20 years ago, and we have to hear every year of how it's impending that the NBA is going to bring them back, but they don't bring them back. We were still without a team. I've said before, the Seattle Mariners are the second Major League Baseball team in Seattle. The Seattle Pilots were here. You know who the Seattle Pilots are now? Milwaukee Brewers. And then you have Jeff Smoley, and even after you get your Mariners back, who's trying to move us down to St. Petersburg at that time for the burgeoning market of St. Petersburg, Florida. Whoa. So that's where, to this, I will have some patience with people and saying, look, I'm being hard on some Hawk fans. I'm being touchy to this to a degree, but it's also like, look, we are uniquely in a place up here in Seattle where we have had owners more than any city in the nation that have come in here to tear our team away. Tear a team away that had a fierce and fervent backing, despite the fact that those owners prior hadn't necessarily done everything to keep them competitive. And so people coming back and going, man, I don't want to be hurt again. I don't want my heart broken again. And it would get no more brokenhearting than seeing our Hawks get taken out of the town after all of this. That'd be the ultimate betrayal. So to that part, I can understand. But we do got to see proof of it and something that's tangible that means that it's really happening. Unless a new owner brings in a substation or a scene in Ohio, you'll be okay, Brando. Yeah, we're all right. We'll be all right. Tyler says, I think it's cool that he was honest about his true fandom. They are Seahawks now. Yeah, I agree. And that's what he was trying to be. Let me tell you about my story. You guys know nothing about me. You have questions about me. I'm a little bit mysterious to you guys. Let me explain here a little bit of what's made me tick as a fan, what's brought me to the sport. And that's what I would want him to do, is give me your background. I'm not expecting a story that's got to fit to a certain type. Just be honest in what you're telling me. And the fact that he's leading with honesty and that's the driving force here out the gate should be the great sign that Seattle fans really go on to. We have an owner that's not leading out the gate with hiding stuff or trying to be secretive or anything else, but instead, here, let me show you what's going on. Let me show you what we're about. Yeah, owners are going to be great, Daniel. All right. Well, we will put a button on this. Sorry, we're wrapping up a little bit earlier than we'll be in the regular season. I'm no doubt regular season will be going for 6, 7, 8 hours. But tonight I got to get some food. And just the timing of the 5 o'clock show got me a little bit off tonight with getting this cooked up and going. I thank you guys for watching today. If you can do me that favor, please do hit that like button. Please do hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's absolutely positively free, and it does help out channels like mine tremendously in growing. We're trying to get bigger and bigger on this channel. I'm trying to get to 30,000 subscribers. You can help us get there today by clicking that like button, by hitting that subscribe button. I really, really, really do appreciate it. One last shout out to the sponsor of the show. The sponsor of the show is, of course, Prize Picks. When we use my code HMA, or just click the link down in the description section below and you get a $5 winning ticket. They will put $150 into your account. One $5 winning ticket, $150 into your account. That's all it takes. $5 winning ticket. You got baseball, football, seasonal picks, game picks. Just want to pick the winners of the games themselves. Whatever your flavor, they got it for you. Put your sports knowledge to test. Go win yourself some money today using my code HMA, or again, click that link down in the description section. I thank you guys today for another wonderful stream. Really appreciate all of the great discussion here. I love that we can still have some great differentiation of opinions here in the house, and that's all right. And we can both all roll with where we're all coming from. I love having Ram fans in the house here. Niner fans, come on now. You come on in here. You guys have a little they have a hard time with me saying that respectful thing. Boy, do they hate me saying just all you got to do is just be respectful here. That's all we ask. And it's my only one rule in here. My Hawk fans get it. Ram fans get it. Other fans coming in here definitely 100% get it. I really appreciate it. I don't ask it other than for one reason. It isn't because we can't take drama or we can't take some tough conversations. Quite the opposite. I think we can talk about any tough conversation that you want in the book. But you can't have those tough conversations if toxicity is what's leading with it. And you guys do a great job of that's never being the case here in this channel. And it is you in this community, and it's this part of the community of this channel that makes this whole channel run. It's not me yapping away endlessly. It's you guys in this community that makes this thing go. And that's why it's very precious to me in keeping it in that place where we want to keep it to where things can stay respectful. We can have disagreement and it doesn't have to go off the rails. So thank you guys as always for keeping that on point through 5 hours and 33 minutes here of a very long stream, but you guys do that every single freaking week. I'm not shocked in the least that it's that way. Thank you guys as well for all of the support and the donations. Jeffrey Thistle many times over. Will, Peter Go Hawks. We got Dan the Man, War Chief many times over. Banker Elpries many times over. Thrill House, Dylan, Chris, Prime Time, MD, Jerry Walker, AA Joss. Thank you guys for all of your support to this channel. You guys are amazing and second to none in your support on this community here to the channel. I've got a lot cooked up this year for you guys. We'll be back tomorrow on Saturday with a roster projection for you guys. Come back Sunday for the actual cut down day. Next week, we got Behind Enemy Lines kicking off there with Colby from the Patriots channel. So we are got a lot locked and loaded this year. I hope you're ready to ride with me. I hope you're ready for your Seattle Seahawks to repeat and go out there and once again prove the whole entire world wrong. And how sweet to do it 2 times in a row, back to back. So I shouldn't have to remind you, shouldn't have to let you know about the faith. And now don't gamble, kids. That's right. Dick Hawks, Carmen, you guys have a good one. Kaylee, you have a great one. If he did try to move it, we'd save him again. I'd throw myself I'd just like my ancestors did before me, Kaylee. If they tried to move the team again, I'd throw myself at the moving truck tires. They'd have to roll over the top of me to get the team out of town. And I know I wouldn't be the only one. You'd be there right there with me, Kaylee. I know it. Appreciate you. Got to gamble responsibly, HHG. It's very important. Go Hawks, LeBron. Go Hawks, Faye. Megan, you have a good one. I will not forget about the fantasy draft. It is on. It is on. Is on. Looking forward to it. And appreciate you for all you do over here as well. Maze, you have yourself a great night. This team's getting ready to go back-to-back. I'm telling you. We're going to go shock the world again. And typically when you got to go back-to-back, you ain't shocking the world. That's going to be the sweet, savoring part of this upcoming season. So you better be locked in. I don't care about preseason. I don't care about preseason wins. We ain't starting starters. We ain't starting second string. It don't mean jack diddly squat. We are ready to roll. This team is ready to go. You need to be ready to go and be ready for the fact that this team's going to give you one hell of a great year again this season. So don't you forget. Don't you dare ever forget. Go Hawks.